ไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool, 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. Today is the quarterfinals of our Clash Squad tournament, where we finally transition from our Swiss stage into the double elimination format. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for this very, very long day, because I do not expect any 2-0s here, Husky.
No, me neither. In fact, the format is so brutal that we are kicking 2 teams out of the tournament right as the evening ends. So when the clock strikes 12, we are going to lose 2 of these competitors. Until that happens, they still have Red Bull, Zinc, and a vitamin from Thailand to help fuel them for the upcoming matches. It is supplemented with Zinc, B3, and B6 vitamins, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay focused and seize every opportunity to secure stylish booyah. So once again, thank you very much to Red Bull for being here with us since spring to fall.
Absolutely. And of course, today's matches are going to be nail-biting for sure. It'll keep you at the very edge of your seat. We do recommend that you order in some good food and some extra snacks to accompany you all the way into the wee hours of the morning, because like I mentioned, I don't expect any 2-0s. So if we do see any 2-0s out there, they are going to be some powerful games, right? It's going to be absolutely crushing, but it's a double elimination bracket. And for those of you guys who are quite new to formats like these, double elimination bracket basically means you've got 2 chances. You fail the first time, it's still all right. You get kicked down into the lower bracket, but you cannot fail when you are in the lower bracket run. And today's matches starts with our upper bracket quarterfinal. The winners move on and they'll stay in the upper bracket. The losers, on the other hand, will play in the lower bracket, and that's exactly what Husky pointed out earlier. The losers of those 2 lower bracket matches will be eliminated by the end of the day. And we are playing for some big money here, $100,000 US overall. And of course, the champion alone walks away with 30K.
Yeah, 30K, half of that going into the second place team, all the way down if you are ranked 9 to 16. But basically, the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs, they get 2,000 each. And of course, on top of that, You also can gain some extra pocket money by being the Grand Finals MVP. Tournament timeline on your screen. We have just finished the Swiss stage on the 12th of September. Now we enter double elimination, which is today and tomorrow, before we head into the Grand Finals on 4th of October to decide which team is the best Clash Squad team in Southeast Asia.
And the Grand Final is going to be exciting as well on the 4th of October. The very final game, the Grand Final match itself, will be played on a best of 5 where the two best teams can duke it out all the way to the end. And of course, this is one of the biggest changes that we have welcomed with open arms that has kept the competition so exciting. The one unique active skill. And what's more about this is in Clash Squad, there's only one unique active skill across the board, across two teams. So that makes it even more competitive.
And if you watch any of the Clash Squad tournaments and you wonder why are they duplicate skills, that means that the players acquired it in-game instead of breaking any rules. This is the double elimination bracket for the Clash Squad mode. This is the fixture on your screen. We have WAG against EVOS Divine, Buriram United Esports against Team Falcons, Bigatron by Vitality against Twisted Minds, and AGAL up against Virtus Pro. 4 of these teams, of these 8 teams, will drop down to the lower bracket and then duke it out, and then 2 out of these 8 teams will be eliminated by the end of the day.
Oof, this is just the kind of bracketing that we have waited to see for a long time, from the pre-season to spring all the way into fall. Slowly but surely, we've been building up on our Clash Squad tournament, and now I think it's the biggest and the baddest. We've had the most number of teams join here at the competitive level for Clash Squad. A lot of money on the table as well, and clearly the fights have been absolutely ridiculous, right? Some Clash Squad days, I was looking through the live broadcast, because this is the first Clash Squad I'm casting for the fall season. Some of those broadcasts went up to 8 hours, Husky. I mean, these teams are wild, man.
Yeah, we had some pretty insane matches. I mean, Tola almost took down Bigatron by Vitality on one of the days, so that was pretty insane. I mean, even Kagendra had quite a deep run, right, by taking down RQ Kazu, who eventually didn't make it to playoffs. But for the first series, we are going to have Kalahari as our opener, then followed by Bermuda, and then if we get lucky to go to Game 3, we get Nextera between EVOS Divine and WAG. Both teams who have had quite the run throughout the Swiss stage. WAG being one out of the 2 teams to qualify directly from the 3-0 bracket alongside WAG, whereas EVOS Divine had to go through a longer journey to get here.
Map order for these two squads, and obviously Kalahari is going to be pretty tricky. It's one of the maps where you don't really see a lot of these teams favoring, especially the teams out of Vietnam. And Santino is just that character that's not very well liked on this map because of how he can help you reposition extremely quickly, especially when you're either the rusher or the sniper. So I'm expecting Santino to be banned out by either one of these two squads.
We've seen teams that let Santino through and find a way to deal with it. I think maybe on Kalahari it is more forgivable if the teams do go down that route. I know Nextera Santino is extremely annoying to deal with. The Chrono banned out by WAG as a means to break the draft open.
Yeah, a very interesting ban coming on through. Obviously, the Oscar could be one that's removed from the table as well. Very popular character this season, but I'm still expecting that Santino to be taken out of the equation overall. But knowing EVOS, the probability of that targeting onto Oscar definitely is going to be there. We'll take a look and see if or not they fancy that. There you go, Santino out of the list. This is a very interesting one. I would have not expected WAG to go for the Chrono, but it seems like EVOS is just that sort of a squad, right? Where they play so quick, they run on in there, and they change their minds. They go for the Iris instead.
Alright, so they are basically telling WAG that, hey, we have Santino open if you want, but regardless of what WAG picks, I think EVOS has a good trade waiting for them. You have a good old Cassie +1, Oscar, Zane, Tatsu, and they're all up on the table. WAG, they go for the Oscar first, and now it's EVO's turn to decide how important is the Santino to them, and if it's not, then they could go for something like Clue. They do take Santino alongside Zane.
So EVOS says, oh, wait a minute, why are we banning out the Santino? We can use that Santino. So it's a very interesting strategy played by EVOS. I wonder how they're going to make good use of this. But WAG walking in here with the Oscar instantly puts them in the threatening spot. You've got the Cassian clue on top of everything else as well. You get to spot out where these players are and kind of pull a very tactical approach to the whole aggression phase of this fight, right? But if you look at the side of EVOS, they're playing it more on the defensive side. I mean, you've got Sentino to reposition, Zane for the defense, Ignis to kind of bring out that firewall, block out a lot of information, as well as Homer to potentially even slow down the players on the side of WAG.
Thinking if they want to go for the Homer or the Coda, you need some intel gatherer, but Homer does fit the bill. You
Yeah.
people players. And I think this Iris ban, it's my theory, it could be a hard read from EVOS, or maybe I'm just overcooking, but WAG, they have this, I think, unique flexibility in their roster to go for double sniper every now and then, right? Just because you have Export and PLS1 on the same roster, we're seeing that in certain matches during the Swiss stage, they opt for a double sniper lineup instead of a classic 3-1. So maybe that Iris is sort of a deterrent of that possibility, but with Kazuya locked in, this is a very straightforward approach from WAG.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's a very aggressive lineup from the Vietnamese squad. It's a very defensive lineup from the side of EVOS. On that itself, it makes me favor EVOS a little bit more because they don't have to be the aggressors. They just need for WAG to kind of bring the fight to them, and all they need to do is respond accordingly. And they've got the defensive capability to take a few hits before responding. So this is a very interesting setup here, and especially that Sentino, right? Imagine if you've got Rasia holding on to that Sentino, repositioning on the battlefield very quickly on, especially when the terrain is going to be fairly challenging on this Kalahari map, is going to give EVOS a very huge advantage.
And top of that helps, most likely it's going to be a Rasha pick, so it helps him reposition whenever he wants. And on top of that, the fact that EVOS has a Homer means that it gives them a lot more of that agency to play these kind of deep flanks as compared to what WAG has, even though they are literally running two of the most mobile characters in the game, Oscar and Tatsuya. The Homer kind of shuts it down.
Yeah, unless of course they are walking in here with the Joseph passive, which it's probably going to be the case as well. The passive skills are something that we don't highlight on some of these bans and picks, and obviously that's going to get that bit too complicated if we start doing that. But I would love to take a little bit of a peek into what the setup is in full for these teams, right? Because yes, you've got your active skills, but you've also got some passives that can very quickly undo the effects of some of these very powerful active skills out there as well, Husky.
Yeah, and most of the time, sniper players, they would opt for the Raphael. It's too good to pass up. Oh yeah. Especially in Clash Squad where resources are already scarce. You get a knockdown and they bleed out, and that essentially just puts you in an advantageous spot in terms of manpower. So that's sort of like the go-to rushes. Sometimes you still go for the Andrew, go for extra defense. I know some bomber or slash support players, they do go for Alvaro. We see the clusters every now and then, but aside from that, there shouldn't be too much deviation from the passive that we have been seeing from the Swiss stage itself. I mean, the meta hasn't really changed, Sometimes you just see maybe some Skylar, some Raiden, VRU experimented with Kenta, and that didn't work out, in the way that they wanted to. We see also another Kenta picked up after that, but the main roster of characters who are considered meta is still the same.
This is going to be a very interesting battle between WAG and EVOS, especially when it comes to the movements as well, because I'm assuming WAG will be looking for the pop on Clue on her tracing steps instantly from the get-go, because Clash Squad maps, they're really tiny, so you're going to be able to spot out the EVOS players. But of course, that's providing EVOS players are not standing up straight, right? So based on their setup, it's very defensive, so they're instantly going to go in here for the prone and squat. WAG can try to counter this by activating that tracing steps a little bit later into that fight. which is what I'm expecting EVOS to take advantage of. Because if Clue is not used early, then it's a big question mark as to when is she going to pop it off. And if EVOS takes that preemptive strike by approaching the situation close with Sentino as well as Ignis, I think it's going to be a very big game changer. It's going to take WAG by surprise. They do have a counter for that though. Like you said, mobility, man. You've got both Oscar and Tatsuya, and I think that's deadly. And on top of that, to make things worse, you've got that Cassie powering up either Tikui or most probably not X-Ball, but Cassie on this Oscar is going to be pretty ridiculous.
I think overall, it's for WAG. We've seen them really be flexible and clutch out big rounds, and even in the Ninja All-Star that happened, I think like a month plus ago, it was the same with WAG. They were winning games just off of clutch factors. They had one of the up and coming rushes from Vietnam. I think the chat throughout the entire Swiss stage has been really bringing him up time and time again. Tikui really is a prodigy, right? An up and coming name in the scene. And today he's going to be put to the test again. He's facing off against one of the greatest captains of Indonesia, Imgod, and of course the rest of his crew, who are literal current world champions.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it's not too shabby, the kind of scoreline WAG has for themselves right now. 3-0. They've not lost a single series so far. Yes, they've dropped one game, but it's acceptable. The team that they dropped that one match to, it was Buriram United, which they still went on to eventually beat in their series. So WAG is just one of those teams who are just very proficient at Clash Squad. Their team play, the 4v4s are really strong. But now X-Ball kind of hanging back here, and it's a full-on push coming on through from WAG. Tikui turns the corner wrongly and Ray pops his head. And that was an instant mistake, but one pull right back here as Van Vo finds one, could shield back and forth, and PLS1 just doesn't have the health to continue.
And that anticipation from Ray was everything for EVO's Divine, because I could have sworn WAG was ready for a pre-fire around the corner.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Team EVO's Divine, a lot more money, and Russia given full access to M500, a early investment, and not only that, free reign of being able to shoot and not get threatened. In some buys for WAG, we see a rifle, mini Uzi, 2 sets of double revolvers, Vanvo and PLS1. Whereas for EVO's Divine, yes, keeping it close to the chest with the shotguns.
I mean, a Homer might not be super useless up against this Joseph, because we also have to remember the rate of fire. And the fact of the matter is that extra speed boost. Oh, goodness me, the tags onto X-Ball. Really dangerous, but good glue wall pulled up here. Tikui fighting through the fire. Ray smartly staying behind, but X-Ball is not looking to let him go that easy.
X-Ball will now need to use some of that medkit to heal himself back up for EVO's Divine. See if there's a mission to retrieve Ray. Seems like that's not going to be the case. X-Ball with the finisher to bring EVO's Divine down to an advantageous spot. What did they say? WAG, they spent some of that cash to try and get a leg up and not let EVO's Divine run away with a 2-0, and instead try to stop them dead in their tracks right off the bat. And with this man advantage and having those double revolvers, playing from this long range when EVO's weapons are meant for CQC, is going to continue to benefit WAG.
Yeah, for sure. And Russia finding one ahead of X-Ball, the sniper on the side of WAG, found by the sniper of EVOS. So a 1-for-1, and it's a decent trade from the side of EVOS, and PLS1 caught out once again by Russia, of all players.
And that is just good news for EVO's Divine to turn that around. And now they are the ones with advantage. Russia about to intercept a 1v2. Of course, going to get gunned down by the mini Uzi. And let's see Imgod from behind. The Tatsuya dash is going to get reset. Vanvo and Tikui. The double up is a bit too strong. Cassie, Tatsuya, the classic combo. Coach, you just couldn't get the job done. Not with the weapon that he has. And WAG finds the equalizer.
Yeah, fantastic flank around by Vanvo and Tikui. Obviously, Tikui fell at that point of time, but he had the best weapon, the mini Uzi with the rate of fire, decent damage in these early rounds, and obviously that Rebel Rush instantly putting that flank, the counter flank by EVOS into a negative spot. And that guy got caught out by surprise instead. A 1-for-1, the resources on both sides, pretty decent for this third round.
slightly fortunate, I gotta say, for EVOS. I feel like they had some openings to work with, just not able to really capitalize on it fully. But it's okay. I mean, the economy is still not looking too bad. Van Vo and Tikui kind of glue wall. Here comes the firewall, and the utility is being thrown out. They need to somehow hold their ground.
And the battle there was for the cyber airdrop. Both teams really looking to take advantage of the situation, and obviously the cyber airdrop early on will give EVOS a slight advantage here. Although it was WAG that activated it, they do get the points off of that for the store a little bit later on. But the sacrifice for this would be dropping this round. They pull the cyber airdrop point, but they throw one round away.
Yeah, it's pretty hard when the enemy has, characters like Ignis who can instantly just take out all your defenses. We've seen some teams, they, instead of putting up glue walls, they throw smoke grenades at the cyber airdrop and try to capture it within that time frame. But again, one Ignis Flame Mirage is really going to cause a lot of problems. That chip damage doesn't come cheap. You can get taken down as a result of that. And Evil Divine just took advantage of WAG wanting to greed for some extra resources.
Very interesting tactic for sure, but I don't think they intended to lose that round. It's just that their glue wall stopped their progress towards that cyber airdrop. So perhaps something that they really need to look forward to fixing in some of these future rounds. Tikui, Van Vo, Xbo all flanking around Ray in a lot of trouble. Has the MP5, decent gun. Ignis, Tatsuya straight into him. Oh, it was the Oscar instead. The Valiant Dash does take away a chunk of his health. Should be able to finish this. Does exactly that.
Pretty hard for Ray to deal with when you have 3 people, including someone that can take down glue walls. That post was destined to fall. Did take Tikui slightly longer to take out Ray, but at the end of the day, WAG, just like the second round, gets the man advantage just based off of these openings.
And obviously a great big advantage pulled off here with the numbers, but nothing that Rasya can't sort out instantly. Only thing that's going to be keeping him on the back foot is you don't get into these high ground positions that easily. But even as I say that, with the Scar, Rasya does equal out the playing field by taking out PLS1.
They try to convert it to more as WAG continues to triple up. As long as Tico and Van Vo are around, you always get this extra regeneration and that burst of healing whenever times get tough. So for EVOS Divine, they're playing with the circle closing in onto WAG, forcing WAG to make a move, but EVOS is the one that somehow takes initiative, and Kochu with Tico down. Explorer needs to somehow come in and get an even trade with the help of Van Vo, but EVOS Divine, they have the numbers this time and make sure that WAG cannot get the foot up.
Very well played overall, but this is exactly what we want to see out of the squad, right? Just taking advantage of these situations and instantly just putting them down. And Tikui was a very valuable player in that fight as well. He had that level 3 MP5 on his side, and with him being taken out first, and they technically just invested on that gun through Tikui in that round. Without him, it just got so much more difficult. EVOS Divine, a fairly easy round for them to pick off of. But now WAG slowly but surely building up on their cash flow here. So they should be able to give them a decent enough fight on this round number 5.
Yeah. And could easily put EVOS Divine in an even more powerful position as the glue wall goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. WAG was able to take out Aimbot. Ray getting just ambushed by Tikui, but Kochio quick on the response. So down to a 2v2. X4 late to the party. The attempt to revive was there. X4 with the P90 able to take out Ray. And that's going to give them some bit of an opportunity. It's Kochu and Russia both down a half health. X4 continues with the help of PLS1. And just like that, the aggression amps up from WAG and they end up stopping EVOS.
I thought that was a big brain play with that Ignis there. Ray pulled up that firewall, instantly stopped it, and flew through the fire to get that surprise knock. Unfortunately, that didn't really give him all that too much. Took away a chunk of his health, and of course, Xbox flanking around, put Ray down on his knees. I think he would have provided the team a little bit more extra.
Yeah, not at all. And sadly for the side of for EVOS, they just couldn't stop X4, right? Like X4 kind of ran in and just won. They lost track of PLS1. Unfortunately, Russia just instantly getting eliminated by X4 again, stepping up to the occasion. Coach Yu actually gets a double with that frag grenade, a back-to-back onto Van Vo and T Kui to make sure that his team stays in the game.
Double kill.
And such a expensive investment on the gun as well. The AWM, T Kui dropped down and out of the equation. X-Bor, though, still has the MP5, but cannot work with such a long distance. And this is fairly workable, but in the 1v2, aim god with the Trogon. X-Bor still wins that out. Ray shows up. And this is just the kind of shorty you don't want to be messing with. PLS1 right behind those glue walls. And through the game of numbers, EVOS will overwhelm them.
And this one, very, very straightforward for EVOS. You really got to thank that double grenade. If not for that, I think WAG would have found an equalizer and we will be back to square one. So, really counting their blessings. Some good understanding from EVOS Divine to make this 4-2 happen.
I mean, that was a very well-used grenade, and in these Clash Squad rounds, you don't really get to spam those nades. So, if you're getting a 2-for-1 with that 500 coin purchase, I think that's super solid. Yet another one, Coachil, but barely tickles him. He has a nade as well to toss on in here. Waiting for that information to be provided. Ignis sends out his firewall. T Kui, on the other hand, tries to wrap around, but Ray does find the back of Van Vo. X-Bor shut down as well. Coachil with the Mag 7, and T Kui now stuck in a really tight spot through the window. Out he goes, and a really safe play, but Ray finally catches up with him.
Yeah, this one really tried his best to help, but that round was already done and dusted before he even knew it. EVOS Divine on match point. This is looking to be very kind of geared up for a 1-0 in favor of EVOS Divine in this series. They dropped 2 rounds, and both of the rounds they dropped again had to come down to WAG resorting to some of the clutch factors, but you can only clutch out so much against a team as experienced as EVOS.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, when EVOS is getting this 2-for-1 on the nades and all, yes, there's a lot of skill, there's a lot of effort going in here, but a fair share of luck in there as well. WAG, they are supposed to be the ones with the information, but EVOS is just outclassing them at this point.
They sure are. And it doesn't get any better. The fact that this potential last round is on Mammoth, Nesantino's playground. EVOS already making it clear that they want the high ground, so they take the skeletal frame of this of the Mammoth itself. And unfortunately for WAG, the economy doesn't look exactly that good. And PLS1 has an upgraded weapon, but aside from that, everyone else from WAG will have to take it slow.
Slow indeed, and I haven't really seen that Sentino, but T Kui has definitely shown us that Valiant Dash a couple of times. And through that, gives us Ray on his knees. Beautiful tag onto Rasia, but the response was even spicier.
Yeah, and with T Kui down, if EVOS can get the finisher on him, then it would be great. And Rasia does exactly that. Both teams losing. Very key member of the squad. Van Vo actually somehow finds aim guard. And it seems like WAG are on that clutch road again. X-Bor does have the help of the electrotherapy. He just comes behind Coach Yu, and there goes him. Give him a punch in the face. PLS1 does get taken up by Rasia, though the Wonder Kid stuck in a 1v3. Tries to reposition with the Santino, but unfortunately, it's just not doable. So WAG, they stay alive.
I mean, that Santino kind of pulled out a tad bit too late there. Unfortunate for him, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here. EVOS Divine, they lost Ray and aim got way too quick in that fight. And Coachil in a 1v2 just could not sustain. But you got to respect the communication on the side of WAG. Instantly switching their attention over to the player that's going to be much more easier to bag, which was Coachil, instead of just focusing all of their suppressive fire onto Rasia. That was the winning factor there for WAG. But EVOS Divine still on the match point here for the first game.
Yeah. 2 more rounds to spare until we go into deathmatch for EVOS. Here comes the nade. Easily avoided by T Kui. They attempt to pincer him with the firewall throw. Now T Kui asking for assistance. Aim God still takes out Van Vo. That's the support eliminated. It's a good 2-prong attack from EVOS Divine. T Kui still wins that against Aim God, of course. The Young Chow from WAG. Can never underestimate this guy. And Russia formulates a response. T-Quay goes down. PLS1 against Russia on the table.
Blood.
The M1887X is just blowing the minds off of the heads of EVOS Divine. They just don't understand how to deal with this, but Russia, AWMCQC, thankfully he was the final player, but that was way too close for comfort. Tiku barely had any health on him.
PLS1 with the revive to keep his team in the game. If not for that, that would have been Russia closing it out for EVOS Divine.
Oh yeah.
And T-Quay, 7 eliminations, the most on the entire team. T-Quay was also instrumental in getting that 4th round for the squad. EVOS Divine have to look at the drawing board. This is the last chance they have before the economy gets reset.
And 3 cyber airdrop points collected by WAG already. They should be able to bring in a couple of extra active skill cards here, but it doesn't seem to be their focus. Russia, AWMY in hand. Doesn't find the first tag, but knows exactly where to look. This is exactly what makes this kid so dangerous. Aim God loses half his health, but nothing much for him to worry about. Had his super energizer on him.
See, I mean, EVOS Divine, they have been relying on some of these big pickoffs. Russia and Kochu, the firewall. Let's take out some of those defenses and X-Bore with a nasty knockdown onto Kochu. And that will give WAG permission to start aggressing. Well, that grenade not really in the place that they want it to be, but T-Quay still knows that someone is up in front, and unfortunately it's Ray. He's all alone. X-Bore with an easy takedown.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you got to ban out that Oscar. Especially when you're caught with your pants down there. 3 players versus 1. Oscar busting down that blue wall. And that Oscar doesn't even need to do anything. The backup players should be able to sort that out easily. And look at WAG go on this mad comeback run.
Sounds like deja vu if you're a WAG fan. You start off on the back foot and then you start running it back when it seems like all hope was lost. But, I mean, EVOS Divine, they need to really be a bit more aware of the fact that this WAG with the Cassie Oscar, you can't just send one guy to put a glue wall in front of him and expect WAG to not strike. This is the second time this match that EVOS Divine had Ray right up in the faces of WAG, and then he just gets taken out because they have an Oscar that runs down his glue wall.
The first game of our double elimination format here, we literally go down to the wire of round 11 between WAG and EVOS Divine. This is a best of 3, so even if one of these 2 squads drops the ball here, making a comeback in the overall series shouldn't be a mad prospect, but you got to respect what WAG has been able to do. Kind of holding EVOS Divine to where they are. Beautiful nade, but the firewall still tags them. Nothing much to worry about in terms of health. I don't think that Ignis was used to his best choice though. Ray, one more tagged up. Ray taking on this 1v2, literally running away with his firewall.
Thankfully, he does have the Dome of the Chrono, but still, X-Bore takes out Aim God. The fight just splits into multiple fragments. Ray does find Van Vol. The Riptide Rhythm comes through. Ray able to find one, but one is not enough, sadly. Russia again left all alone. 1v2, Santino clone. When is he going to take the ship? Here we go. Russia makes the gamble. It's him against T-Quay, but once more is T-Quay with the shutdown, and WAG run it all the way back.
A reverse sweep on the first game by Vietnam. Unbelievable tenacity out of WAG. Initially, they were getting bagged by everything that EVOS was throwing at them, but the difference maker was that shotgun purchase, the M1887X, and EVOS just could not find a counter to that. But overall, the movements out of WAG as well, and that was the biggest question mark on our heads. Like, how can you have all of this information on you, all of this firepower on you, and really not overwhelm EVOS at all?
Yeah, I think EVOS made some errors. I think the gameplay was not an issue, right? EVOS has some great moments, but it's just how they approach some of these rounds. They keep trying to sandbag the front line of WAG, knowing that presents no backup. How many times have we seen Ray make that gamble? Stand in front of an Oscar Cassie. Either he's forced to run away, or he just gets taken out immediately. But also credits to Export. He has been finding some big openers for the team just through flanking.
I think you brought up a good point there, because I didn't see the relevance between the active skills that were picked by the team of EVOS versus the way Ray was pushing the boundaries, right? Because it was a very defensive lineup. They should have played that defensive all the way. I think they would have stood a very high chance of overwhelming the players on the side of WAG, especially with the way Rasia has been playing some of these matches. But of course, the winner, WAG, what a fantastic reverse sweep that was, and PLS won the match MVP with a total of 4 eliminations. I'm surprised it's not Kikui, but you know, he definitely put in his own bit of effort there as well. 2,609 damage overall.
Yeah, PLS1 didn't have the most eliminations, of course, but he did have some of the biggest clutch plays, right? I think round number, what was it, 9 was one of it, where he was able to get a revive before Russia arrived to attempt to finish them off. So it's these small moments that really make the difference. PLS won with 18 assists across the entire 11th round.
My God, how do you even get 18 assists? That is just ridiculous. Obviously, this guy's just tagging everybody up, but you don't really see a lot of damage coming out of him. Tikui and X-War, on the other hand, 4K, 3K on the damage, 9 eliminations each. But at the end of the day, it's a team play. It is the full squad going against their opponents. And as a team, WAG initially, they were definitely disappointing, but they did not leave us disappointed for long at all. A 11-rounder in our first game of this best of 3, and a phenomenal comeback from nowhere from Vietnam.
And you did say, AJ, that we are in for quite a treat today.
Oh yeah.
What better way to do so by having a game that goes the full distance, right? In the first opening match. It's a morale boost for WAG for sure, and I think it's also important to highlight that winning today is extra advantageous. Not only do you continue on the upper bracket and guarantee yourself top 4, but you also don't have to play later on in a lower bracket elimination when you're already tired out.
Yeah.
So for WAG, they're one step away from avoiding that.
Yeah, there have been some crazy teams in the past, other titles, who have made that lower bracket legendary run and then, you know, picked up the championship at the end of the day. Some may say a little bit of an easier picking is down there at the lower bracket, but be our guest to test out that theory. Nobody wants to be 1 feet away from the exit for sure. But WAG clearly not looking like they're aiming for the lower bracket run. That was a team that just said, hell no, we are not going to lose, not just the series, but not even this round. So impressive comeback. I expected more dominance from the very start, which still makes me think that EVOS is too dangerous, because as long as they keep Ray back, they kind of contain him a tad bit, I think the team should be absolutely fine. EVOS this time taking that Zane out of the equation.
We're switching things up a little bit, because game one WAG, they banned out the chrono of all things. Let's see if that will be the same. It seems like WAG also making adjustments, taking out the Oscar. And EVOS, we see them prioritize the chrono a lot back then, and that's exactly why WAG wanted the chrono gone, but this time EVOS will get their hands on it.
And of course, WAG with their very first pick of Cassie, and the combination of this Cassie, potentially a Tatsuya going in here as well, but it's a Sentino instead. Very interesting pick overall. X-War obviously going to be hopping on to that Sentino. EVOS, on the other hand, with the chrono on their side, they can obviously bring in that Ignis once again for the firewall, and there you go. This time I hope Ray doesn't go crazy with this Ignis.
Yeah. We go Ignis, Clue, I guess. Yeah, Clue for EVOS. I like the Cassie pick from WAG because you essentially just take away the Cassie cluster for EVOS. Now they get their hands on the Iris, which makes PLS1 twice as deadly, because Iris did get removed in the previous game. I think WAG, they definitely are feeling a lot more comfortable. We did say that they can play a double sniper comp if they want, and they had the tools to do that with Santino and Iris.
One final homer, perhaps, for the side of EVOS. They have been fairly crazy over bringing homer into these mixes. Zayn has been banned out by themselves, so an Iris taken away. I don't really see a lot of other picks EVOS could go with here. The Coda is still open, but it's really been a while since we've seen anyone, make Coda their priority pick here.
Yeah. Usually it's sort of like a response or a match to someone, to an enemy team that picks the clue, because both of those characters have their limitations. Obviously, I think in the grand scheme of things, Coda looks slightly better since you can be detected even if you are prone or crouched, but you did call the homer and EVOS are going to give him one more shot.
Or not. It happened in the previous draft, it happens again. So the initial guesses are correct, but EVOS is like, no. If you could guess it so easily, then this is not what we should bring out, because obviously WAG would have read the same thing. So they lock in an A124 instead. They better hope and pray that WAG is not running those Josephs, because all they're going to do is just give these boys some extra speed boost to run them down, because obviously WAG, not the kind of team to slow things down unnecessarily. They want to end this quick.
Yeah. It's a very momentum-based team, right? We saw when they snowball, they really get going. But one of the problem comes is when they start to lag behind, when they start to realize that, hey, our initial plan isn't really working out. Like, our strategy is getting countered by WAG, who have been phenomenal in being the doorstop. They absorb the pressure very well, and they're able to turn it around on the enemy team in the most crucial of moments, when they're down in economy, when they're down in numbers, and they just keep on doing it. And that's sort of what we witnessed in the previous game, where WAG came back 4 rounds in a row to win game 1 in a circumstance where EVOS was already snowballing out of control, but WAG just kept on one-upping.
And of course, allowing the players to kind of lock in their lineups here. We roughly know exactly who's going to be playing which character, but you never know. Any bit of surprises from the side of WAG. Suddenly you see PLS1 running on the Sentino, and you're going to have some big questions, but obviously we don't really expect that after these boys have shown us quite a little bit of what they can do out there. And Clue with her tracing steps has been quite a main pick for quite a number of squads here, for a very, very good reason. Information is king when it comes to Clash Squad rounds like this.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in crucial rounds with urban landscape. I mean, we are going to Bermuda, so there are some locations which requires a bit more attention to detail, and even more so if we go to Game 3 on Nexterra. But for now, it is going to be Santino, X4, and Iris PLS1. We did kind of talked about them having the flexibility to run double snipers if they want to. Of course, X4 is labeled as a bomber, but we know before PLS1 came into the team, X4 was the next best thing in terms of a sniper player.
I mean, you can say that again. I mean, X4 as a sniper is pretty phenomenal, but PLS1 taking the main role of the sniper with that Iris this time around, and X4 looking to be the bomber. Bomber Sentino is going to be fairly entertaining to watch, but I mean, X-Ball can't really change his ways, man. This guy is definitely, if not the main sniper, a prime sniper for sure. He's not going to be able to change his stripes anytime soon.
Yeah, you definitely can't take it away from X-Ball. He was one of the main reasons. Again, pre-PLS1, X-Ball was one of the main reasons that WAG have had some of the greatest Battle Royale games, and even Clash Squad performances to a certain degree. So this, again, is a big upgrade, right? Like WAG, X-Ball, you could say X-Ball is probably the oldest standing member in the current roster. You know, everyone else came after him, but they have been really proving their worth.
No doubt at all. I think this is going to be a interesting fight for sure. Earlier on, EVOS, I definitely favored them because of the defensive picks. Would have favored them a little bit more if they played defensive. Very rare situation do you see that Ignis just straight up running towards his opponents without much of a backup, which was exactly what Ray focused on doing on the first game. Even if he did not literally run at the WAG players, he put himself way too out in the open, and frequently you just saw the WAG players take advantage of that fact, and they did not go and approach Ray with a lackadaisical attitude. They went in there and they fully committed, most of the time sending 3 players at Ray at the same time. I mean, you can't win out in those odds.
Yeah. And that's something that I think EVOS needs to keep in mind. You know, if you want to take on WAG in these manners, you have to always have someone backing you up. It feels like in Game 1, there are some moments where EVOS were just playing very individually. They didn't really pay much attention in having a double up, having a backup. We're going to try and skill check you and just win you through raw force. WAG has been able to stop that, so I expect EVOS to show a bit more respect to their opponents going into Bermuda.
Yeah, I most definitely expect that too. And if you look at the journey of EVOS Divine so far, it hasn't been the most difficult journey. They have bumped into Bigatron by Vitality twice. They beat them down. And of course, the second time they came across Bigatron, they almost lost that. It went all the way into a game number 3. They had a win over PE Sports, but you know, PE is not really the strongest Clash Squad team out there. But of course, a very impressive victory over AGAL still keeps EVOS Divine on the cards here.
I agree. Firewall getting ran through. T-Quay ready to take this fight head on. We see the Santina clone too. T-Quay switches position with Nevo's member. Ray trying to cut him down with the sight. Was able to achieve that. EVOS Divine up to swimming start. PLS 1/3 to fall. Export last man standing. It's not going to stand a chance. Round 1 for EVOS.
EVOS very proficient at these pistol rounds. And Arasia, especially on the M500, you've literally got a sniper pistol on your hands, and this guy just hits like a truck, and that's exactly what I mean, man. I mean, you can't really get away from him, and he usually goes for those heads instantly, and Arasia deadly as ever, even on the very first round. And that's pretty much been the same story almost all of the rounds EVOS had.
I mean, after the first game, Russia definitely feels like he could have done slightly more. I mean, she was put in a lot of these 1v1 situations without the right weaponry to work with. 2v1 situations even. But this was exactly how round 1 started. Russia instantly delivers on his end.
More?
No more mercy. T-Quay does get brought back up with the Cassie electrotherapy. He is good as new. Now Vanvo also puts himself in the front line to take on EVOS Divine. The dome gets dropped down. T-Quay winning his exchange. And AimGod able to get their hunting onto Vanvo. And AimGod finds T-Quay too. Man with the 2-piece EVOS Divine loses Russia.
Xbot has the Deagle, so on this eco round, WAG is still pretty deadly. They've got a double Deagle. Now Xbot picking up that AC-80 as well off of the boys from EVOS Divine. So quick knockdown and looting up here for WAG. That puts them in the driver's seat until, of course, Coach Shield shows up. Mini Uzi straight to the head, leaving PLS1 pretty much stranded in a 1v2. Getting to Xboy is going to be almost impossible here as the guy is out in the open.
This should guarantee EVOS Divine 2 points unless they mess up. I mean, there is always a chance for that to happen. AimGod with the nade in hand, and Coach Shield will help him supervise his advance. PLS1 trying to keep his distance. Deagle and Mini Uzi for both AimGod and Coach Shield. The glue wall takes a lot to take him down, and Coach Shield this time will make sure that it works out. EVOS Divine with 2 points.
Yeah, PLS1 running the Iris, obviously not really the best gun in his hands as of that point of time. And EVOS Divine overwhelming them for sure, with just a slight advantage on those numbers. 2v1, they take that away, and now 2-0. This seems pretty much a little bit of a deja vu situation here. EVOS Divine, they have to find out how they can keep WAG kind of controlled here. And now the cyber airdrop is obviously gonna drag both squads down into the middle part of this map. Gotta hate the cyber airdrop for that.
EVOS, they don't want a cyber airdrop, they want aggression, and Vanvo comes under pressure. Again, the split up, you see, this time Ray brings it back up in the form of Coach Yu. Either break T-Quay or Vanvo, but this fireworks to blink everything. They put the dome down, Explorer participates and gets the dig shot onto Ray. Sadly, the initiative from EOS Divine not really paying off the profit that they want to. Tikoi ends up getting healed back up, but Kochu finally gets the finisher, and Rasha now joins in close range to take out Vanvo. That's your main duo of WAG down.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the teamwork here by the EVOS players is purely focusing on the pickup. Multiple times these boys have been knocked down on this third round. WAG has played that very, very well. Xbor and PLS1 getting those tags. But the recovery play from EVOS, prioritizing the pickup instead of aggressing on to find the knocks. Obviously putting them in the driver's seat, leaving Xbor all alone. Yes, you do have the Deagle, but handling 4 players at the same time. Just not the best situation for the player.
Definitely not. EVOS looking a lot cleaner this time around. If they can... We say that, but who knows? WAG isn't going to pull a comeback again like match 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was way too close, bro. Ray got knocked, AIM got knocked. If those pickups didn't come through instantaneously, that would have been a very easy comeback by WAG. And I think that would have instantly broken the confidence of EVOS.
Yeah, I agree. There was a disastrous round. If there's one thing we know about EVOS is that sure, sometimes they get overconfident and they cook a little too much, but we've seen them in worse spots. They have recovered.
Oh yeah. And I think they were playing kind of defensive on the first 2 rounds. It's just that cyber airdrop things, man. Pulling both of them there. Luck obviously on the side of EVOS Divine, and obviously defensively they were in the right place at the right time to back up each other. So they managed to save themselves in that situation. Ray Kochil, PLS1 just dropping his guard a little bit, turning around with the BSK. And now in a 2v1, Firewall tags him up again, and Kochil MP5 straight to him, even though the smoke was that.
Could have been a chance that PLS1 wanted to go for a cheeky melee kill in the melee elimination in the smoke. Didn't work out. EVOS Divine brought guns to this fight. And Vanvo and Tikoi, they're pretty much split up. And again, the 2-prong attack. We've seen this before from WAG, but EVOS, once again, a lot more prepared than they were from game 1. The name god now will know where Tikoi is. EVOS Divine coming from multiple angles just to make sure they tie up the loose ends. First, they start with Tikoi, and that's going to be set up by Kochio. Xplore will eventually be taken down. Aim got as a bait. Xplore relocates, but Rasha on the case. 4-0 for EVOS.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor in that round was the fact that EVOS had the money to throw, and every single player walking in here with a level 3 vest, they had a level 2 helmet. Then you look on the side of WAG, that's exactly where they kind of fall short, right? They don't have the extra layer of defense on them, so it wasn't really a equal fight, but that's exactly how Clash Squad is. You gotta win these rounds, you gotta snowball, you gotta pick up all of that money and buy your way to a little bit of success. But in this round though, WAG has got enough resources at least to buy the good stuff.
Yeah. And if they lose this, then they're going to be really put in close to impossible spot. Tikoi already forced out from his hiding, having to relocated firewall. It's just merciless. They want the cyber airdrop, but getting to it is already close to impossible. Aim God taking down the backbone of this dynamic duo. PLS1 able to stop right in his tracks and gives time for Tikoi to go for the pickup, but Aim God says no, not this time. Tikoi forced all the way back, now needs to heal up.
Yeah, very smart play this time by Aim God, and investing very smartly on those lethals. So those grenades pay off big time on the side of EVOS. In and out of the window this time. Kochil doesn't jump out, but Xbor, he caught him with his pants down. Mini Uzi, rate of fire, something that's pretty much irritating at this point of time, and the guy barely had any health on him. But Xbor, he did not see that one coming. Ray with a flank. VSK takes him out. Tikui trying to save the day. M500, but the tree of all things saves him. He thought it was an open one behind the glue wall.
And PLS1 in a very, very precarious position. It's him against Ray. He's gonna play hide and seek. And Peekaboo, Rasha with the finisher. You see Vanvo scratching his forehead. He's like, I have no idea how this round was supposed to play out. We tried everything we could from the playbook. We didn't really change much in how we approach these rounds, but EVOS Divine felt like a completely different squad on Bermuda. 5-0.
Oh yeah. My goodness. That's just a shocking fight. And of course this time, again, you've got a little bit of money on the side of WAG. They get to deck themselves out. Double primary weapons on the side of PLS1. It's got WVSK, if I'm not mistaken, which he wants to swipe around, potentially aiming for Rasia. And he is in the right spot, right angle to tag Rasia as well.
T-Quay, he's all alone too. If they find T-Quay and they get rid of him, then EVOS Divine will feel a lot more comfortable. And this is why T-Quay, he's investing in so much. That's all his glue walls reserves. He's not going to have any more after that. Ray and Kochu will now search for Vanvo. He is so far away from T-Quay. Vanvo not even in a position to respond. And how do you call for help when T-Quay is not in, is kind of playing on the low ground where he doesn't threaten anyone. He's going to try to threaten Rasia with the jump and somehow finds him.
Oh, Rasia, super low. And the timing was perfect for T-Quay. And now up against Kochil. Rebel rushes straight into potential trouble there, but managed to sidestep that and now becomes the distraction. Can he get the tag? And in the meantime, EVOS focusing once again on the pickup instead of just pure aggression. T-Quay with another connection, but Kochil outplays him with the M1887.
This looks to be a 6-0 AJ, and indeed will be EVOS Divine with probably one of the strongest ways to announce themselves that this series is not over yet. A 6-0 on Bermuda after getting reverse swept in Game 1.
Practically speaking, I definitely favor the A124 over the Homer, but I did not expect a sweep like this from EVOS. Obviously, from the very get-go, they just did everything right. And one of the biggest factors was you did not see Ray pulling off the same cheeky moves in the Kalahari map as of Bermuda. You know, I mean, they still were aggressive, but he at least had backup this time.
Yeah, I love this stuff from EVOS Divine. This is why we know EVOS had it in them. Even in the Swiss round, they didn't qualify through the 3-0. I think they dropped to the team that they lost was AJL, and we're like, okay, that is very understandable because AJL went on to be the second team that qualified 3-0 bracket. But the other matches that we see EVOS Divine play, they only played the full series, excuse me, against Bigatron by Vitality. But aside from that, EVOS, they were clean sweeping everyone, and that was a rematch, right, in the 2-1 bracket. So overall for EVOS Divine, this team can definitely go far in the Clash Squad, but there is a caveat. Against, if they do win this and they go into top 4, they gotta really polish up on some of these engages. I think the adaptability is what's going to make the difference between them winning and losing against a more experienced team.
And of course, the MVP, 7 eliminations, 4,270, the one and only sharpshooter of EVOS Divine, the Wonder Kid who on his debut went on to the international stage, the world stage itself, and brought a trophy back home for Indonesia. Is definitely living a pro player's dream.
Yeah, he really is. Even in I think there was a recent video by the EVOS Esports Instagram account, and they were talking to Rasia about his Free Fire run. And he says, you know, like first year competing, winning EWC, becoming the Sony Finals MVP. And the whole purpose of the video is just saying that, hey, we won this year, but we are going to come back next year and we'll be even stronger than we were this year. And Rasia is going to be part of that.
Wait, hold up. Why does it look like WAG just threw this game, man? They had 4 eliminations in total. I mean, granted, it was a 6-0. It came to a fairly quick end as opposed to that first game that dragged out all the way into the 11th round. Vanvo could barely find the tags onto the players on the side of EVOS. PLS1 was putting in so much of work, but they were just scattered all around. I think something's fishy. WAG definitely trying to pump up the excitement as well as the confidence on the side of EVOS, potentially just to crush them in this next game.
That could be a possibility, or another one that I feel like is maybe a bit more practical is I think EVOS have found a way to stop WAG, right? We emphasize a lot on the Vanvo T-Quay duo. EVOS broke them apart this game, right? They were, instead of, you know, having Ray holding the fort alone, they were going for 1v1s, but they were putting pressure on both of those personnel at the exact same time. So whether they take out Vanvo or T-Quay first, as long as one of them goes down, EVOS gets an innate advantage.
Yeah, fair enough. But, you know, the exact same thing which happened to EVOS in that first game where we saw Ray make a couple of unfortunate mistakes. This time, surprisingly, we see WAG kind of pulling those things off, right? Even Tikui kind of expanding all of his glue walls instantly at the very start of the round. Very unlike him. He doesn't really use his resources in such a way and kind of had to put himself in a very sticky situation towards the very end. But those are the kinds of mistakes that are going to make you and your squad pay big time out there through the results of the game in itself. And they have now given one away. Into game number 3 we go. This was exactly what we assumed was going to be the case when we started off the day, that it's going to be tough to find a 2-0. And as we head into Nextera, we'll find out which is the very first team in today's double elimination bracket to fall into our lower bracket.
And having some time to rest before having to play in an elimination series later on, it's not going to be easy. I think it's the same for the Swiss round, where we had one day that you get eliminated because you were not able to win the first series, and then you play the second one. So it's a repeat of that Swiss stage day. I think some of the teams went through it. So for either of these two, I feel like if you are EVOS, you are more motivated to win just because you just 6-0 WAG.
Oh yeah, no doubt. WAG, the question is how confident they are on Nextera. The answer to that would be absolutely confident. This is, you could say, on Clash Squad, their map. They are not the kind of squad that walks away from these fights. It's a 50-50 on the other hand. If you look at Nextera on the side of EVOS Divine and their stats on it as of this point of time, not looking very convincing. I'm quite nervous for the White Tigers.
Me too. I think even for WAG, right? I think WAG have had some great moments. We talk about the flexibility that they have with the players, and we kind of saw that in action, right? They decided to run a double, the double sniper. They both Santino and Iris, but it does come at a cost where X4 stops participating in the front line and now plays more of a back line role, and that puts the pressure on Vanville and Tikui as that Cassie +1, which again EVOS eventually shut down, and then they just pick WAG apart. So now the question goes back to in game 3, what is the approach for WAG? They have definitely found more success with X4 just being the pure support player, and with the Santino ban, it seems like we are going to go down that route.
I mean, no doubt at all. EVOS, you better take that Oscar out of the equation, because that's the last thing you want to be facing on the side of WAG, because this guy named Tikui is just a little bit unbearable when he pulls that Oscar out. And I mean, we kind of saw exactly how things crumbled down in that first game, especially with that Oscar, that Suya combination. They threw the Cassie in there as well. EVOS knows exactly what to look out for and where not to go. Taking Cassie out, I would say, it is equally as effective up against WAG.
Yeah. I mean, WAG have found success with the Cassie most of the times. I think most teams with Cassie have slightly higher rates of success, but now we eliminate that X factor. Here it goes to WAG. They still have an Oscar, of course, that they can go with. And if they do take the Oscar, EVOS could open with like an Ignis +1 if they want to. The Zane is still up if you just want a frontline tank. So plenty of options. The Chrono too that they really love. So Chrono Zane seems to be the option.
I'm not really confident with the ban coming through here from the side of EVOS, because they haven't really taken out the power cards out of WAG. Cassie is just a bonus, right? But what has been making the biggest of difference for WAG is what has been enabling a lot of their aggression, which was their mobility as well. And this time, they played a little bit differently. They bring in that Ignis and Clue, which is going to give them a lot of information, as well as the capability to play slightly passive on this next game.
Ignis Clue taken out, WAG with the steal for sure. The EVOS have given them a lot of problems with the Ignis. We know some teams they can pivot to the Skylar, or the Ignis actually doesn't get picked up.
There you go.
Right, Tatsuya Clue it is.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain about Clue. I think WAG is definitely fine on her. But they're teasing us too much with these picks and then just changing up their mind. They give Ignis straight back to EVOS. I think WAG can definitely afford to do that because EVOS hasn't really played the Ignis in a very threatening manner. I think Ray has been quite callous with the firewalls as well as how he takes advantage of those firewalls. He hasn't been using it defensively, he has been using it as like a trump card, as a surprise factor. But then you look on the side of WAG, the players that he's usually surprising are the frontliners who are running that Oscar and Tatsuya. So getting away from him or crushing him if he pulls up a glue wall is going to be fairly easy for WAG. So I've got my question mark on the side of EVOS for this one.
Yeah. Homer comes out again. They really have been big fans of the Homer. I personally feel like is not crucial, right? It doesn't like make or break the team comp. It's the same as A124, but it was one of the few teams that is willing to go down that route, willing to die on that hill.
Final pick here, with Cassie taken out of the equation, Zane pulled away. They pulled a Steffi instead. And I understand. I totally understand. I guess where WAG is coming from is they expect this game to really go the distance, and that's where you'll start to see all those nades pop out from the side of EVOS. This is going to help them in their long run sustainability if this gets dragged out into that round number 11. I think WAG is just preparing for the worst, but they definitely have the kind of comp which I'm going to favor in this upcoming round.
Yeah, I personally do like the Steffi slightly more, even though it's again another unconventional pick. It's more like the A, B plus tier down the hierarchy, but it does give them great protection against the nade plays we've seen from EVOS Divine. Okay, very situational in the grand scheme of things, but it does help protect your Tatsuya and crew for sure.
This is an interesting factor. EVOS Divine actually has a 83% win rate on the Homer. So, whatever they are playing at, they're definitely finding a good way to make this a positive for themselves. Obviously not the first pick on our side, but the way EVOS plays these rounds, just definitely a little creative. How are they going to take the initial steps though? That's going to be pretty much the decider in this next game. WAG not looking to be super aggressive. A high probability of those passive plays coming out, but also can fall very quickly back to a mad rush down towards the middle with that Oscar and Tatsuya if the need arises.
5 seconds before the team decides on the assignments. He played back on the Oscar PLS1Q. This time he gets Cyrus back in action on the Steffi. So Vanvo is not going to be playing this game. A bit of a sub for WAG's side, whereas for EVOS, remains the same.
Let's see. I mean, anybody that picks Oscar Tatsuya, it's a deadly combo in my eyes, man. You've got that info on your side. You've got the capability to block out all these ferocious lethals that EVOS clearly has put into good example that they will be making good use of. I think WAG is playing these bans and picks, very targeted towards EVOS and their playstyle. And you got to respect EVOS as well, because you don't really frequently see them banning out the Cassie. They literally took this one away from the arsenal of WAG, and that's something that I got to respect out of EVOS as well. So fairly curious as to what Ray is going to be doing with this Ignis this time around and how he's going to be playing with it, because I think if he can kind of hold the back line and play it a little bit more passive and wait for WAG to take the fight to them, it's definitely going to go a very different way, man, because you know for a fact Russia is going to be picking off player after player if they aggress on forward.
Yeah. And kind of that's the I think the forte of this kid. We have been asking for him in not just Battle Royale, but also the start of the Swiss stage to be a bit more active in participating, in CQCs whenever he has the opportunity, so that he doesn't limit himself to just playing long range. And if he's put in a situation where he needs to clutch, he increases his chances. He definitely has been stepping up on that, even though at least the recent ones we saw in Game 1 ended up in losses, but they were signs of life from EVOS. Heading into this final round, I expect EVOS to do the same. You try and pull the duo of WAG apart. It was Vanvo and T-Quay, and for this game, at least it's kind of Cyrus and T-Quay.
I mean, of course, Russia would argue that, hey, you know what, later rounds, if I do have the AWM, I'll still rush at them because he plays the AWM like an SMG sometimes. I don't even know how this guy pulls it off. Sometimes even with the VSK, but this kid is, you know, phenomenal when it comes to those CQCs with the snipers. Obviously, not something that's going to try to force all the time, but if he's put in the spot, he should be able to pull it away. But I do agree with you. I think quite a bit of improvements of his play style, which I think overall the team mainly depends on him to be that survivor, right? Which we've seen in most of these rounds. In fact, even in Battle Royale.
Yeah. For some reason, like he has been a beacon of hope for Evo's Divine.
Oh yeah.
Heading into Nextera, here we go. First round. At the back, we see some double pistols from Cyrus. PLS1 with the M500. Again, depending on the map, the starting arsenal differs from map to map. For those who might be confused on why the teams have different weapons in round 1, T-Quay getting rushed at, Kunkochu and Russia both win their 1v1. So this round has already gone down the drains for WAG.
Oh, this is not looking good at all for the squad, but it's all right in terms of recovery. We've seen them do this already in the game number 1, PLS1, the final one surviving. Easy shutdown by Rasya with the M500 from afar as he didn't even bother hiding himself.
Again, this is sort of what's expected. All 3 round 1s have been won by Evo's Divine in this series, and that seems to be the trend. And WAG struggles a bit more in these opening rounds when you're playing with base weapons. But I think statistically on Nextera, Evo's Divine's win rate has been way too good. Right? They didn't have to play too many games, but every time we see Nextera, Evo's Divine feels like they're at home. Like we say WAG have clutch factors, but on Nextera, that applies to Evo's Divine as well. The utility usage have been on point so far. T-Quay, okay. And Cyrus able to clap right back. Kochu needs to hold on.
I mean, man pulled out a time turner instantly, saying, please show some mercy. Cyrus steps on up. You don't get to pick up your buddies. Double revolver gets the shutdown as well. Rasya, the final survivor. Problem is, WAG has got one final guy up on his feet here. Cyrus not too far away from him. Rasya missing that opportunity. Cyrus will get back up on his feet. Rasya, on the other hand, is nowhere close to his team members to pick anyone up.
1v2. Rasha does have the weapons to make this happen. Just be a bit patient. Russia slowly inching forward. It's PLS1 to try and put out the hit on him, but he does have a glue wall to work with. And now, Russia put in another 1v2 in attempt to clutch this. Double revolver and a Deagle in the hands of WAG. And Russia, with the superior weapon, has to somehow outmaneuver the numbers. But this time, though, triple takedown for Cyrus, saving his team in this round.
And 94 very early on here. Not the way I would have expected Rasya to go, so a little surprise. Or perhaps that was a gun picked up from one of the other players, as would have usually chosen to save it up for not a rainy day, but those AWMs that he's definitely looking out for.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate. I mean, we've seen this in round 1. Evo's Divine dropping the ball again. I mean, Cyrus is kind of the sub-in for Vanvo, and what better way to rally your team with a 3-piece like that.
Yeah.
Now they get better weapons too. WAG putting pressure onto Kochu, who is still doing a very good job. I mean, they want the cyber airdrop. The time turner getting forced out. Kochu and T-Quay springs into life, trying to look for Kochu. Doesn't find him just yet, but it's a 2v1.
Unbelievable. Hasn't dropped the player just yet. T-Quay with the double revolver, but obviously they've gotten onto cyber airdrop already, and T-Quay from afar getting the headshot onto Kochil. This is a big one. Aim God has got 2 players caught with their pants down, and Rasya and Ray from afar get them done in. Ray with a pickup as well, and they've turned the tables on WAG.
And Russia delivers again. PLS1. Desperation calls for him to join the action, but Russia just plucks him out of the sky. And leaves it all to X4 to try and clean things up, but Russia is just providing too much was given free reign of the battlefield. 7 eliminations off of this first 3 rounds. And I mean, just look at this entire chain of event. Russia was uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the biggest difference here between this map and what we saw earlier on, right? In the past 2 maps, getting to that high ground has been so much more easier for Russia. And obviously, Nextera seems to be a playground for him for sure. 2-1. WAG not too far away. They should still be in an arm's length here to not just pull themselves back in, but to overtake EVOS. They have to play this really well, though. PLS1 kind of keeping his distance from the rest of the EVOS players, sending the 3 others straight to them.
WAG trying to go for a wraparound too. EVOS should be ready for this. Holding these tight angles with the M1887 in hand. Ooh, Hikui still takes the challenge. That one is a bit overzealous. Runs into 2 people instead. X-Ball late on the backup, and Ray walks away scot-free.
X-Ball just trying to be cheeky. It's not going to be able to get up there, but Cyrus giving him a little bit of a bump up. This is going to be deadly, but spotted out from across. Aim God trying to shut him down, but X-Ball getting behind. Covers just in the nick of time. Could have been absolutely deadly in that situation. And if X-Ball got laid out at the top, no one would have been able to pick him up. Still alive, PLS1 though. Can't say the same for him.
Double kill.
And this round, again, done and dusted. Cyrus not going to stand a chance this time. A triple in this one, courtesy of Ray. Pretty weird initiated by T Kui. Calls the shot. Maybe his team was not ready. And a nasty reply from Russia to take out PLS1, completely shutting down whatever initiative or plan B that WAG had after the demise of T Kui. Now puts EVOS Divine 3 rounds away from advancing the top 4.
And again, this time it's going to be a mad rush for the center. Cyber airdrop shows up on the map once again. The team's definitely looking for those cyber points to unlock the cyber store. We've got the Steffi active skill card, Ignis skill card, level 4 West, and one of the prime items would definitely be those level 4 West that are aimed for in these games. Cyrus out in the open, doesn't respond, gets taken down easy. Tikui breaking down those glue walls. The Valiant Dash not giving him a body just yet. And Aim God turning the tables onto X-Bot. Tikui can't protect himself, turns around at the wrong time, and Coach Hill punishes from the back.
Double kill.
Another round where EVOS Divine just had a lot more control of the state of the game. WAG, you look at how they lost match 2. We said that EVOS Divine just looks like better, right? They look a lot more composed, and it's up to them to win this based on the momentum that they got. And sure as heck they did. WAG never got a footing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they expected it to be in this way. And you've got Rasya here on top of everything else. He's got his favorite AWM in hand once again. And this just means that he's just going to be steamrolling these players on the side of WAG. And one more side of the map where they get to send Rasya to that high ground fairly quickly once again.
And this round is ever so crucial for WAG. They're going to try and break the defenses set up by EVOS, but look at that. It's a 3-prong attack instead of a 2-prong one. Russia being able to fire from all angles. Kochu finally eliminated from the equation as Cyrus works together. T-Kui to make it happen. X4 under a lot of that pressure, but gets released by PLS1. And this time WAG were prepared.
Yeah, this time they definitely were prepared. A little bit of a mistake for sure coming through from Coach Hill. Ray got caught out. Aim God couldn't turn things around. Outnumbered by the players on the side of WAG. And Rasya, all he can do is run in a 1v4. Even if he does manage to get a knock here, I don't even think Tico is going to allow him to do that. PLS1. Sneaky ESS from that left-hand flank.
WAG, this is going to be the start of another possible comeback like we saw in game 1. This one's going to take slightly more effort. And they have one more round to spare. EVOS Divine are not at match point just yet. Money still looks pretty good for EVOS though. Not going to be affected too much. If WAG wins this round, then EVOS Divine will be playing will be off slightly worse in round 8. But until that happens, WAG will have to somehow repeat what they did to Evil's Divine. Hold the initial offense and then pick them apart.
Decent nice grenade. Cyrus has to move. And Ray's going to force him to get out of there. Cyber airdrop targeted once again this time. Evil's Divine, the first one's there. Nice grenade goes wide on the first one. But Cyrus now cutting the distance down. Firewall tags him up. Breaking a tad bit of his glue wall as well. Coach Shield had to pull out the time turner. But EVOS has got a decent aggressive line straight up. And obviously that airdrop fully unlocked. Ray pulling everything out of it.
Coach Yu with the opener against Cyrus too. We see the Ignis wall makes it even tougher for WAG to really
First
aggress
blood.
if they want to. And with Cyrus eliminated, there goes the support for WAG.
Uh-oh.
T-Queen, he's waiting for Export to get into position. Now T-Queen will spring into life. There is a flank angle. He sees Aim God, but sadly, didn't work out the way that he wanted to. Coach Yu still faster on the trigger.
Eliminated by that skill, but that's not going to stop them. In
Triple
fact,
kill.
it is going to fuel them. EVOS turning this into series point with that round victory.
And WAG now really on the ropes. Not as proactive as match number
Triple
1.
kill.
Especially when these openings have not been good, not been kind to them. To make it worse, they're going into graph labs with minimal economy to work with. An AWMY on PLS1, and that's pretty much it. Everyone else pretty much dead broke.
My goodness. Do we see this round to be the final showdown between the two? At series point, EVOS Divine needs one more to kick WAG down into the lower brackets. Ray and Cochil up on top. Cyrus. Oh, very good angle held here by WAG in the surprise attack. They do manage to get one knock. And Tikui instantly with that valiant dash rushes in for the defense. Doesn't break down any glue walls just yet. Played around with the time turner. Gets caught out. Cyrus in danger. Too low. He jumped up. I don't think they had the counter to the gravity.
I don't think so either.
First
Tikui,
blood.
you see just now calling to his teammate, trying to give out information, but might be a little bit too late. 2 against 4. WAG working
Oh my.
against the Grey next board. Someone gets a jumping shot against Russia, but Ray instantly replies with a trade. And now it's PLS1 trying to work magic, but magic tricks don't work against EVOS Divine. They will be your first team to make it to the semis.
What a play by EVOS on the quarterfinals. Amazingly done. Yes, mobility check, aggression check on the side of WAG, but nothing could stop the absolutely phenomenal Russia on the side of EVOS Divine, and obviously the rest of the squad instantly stepped it up. Ray in the second and third game just didn't get super aggressive with it, Ignis, which we gotta respect. Instantly understanding that it wasn't working out in that first game, kind of taking a couple of steps back really helped out the squad.
Yeah, and again, giving a lot of respect to WAG and making sure that they don't repeat the same mistake as game 1. We did not see that at all, right? Like they stopped trying to just one-man everything, and they were doing a really good job in controlling the front line of WAG. And that, I think once they realized that they were winning off of that, they just kept on pushing the envelope and making it hard for WAG to respond. And in fact, WAG were the ones that were struggling to adapt to it.
And I think one of the bigger factors of this victory was also choosing the right active skill to ban out. I was thinking Oscar was very annoying, and EVOS Divine, they were a step ahead. For them, yes, Oscar is annoying, but he was just especially annoying in this particular circumstance because of that Cassie, because he would literally just rush on in, imminent death, but he just instantly recovers from it. The backup, the support play from the side of WAG was fairly good, and they take that one out of the equation, and it had half the problem solved. But look at this, man. Match MVP, WAG versus EVOS Divine for the second time. 9 eliminations, 4,950 on the damage. Russia will be the man, and he definitely played a very, very good series up against WAG.
Yeah, just a fantastic game so far. Russia, from game 1 to 3, it's just consistency across the board. A 6-2 scoreline. Russia having 9 eliminations and 12 assists on the sniper role. The most damage dealt in the entire lobby. Russia does everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. The numbers, once again, ridiculous. Not only with the eliminations, but with the assists as well. The damage, the highest on the board when you compare both the teams. He was 100% outplaying X-Ball as well as PLS1. These boys have got nothing on him. I would love to see X-Ball go back into his mad sniping ways. Again, that would have been a fantastic showdown between himself as well as Russia.
Yeah, 100%. Again, this entire series has just been a good lesson on how to approach some of these rounds and adapting to your opponents, right? Certain teams get locked into a very fixed playstyle. I think Kagendra is a very, very good example where their approach is very unconventional in the drafts that they come up with, and it's good. It's one of their identities, the way that they like to play the game. But because it's so linear, teams often find a way to counter them, and Kagendra themselves will struggle to adapt.
Yeah, and EVOS hasn't really been going for the usual meta picks, right? They've been trying to get very creative with this in terms of prioritizing their own play style and devising something totally different as opposed to what straightforward attempt by some of these other teams would be seen as. And that's exactly what WAG was, fairly straightforward with their active skill picks as well as bans that were coming on through. EVOS was just absolutely unpredictable, and I think that's a very good quality to have as you continue to move forward in the competition. In Clash Squad, I think that's going to be the biggest factor. And on top of that, you've got, a phenomenal sniper to just wreck your opponents from afar. They've got that winning recipe now.
Oh, they 100% do. And this is, again, big morale boost for EVOS Divine and Indonesian crowd. But for WAG, I think being the sole representative of Vietnam in Clash Squad, we've seen them do it. They've almost made that deep run last time. But now they'll have to do it from the lower bracket. And I gotta say, lower bracket, even before we see the rest of the lower bracket possible teams, is already looking scary, right? Between BRU and Team Falcons, one of them is going to be in the lower bracket, and eventually WAG will have to face them. So they have some time to rest, but playing in the elimination series later on is going to only get tougher.
No doubt at all. I think whether they are in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, it's going to be difficult because the top 8 that we've got in here are definitely the creme de la creme Clash Squad teams, and they've shown us already exactly how well they can play out there. And now it's just a matter of outsmarting your opponents because everybody knows the map. Everybody knows those locations. They're fairly comfortable out there already. Nobody is a stranger to these situations. And we've run quite a number of Clash Squad competitions by now where I'm fairly confident they have practiced these rounds enough already to find dominance out there. But it's just going to be about those minute details as to who outsmarts the other.
Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of these just comes with teams who are willing to kind of play more coordinated, right? I think when you look at Team Falcons and BRU, we hold them as a benchmark, but both of them came through the 2-2 bracket. So even they are not immortal, but they've also given us some of the cleanest games. So again, that's going to be coming up after this, but before we check out BRU against Falcons, we gotta head to the Indonesian studio with Conchita to talk to EVOS Divine about their win and the advancement to the semis.
Thank you so much, casters. All right, survivors. What a way to kickstart today's Clash Squad mode matches. Congratulations to EVOS Divine, who just got their very first booyah of the day by winning today's opening match. And I'm here with Russia, aka Acha, to have a bit of a conversation as per usual. Hello, Russia.
Yep, hello.
How does it feel to win today's opening match? We all know that Clash Squad can be pretty tricky for each and every single one of the team that is competing in the Clash Squad mode. Gimana rasanya untuk memenangkan opening match hari ini? Kita sama-sama tahu ya bahwa memainkan Clash Squad mode tuh bisa tricky untuk semua tim yang terlibat.
Ya rasanya sih biasa aja menang lawan WAG dan ya kita di sini nggak terlalu peduli lah menang lawan siapapun sebenarnya.
Oke.
Aku lebih pengen cepet ke Thailand. Itu aja.
Okay, so it doesn't feel really special winning against WAG because the main focus for EVOS Divine right now is to secure the ticket to the grand finals and to compete in Thailand. But yeah, it was pretty intense for sure, but nothing special, and they are expecting to win going against WAG in the first place. Okay, was it part of the strategy to let go of the first round and analyze what they're doing inside of the game to strike back? Apakah bagian dari strategi untuk melepas game pertama atau round pertama sampai akhirnya kalian bisa menganalisa pergerakan dari WAG dan mengalahkan mereka di ronde kedua dan juga ketiga?
Nope. Ya di match awal tadi ya kita butuh pemanasan lah. Semua pemain lah butuh pemanasan ya. Dan ya udah panas dan akhirnya juga udah bisa menang.
Okay, so it wasn't really part of the strategy to let go of the first round, but obviously each team needs to warm up, and for them, the first round was a warm up. So yeah, that's the reason why EVOS Divine performed different on the second and third round. They performed better because they finally found the rhythm that they were looking for on the first round. Okay, last question. It's so great, obviously, to see EVOS Divine staying on the upper bracket, but are you nervous at all? How confident are you in moving forward and securing the ticket to the grand final? Seyakin apa untuk mengamankan tiket ke grand final? Karena sekarang kamu tetap bertahan di upper bracket, yang artinya persaingan ketat tetap akan mengikuti setiap langkah EVOS menuju ke Thailand.
Kalau misalnya nervous enggak sih sama sekali, dan kita pasti tetap pede lah, dan ya kita nggak peduli CS, ya kita hanya peduli di Battle Royale aja.
Oh, okay, so actually, EVOS Divine is still focusing themselves on the Battle Royale mode, but it's a bonus and it's still a great thing to proceed to the next stage on the Clash Squad. And yeah, right now they're just focusing on trying to do the best, trying to perform well, and obviously competing in Thailand. So yeah, I hope you can get a much better experience and performance on the next stage, and congratulations once again on staying on the upper bracket of the Clash Squad mode. Thank you so much for having this conversation with me, Rasha, and survivors. We're gonna have a bit of a break and we'll be right back right after this one. Stay tuned only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
First blood. Triple kill.
Does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks two. First team picks two more. Opponent picks two. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Fan pick order alternates across games. Randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage. 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of week 2 In Battle Royale knockout stage, here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4-season Clash Squad Playoffs Day number 1. We have 5 more best of 3s coming right up. Just now, Evil's Divine took down WAG 2-1 to be the first team to advance to the semis. But coming up, we have Buriram United Esports against Team Falcons, and all of this will be here with us, Husky and the Mustachio AJ, to bring you guys the action for the rest of the evening.
This is a revisit to the grand finals of Clash Squad from spring season. We all know exactly how that one went. Falcons, they managed to sweep it all away. They flew up high up against Buriram. In fact, they outclassed Buriram in that battle. Is revenge going to be sweet? Is revenge going to be swiftly taken by Buriram here? Because they have not bumped into Falcons up until right now. So we don't know exactly how well they're going to fare up against each other in this season, Husky.
Absolutely, and I think this is the most anticipated series of the day. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the fans are waiting to see how this will all go down. But just to put your eyes at ease, the loser of this series will still be in the tournament. They just have to run through the lower bracket, which they will play their first match later on tonight as the elimination. But until that happens, we will get to see who is going to win this rematch. We're going to get Kalahari as our first map, Nextera as our second, and then if we go to game 3, we will head back to Bermuda.
Yeah, in a wild twist of events, because I was thinking, okay, they haven't bumped into each other. Maybe they have played against similar teams and have taken either an L or a dub. But surprisingly, they have not bumped into the opponents which the other team has taken on. I mean, Buriram has got victories over Heavy, Veritas Pro, as well as Flash. And if you look at Falcons, they've got victories over 2 Indonesian teams, which is Onyx as well as RRQ, as well as 1 Vietnam squad in EE Sports. The teams where they took the L2 are also not similar teams. They haven't really faced anyone similar. So in this season, there's just no way to compare head-to-head stats. They both have got 3 series won, 2 series lost, They were on the verge of getting kicked out of the competition, and then of course they scratched and clawed their way back in here, which is quite surprising. These are the two finalists of the previous season, struggling a little bit more, or as a matter of fact, a lot more than some of these other teams here.
Yeah, and not only that, right? These two teams also kind of set the bar for Clash Squad, right? They gave us the cleanest games. They almost felt like they were untouchable, and every single time they played, well, in the early stages of Swiss round, it's a given that everyone is going to vote for them. Everyone is going to expect them to win. And then they lost their first match, and you know, one of them lost to AGAL, the other lost to WAG, and people were like, okay, right? Like, I mean, props to AGAL and WAG for winning. And then these two dropped to the 2-2 bracket. So it does make you wonder if the other teams are catching up really fast, or are Falcons and Buriram getting uncomfortable with Clash Squad. Let's see how this game 1 is going to play out.
Buriram thus far has played a total of 12 matches, out of which 8 games have been won by them. That's like about a 67% win rate. And Falcons are not too far away because they've got 1 game played less. And the first skill that Buriram chooses to take out of the equation is one that the Falcon players love to abuse. It's the Santino.
Yep. And there's been the reoccurring trend too. Okay, Cassie banned. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
But there's this reoccurring trend, like, to know if Team Falcons are having a good time in Clash Squad, you just have to look at whether Keroro is just playing with the Deagle. And that's your indicator. Oscar first pick for BRU, not a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises there at all. But with Falcons taking Cassie out of the equation instead of the Tatsuya or Oscar, it's a little bit of a surprise for me. Falcons will try to even out the odds here in terms of the aggression and the speed by bringing Tatsuya onto their side. They also have the Chrono and the Time Turner here for that extra layer of defense. Buriram, this is where we see if or not they want to play super aggro. Clue doesn't really give us much of a clue in terms of what their pacing is going to be like, because she can be played in a very passive manner as well. But the Zane shows us that Buriram is looking for a fight, but not looking to be, not looking to go all out just yet. They still can go either way. A 50-50. Buriram can control the pacing in this fight up against Falcons.
Oh yeah. Zane, Clue, Tatsuya. I mean, for Falcons now, the last 2 picks coming right up. There's still the Iris left. I mean, most likely it's going to be the Iris now. The Santino is not there. Iris and Koda, pretty much well within expectations of Team Falcons. You give Limit the Iris, and he's going to be able to work magic.
Yeah. And what do we have on the side of Buriram instead? You've taken Koda away from them already. No Iris for them to play around with. They've got the Clue on their side. Zane has been brought in. There's honestly not many more places for them to go, except maybe Wild with the Ignis or Kenta.
Yeah.
Even Santino's out of the equation for them, so because they abandoned themselves. I highly doubt they're going to be walking in here with the Steffi, but Skylar as their pick instead, which does make sense. Most probably Moshi is going to be looking to break not just the glue walls, but the defenses and the hearts of the Falcon fans.
Yeah. I did sort of expected it to be a possible Skylar pick, because we know that BRU is one of the few teams that are willing to pick the Skylar in a certain situation. So this doesn't really surprise me, but I want to see how this is going to play out against the Falcons, right? Like, again, we know that when knowing Limit, he loves to play around that glue wall, but on top of that, it is such a important resource in Clash Squad, and Skylar plus Oscar is just a very quick way of getting rid of these important defenses for the enemy team.
No doubt about that at all. And of course, we see the players who are assigned to these characters. Wasana on the Oscar, Jonah with the information. Get high on that defense is going to be phenomenally deadly, because if he chooses to play aggressive instead of defensive, he's got that extra layer of defense, and he has most definitely been one of the big carries of Buriram in the recent past. Falcons, on the other hand, with one more on the Iris, is a tad bit interesting, so we'll see exactly how he does. But obviously very excited to see Pina on that Tatsuya, one of the most aggressive rushes out there that we've got in the season.
Oh, absolutely. I think even for BRU, right? Like Get High, like on his good days, he is an absolute monster. We've seen Get High really clutch out some of the biggest rounds in Free Fire, and he did say that he wants to see BRU return to its former glory. And gotta do it through the fall season, and that's one of the best ways to do it, right?
Yeah.
There's still a chance that these two meet in the grand finals if the loser survives the lower bracket, but for now, BRU, they have to contend with the fact that one of them will go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, use fall to rise. I don't see a better way to pull this off in a stylish fashion. Koda with the information on the side of Kororo. Obviously, this Iris is going to be a tad bit annoying, but not as annoying as the Skylar. She'll be able to probably get into quite a bit of a tussle with Moshi later on. And obviously one more. I'm very sure he is looking forward to that. On Fire is going to be the support player for the side of Falcons. And obviously not the passive kind of support we've seen on Fire. And he definitely knows how to get aggressive on those front lines. And the high probability of him bumping into Wasana is definitely there. So perhaps at the initial stages that Chrono can help him with those pickups. But what's going to be a little tough here is if Zane is the opener of these fights, if he's the initial one that starts these engagements and then is joined by Wasana as the backup rusher, things are going to get a little bit more hectic, because we've seen the support player being the main fragger of the squad in the past as well, and it has worked out very well for Burita.
Absolutely. In fact, they have had the reputation for as long as I can remember. Even the support players feels like a rusher when push comes to shove. Even a sniper can feel like a rusher in dire times. So again, for Team Falcons, they have faced this matchup plenty of times, and still, I think just based on our track record, the Falcons is regarded as the #1 team in Clash Squad, with BRU coming in second. But with both of them kind of taking losses in the Swiss stage, I mean, the fact that Falcons lost to Twisted Minds and VP beating BRU, that in of itself is already quite a shocker, right? Because both teams, they didn't really have the most faith being placed on them, and yet they took down the top 2 teams in this mode. So this is also a chance for both Falcons and BRU to redeem themselves.
This is going to be a very interesting run for sure. And of course, we can't really just purely pull the stats of the previous season and expect them to live up to their performance of the previous season, because if we kind of held RRQ Kazu to our preseason Clash Squad competition, they walked away with the biggest prize, and obviously they were not the best team in this fall season, even back in the spring, right? RRQ Kazu at 4, they didn't even make it past Swiss stages. So that's exactly how the cookie crumbles as the game and the meta continuously evolves here. Season after season, we're definitely going to see new champions. But are we going to see the same results even if we see a new champion later on? Will Falcons still be able to not just defeat Burira, but really put them to shame? Because the grand finals of CS for spring was quite a shocker for Clash Squad.
Yeah. But I think Rasha earlier on in his interview with Conchita did bring up an interesting point too, right? Like, at least for him and EVOS, they don't really care too much about Clash Squad. It's more of a bonus, like we call it, right? The incentive for these teams to earn some extra pocket change, some extra cash. The Battle Royale is still the most important one. You can agree with that to a certain degree, because Battle Royale is what gets you to the global finals and has the biggest prize pool. So I do wonder if the mentality is the same.
If you are the champion of EWC, you can definitely say 30,000 USD is extra change. I think some of these other teams would be a tad bit more motivated. But On Fire, initially taken down, and one more was that extra player that Buriram did manage to strike down before losing Moshi. The recovery play is going to be tough here. Wasana catches Pina off guard. M500 in his hands. Almost made Wasana pay big time.
That's going to bring Falcons down to just Kororo. And 1v2. Okay, make it 1v1. And M500 really coming in big time. Wasana on a revival mission. Brings Get High back up, but they lose Jonah in the process. Kororo on the offense in a 1v2. Some madness from Team Falcons. Woo. But of course, numbers win out and BRU takes round 1.
Yeah, it was a very early one, and as anticipated, it was Get High as the primary rusher for the side of Buriram, opening up the engagement. Wasana kind of lingering around the back. Of course, nobody expected Moshi to get taken out of the equation, and Wasana being the one to kind of rush on in a little bit later, obviously providing a lot of heavy fire assistance for the side of Buriram. He also was rocking the M1873, so it's the kind of shorty where you don't want to miss. And Wasana these days, he's not really a big misser.
Yeah. Hasn't really been. I mean, even his lowest point was better than a lot of players out there individually.
Yeah. I mean, can't say the same for the start of the season where he definitely wasn't seeming himself. But like you said, even at his worst, he was still one of the best.
Yeah, Mammoth. Jonah and Moshi doubling up too. Jonah calls it at the halfway point. We see that glue wall from afar. Usually Mammoth rounds are a lot more drawn out.
Oh my.
Get high,
oh
find one
my.
more. Never mind. Moshi converts that one. So one more is taken out, and Team Falcons feeling the urge to spring into action, but sadly Get High keeps them at bay.
I can't afford the sniper just yet. No problem. Parafals will have to do. Moshi gets the fantastic headshot, but of course he was in a vantage point on higher ground. So taking the headshot initially against one more, not really a tough thing for him, but Wasana trying to stitch this up onto a fight between two, but the flank and the phenomenal positioning from Buriram made that round look so easy.
I mean, look at Moshi, he just walks out forward and pops Team Falcon. Sometimes you really can't do much about aggressions like that. Because of Buriram understanding that they have better weaponry, so you take advantage of that fact. And now, extend that arsenal just by a bit more. The power foul still in the hands of some of these players, but in the grand scheme of things, BRU, they still had to invest a lot because they didn't walk away from these rounds unscathed.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to take a while before Wasana can afford his AWM. And this time we've got the Crazy Store running in this match, so it's going to cost him quite a bit. 3,200 free fire coins. On fire, showing up early. Moshi saying, no problem, brother. As he shuts him down, Jonah finding the head of Kororo as well. Initial game here for Falcons not looking very strong at all. And Buriram, on the other hand, is just snowballing all of their aggression into coins, into wins. 3-0 flat out. Falcons have not been able to stand just yet.
Wow. I mean, BRU, just what the doctor ordered. Maybe they have found the solutions to Team Falcons, right? The last encounter, they swept Team Falcons in a show match, and of course, people can argue that there were some extra gimmick in that show match where you have the Naruto Shippuden ninjutsu and utility, but even in raw gunfights, BRU looks so much cleaner.
That's tad bit surprising that Falcons have really dropped the ball big time here. Even in Battle Royale, they haven't really been stepping it up like they used to. Get high against On Fire. This is going to be a big fight. On Fire needs to be careful here. He's just got the shorty on hand. Get high, obviously, with the better weaponry. But in the right position and right timing, he should be able to overwhelm. Wasana, Mini Uzi, goes straight in for the attack. Catches On Fire as he turns around in the wrong time. But a double glue wall keeps him safe for the time being.
BRU is going to get it down. And Kororo, good shot on the Wasana. Get High was still able to find On Fire. And now bring Wasana back up. So it's still Team Falcons who are at a deficit. Kororo, his back is so exposed. BRU tries to get him out of there. Moshi comes down. Wasana finds Kororo. And again, it's just BRU. A lot cleaner on these fights. And one more in a 1v4. No way.
Yeah, you can say that again, man. I mean, Buriram looking clean only because Falcons are making their positioning look ultimately messy. Kororo is out in the open. Could have been the game changer in this fight to pull one round back for Falcons here, but instead it was a freebie given away to Buriram United Esports, who were initially on the back foot. They already had those knocks, so couldn't capitalize on it, and allowing Buriram to go wild here. 4-0, and we are approaching dangerous territory. Moshi already with the VSK. Next round, AWM confirmed.
BRU could give us a very quick 2-0 if this is the state of the series. The Team Falcons really struggling to find the footing. Look at the amount of space that Get High has gotten. Jonah already found Pina. Oh my goodness, that's your rusher. He's 0-5. Talk about domination.
type of points for Buriram. Time Turner, very timely here for Get High. Has the level 3 MP5 in his hands. Deadly up close and personal. Switches it out for the level 3 Scar instead. My goodness, makes a lot of noise. Also cracks a lot of heads. And Jonah, Trogon, easy. As one more literally waltzed past him without doing much. Gets sprayed down. And 2 players less for the side of Team Falcons to do anything out there.
I hate to say this, but Falcons are getting literally 1v1. We haven't even gone into the specifics of how they manage these rounds and how they use their utilities.
GG.
But none of that matters if BRU are just straight up winning gunfights. And ace for Jonah in round 5.
I mean, Jonah was just in the right place, right time. And of all guns, the Trogon just getting everything done. Pulls out the VSK without any effort whatsoever. Kororo again caught with his pants down, out of position. Not a lot of cover around him. And I don't understand how he thinks that's a good idea up against Buriram. And, you know, if it's not Jonah, it's going to be Moshi. You just can't give away easy shots like that. And now Buriram on match point in this first game, blitzing through these rounds.
Yeah, literally making it look like Chow's play. We say that if Falcons are confident, Keroro will only use Deagle. If BRU are confident, they're going to do this. And a bit too overconfident. Good punish from On Fire. Finally, first blood for Team Falcons. And yet, BRU are still in control. Somehow, Jonah doesn't land those shots. So Pina really saying his graces in that moment.
Yeah, but that's the final glue wall for him. So Pina in a lot of trouble now. Jonah still manages to get one final tag onto him as he tries to get away. The reposition is going to be crucial here as Jonah tagged. A big opportunity for Falcons. They did manage to find the connection. Pina just could not find the finisher along with that.
Yeah, On Fire also taking quite a beating too. Double Red Tyrant coming through. There is a dome. The Time Turner from On Fire to keep himself safe for now, but it does open up some space and Get High. Without Wasana, it's Get High that you need to look out for. With Kororo eliminated, Jonah now opens up with one more. And Falcons down in members. Pina and On Fire, the only one left. Pina now comes under pressure. Hasn't found a single elimination this game and will not find any eliminations by the time this game ends. Because On Fire will also be taken care of. That's a clean 6-0 for BRU.
Oh, that's not just a victory, it's a statement. And Pina literally bringing his fist to a gunfight. Just not the best of ideas in that final round. Even if he did manage to do anything up against the side of Buriram, obviously the numbers game would have caught up with them, but that was a really fast game.
It certainly was. 6-0, and every single round just won by pure gunfight, right? There really wasn't much that that Falcons could do. I mean, your Russia went 0-6, and it's just a complete smackdown for BRU.
Yeah, I did not expect that, but Falcons obviously have not been the strongest team out there in the season, and they're definitely not the strongest team in the Thai region right now as far as Clash Squad is concerned. They could change the narrative here with the victory over Buriram, but making a comeback from that game, it's not impossible. I think just better positioning could buy them more time, not potentially guarantee a victory, but, you know, Kororo, man, he's just been giving away too many free points to the side of Buriram.
And I think it's just BRU, they just say at the right place at the right time, but not only that, they were just stronger in these 1v1s, just pure on skill checking Team Falcons in every single round.
And that's what you got to do if you are Buriram. And obviously they were not too pleased that they had to take the L against Falcons last season, and the revenge is sweet, and it is most definitely served up hot by Buriram. 6-0, blitzing through, and your captain Jonah, 11 eliminations, 3,326 on the damage. Definitely a fair share of assist on this guy as well. He had a massive hit up against Falcons in this first one.
Yeah, he had a fantastic game for sure. I feel like Jonah, just doing Jonah things, you know. There's really nothing much that that Falcons could have done to stop him, even if they want to. It's just a very straightforward approach this game. I see Falcons, I shoot them, I take them down, I get a 6-0. Jonah has 11 eliminations, right? And that includes an ace that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, 6 assists in total. Not the most, but clearly did a lot through the damage. And then you look at the numbers on the side of Falcons, and you just got to scratch your head and wonder, wait a minute, what's going on? Just one assist here from the side of Pina, no eliminations, and that's just weird. Usually you don't really see him walking in here with chicken eggs like this. One more as well struggled in there. On Fire got that one elimination, but look at his damage. He was really not finding a lot of connections out there at all, and even that elimination came through an assist off of one more earlier on. So it's definitely a surprising match between Falcons and Buriram, and a fair bit disappointing, if I could say, from the side of Falcons. I expected a little bit more of a contentious matchup between the two, but it looks like Buriram is out here to make a massive statement.
Get a quick win, end the day, go back and rest, and put Falcons in a very uncomfortable spot. That's one way to do it as well. I mean, again, Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure they came into this series feeling really good, feeling confident, but now it comes down to how they recover, right? After getting beaten down like that, if they can recover and bring us to a game 3, then that will be great, but it would be scary if they fail to do so. And then we're going to have quite a problem on our hands for Team Falcons, because it's going to affect them going into the next series too.
I mean, in the previous game, obviously, I was definitely scratching my head in terms of what happened between the two. You saw they had a lot of capabilities with the Iris, with the Coda. They had the information. I barely saw that Tatsuya do anything out there. So it's a big question mark on whether or not Falcons just perhaps wanted to give Buriram a little bit of confidence, because that's not how Pina usually plays. And him on the Tatsuya in an average game would be extremely annoying to deal with. And then on the flip side, you look at how Buriram controlled the whole pacing of the game. It was just phenomenal, right? They were just so clean in their executions, especially Jonah, surprisingly. And of course, yes, he was helped with the fact that he had the clue, and well, the rest of his team members had a clue of where the opponents were as well, thanks to that active skill. But in the grand scheme of things, getting information is one thing, using it against your opponents is another, and Buriram just pulled that off so well.
Yeah, we have seen, Falcons lose rounds, but getting dominated like this is a very different look. I think, of course, you could reference back to the All-Star Finals recently, where they also kind of got ran over by BRU, but a show match and an official competition is very different. And I think in this case, for Team Falcons, they really have to, pick up the pace and figure out how to recover in this round 2, because I think, like you said, Pina doesn't feel like how he usually is, and even for Limit, right, he's not able to really provide much for the team. They are just getting found out by BRU. The only person that was able to reliably get work done was Keroro, and I say it very loosely. It's like, what, 2-3 eliminations over the entire stretch of Game 1.
I mean, very surprising. And I think you hit the nail on the head there with the surprising stats, right? They have never been dominated in such a way. The games where they have taken the L, they have at the very least pulled away 2 games. And, on top of everything else, they have gone ahead to kind of make a solid comeback in those matches as well. But let's take a look at some of the bans here. Cassie taken out by Falcons. Buriram removes Oscar from the play. They know that he's definitely a prime pick. And Falcons will opt for the Santino instead this time around.
Falcons Santino, basically inseparable. Whenever Santino is open, Falcons is going to snatch him for Limit. And that gives Chrono and Zeno with the BRU, which, from at first glance is already quite a problem, considering of their prowess in Game 1, and you're giving them power picks that could literally stand in front and fight.
Yeah, this is it's definitely a big question mark here for me. But of course, you still have Clue out there. Falcons could do with a little bit of extra information. Thank you very much, Falcons. Don't make the change like EWAS. Thank you very much. And you also have an option to bring Tatsuya into the play, right? Earlier, Pina did not use him as well as I expected him to. But maybe this time around it's going to be Falcons, come on. I just said that, man. Koda, fine. I'll take you. Extra bit of information. Let's go.
Yeah. Still a decent pick. I think for still a decent pick for Falcons. They got one more that they can take Steffi.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It is incredibly interesting.
Not in a good way. But we better see that Steffi in play, man.
I don't know. I mean,
Buriram's like, okay, bro, thank you very much. You don't want to take my clue? I will take the clue. You don't want to take my Tatsuya? I will bring in the Tatsuya. Falcons better turn this around somehow.
I'm surprised. I'm definitely surprised that the Steffi came in third pick.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any situation where BRU would look at whatever possible picks that Falcons could have had, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna take Steffi for this. So Falcons, this is kind of on the top of the list of surprising picks, and I include Kenta last pick for BRU. Alright, that's in the same tier. I don't know how Falcons plan to make this work out, but I'm already liking what BRU have.
I am just a little surprised for sure, but I don't know. But this is my theory. Falcons wants to fight WAG. This is going to be a lower bracket run here for Falcons. There's no way you turn things around like this. And Buriram wasn't even showing to be a threat with those grenades just yet. Granted, they didn't go so deep into the match where they needed to depend on the lethals because the gunfights were pretty much wrapping up the match for them very quickly on. But this is a very interesting draft for Falcons for sure. And then you look at Buriram, you see that it's going to be very difficult to take them down. You have got Chrono on the side to get high as the sport player. You've got the Russia Wasana with the extra layer of defense on him. You've got Moshi on Clue, so he's just going to be giving that extra information, but he's not going to get involved in a lot of the battles. He's going to be trying to play this from quite a long way away. But this is where my concern is. Jonah on the Tatsuya. I have never liked Jonah as an aggressive player. It's just not really given me a lot of confidence on the front lines. This could just be what breaks Buriram.
Yeah, that is like the only X factor, and even then, Jonah on Tatsuya isn't as bad as it seems, right? In the grand scheme of things, like he had a fantastic game in the previous round, so yeah. I put him on a Tatsuya any day just because I know that he has that firepower to back it up, right? Like if he can snowball like he did in the previous game, that Tatsuya value, Tatsuya is going to give him so much value. Considering that you get that reset of your Rebel Rush, they have a lineup that can already be in your face. You know, Chrono, Zane, and Tatsuya. I think that's more than enough for BRU.
Yeah. I have a feeling this is going to be a defensive Tatsuya out of Jonah. I do not want to see him on the front lines. You've already got two maniacs who can do a lot of damage on the front lines through Get High and Wasana. You don't need to be on the front lines. He's probably going to be playing this on a mid-range and rushing on in to save his buddies when the time calls. I would love to see a little bit of his passive skills as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Jonah is running a Tiba.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I like to believe that he would only stay at mid-range, but even in Battle Royale, we've seen Jonah take initiative. He's the like guy that rushes into the enemy team. And Wasana finds a trade. It's him for limit. Although Wasana can still be picked back up. Look at that. Talk about being in the front line. Jonah calls him back up. One more does. Finish off Wasana on fire. Outmaneuvers Moshi. But not enough. So Jonah gets picked back up. It's BRU with the numbers.
Wow. I mean, Moshi just deadly. Santino played very well there. Limit quickly repositioning. One more looking for the tag on the ice, and we'll find it on to Get High. Numbers-wise, Falcons not looking too bright this time around.
Not at all. And this, I mean, the result is pretty clear at this point. One more in limit left. 2v4, circle closing in. And wow, Limit-sama snakes that shot in. Actually, a secondary tag onto Moshi. This is looking a bit scary, even though BRU gets the pickup, but a good shot from Limit is going to take them down. BRU needs to be a bit careful. That M500 has a lot of value. They might need Moshi or Jonah to be the one that takes Limit out.
And one more, playing a lot of risk here. Jonah giving that information back, looking for Limit still. Get High, sorts one more out. Wasana finds Limit, and all of that done too easily, I would say.
Yeah. You have to admit, one more and on fire got it going, but knockdowns aren't enough. You need eliminations. You need to remove them from the round.
And I need to learn.
Or just knockdowns.
I've never been a big fan of the G18, and Wasana just made that gun, that pistol, look so easy to use in that situation. I'm a tad bit jealous right now.
Wasana could use a sight and it would look pretty good.
Fair enough.
It's just the nature of things. Whoop, get high and on fire.
And this is what we want to see on fire. Mini Uzi, a interesting matchup here. Problem is, on fire has got no extra layer of defense on him. No vest, no helmet. Get high, definitely has better survivability here. Wasana was a distraction that was not well used at all. Not sure what he was trying for there. On fire just needs get high in one moment of mistake and vulnerability to take advantage of, but it seems like get high is not giving him that space.
Oh yeah. Let's see. A slower round for sure. Falcon's able to slow it down. There is this standoff between on fire and get high. Circle is closing in. The Wasana hiding down there. If on fire drops down, it might get picked off. Jonah also with the Deagle. A lot of these crucial areas have been sealed off. Are being watched by BRU. Oh, girl, just got a glimpse of Jonah.
Karoro, Deagle time. Can you play it big? Yes, you can!
Woo!
What a headshot! Instantly turning their fate around here through a sequence of drops. Get high, the final player. No way in hell he gets away from this one.
And that's what I'm talking about from Falcons. Finally, some signs of life. Not letting BRU run them down in the first 30 seconds of the round.
That's it.
And Karuro hitting some sick shots. Get high. Only good for one. Good for two, but no eliminations means that they get to carry whatever they have into the next round. And that is going to restore some confidence for Falcons, who are desperate need for that.
That was a very well played eco round from the side of Falcons. In fact, they just force-bought themselves to victory to pull that round back. What was supposed to be a round where they played cautious, they outbrained Buriram with their purchases. Very well played overall, and obviously Karoro with the Deagle shot. Wasana wants revenge for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's a nade in the hands of one more. Wasana did attack a little bit. Nade a bit far and wide. Ignis wall comes through on fire. Highs in the smoke. A second nade is there. Get high. Actually gets tagged a little bit. That one a bit overshot. Limit also puts down a bit of a fortification. Another smoke grenade thrown. Now Wasana now. He sees Limit. He's going to go for him. Good bait and switch. Wasana ends up getting traded back by the Deagle, but Jonah finds Karoro.
Wasana thought that he had the guy there caught with his pants down, but the Sentino coming clutch once again. Limit repositions. Wasana gets caught out, and now Buriram in a tricky little situation. One man down.
Moshi and Jonah now left. See how they can do with this. On fire, they get tagged a little bit. Here comes Jonah with Tatsuya, giving it some aggression. What a shot from one more again with the Deagle. And Moshi 1v2.
Pick up onto one more. It's not going to be possible here as On Fire and Limit stack on each other, understanding the situation. Moshi looking for an opportunity here. Obviously, the side drop has been looted up, but there are a couple of bodies around him. But Moshi's just trying to force things with the Deagle. As the sniper of the squad, definitely should be able to pull off something miraculous here. Sentino played well. Limit's going to be very tricky. Has the MP5. Two players on one. Moshi could not find the clutch.
Falcons warmed up, that's for sure. We are going to have a series on our hands after all. And that Ignis wall didn't make it any easier for Wasana as it guaranteed his demise. And oh, what a shot from one more with that Deagle.
I mean, the one taps out of the Falcons on the Deagle is just chef's kiss for sure. And it may seem like Jonah wants to show them how it's done as well with the Deagle. So let's see what Mr. Jonah has in store for us. Splitting up 2-2 on both sides, but obviously Wasana's going to be under a lot of pressure. Limit throwing out his clone and pulling a long flank towards the right. This is going to be a deadly surprise if he does manage to catch Buriram off guard.
Oh yeah, it's a long one too. The distance that Falcons have created between them and BRU. There is an UAV sent out. Wasana misses the shot, so it's not going to bother about it as it flies past them.
Information given away already, so this is Falcons game for sure. They know what to do. On fire, just waiting for some backup. Doesn't want to go in prematurely, and that's the right decision. Limit though, deadly from a position like this. Goes for the flank. A little late to the party. On fire. Level 3 on the MP5. Steps into the time turner, but Get High turns it around with the Mag 7.
Great turnaround from Get High. And gets BRU now numbers to work with. It's limited one more. Again, we see some great snipes and Deagle shots from these two. But up against the full force of BRU, it's infinitely harder. Here comes the rush. Jonah with the Tatsuya Rebel Rush into the face of one more, and Get High finds a finisher. Wasana loses the limit, but his teammates back him up. BRU now up and equal grounds with Falcons.
I mean, Get High, definitely a champ in this fight here. On Fire could have made such a big difference, but a solid glue wall, a double glue wall as a matter of fact, pulled up by Get High to protect himself, watched the corner really well. With that takedown onto one more, it instantly put the team of Falcons on the back foot. And of course, the rest of the cleanup crew came sweeping in. Buriram making sure Falcons don't run away too far.
Yeah. And let's see if this is going to be the turning point for BRU. This is where they start running away with the game, just like how they did in round 1. Jonah, Nate. This one's going to bounce past the glue wall. But oh, wow, they catch on fire on the cross. 2 back-to-back shots from Moshi.
Unbelievable that they allowed Moshi to do that in Wasana. A surprise attack from the back. Mini Uzi straight to Kororo. Spots out 2 players. And On Fire had the wrong weapon out at the wrong time. They pull out the Steffi. But what can they do about that? No grenade's going to tag them up just yet. Very smartly played. An ice grenade could have been disastrous in that situation.
Yeah, Moshi gets dropped down, picked back up. About to get dropped down for the 3rd time again. Moshi just could not have fun at all this game. And finally, Team Falcons with that spray mirage is going to go on the offense. First of all, by taking out Wasana. Jonah also getting taken out. Yalbas are so low on BRU's side. I could have sworn BRU would have won this round, but Falcons played it cool, calm, collected. And patience once more paid off.
It was a game-saving Steffi. We were talking about the Steffi, got brought into question. It saved that match right there and then for them. Because one player less, the situation would have been disastrous for Falcons. Very well recovered from that situation as well after what Wasana had done with that backstab. Now, Buriram again on the back foot. This is the kind of matchup we expected from these two.
A lot more closer. Again, really felt like round 1 was a warm-up, and Limit is all warmed up. There goes Jonah. And Get High, trying to hold the front somehow with the swing around, takes Kororo down. They need someone to get rid of the blue wall first. Kororo already back up thanks to the Diva. The Team Falcons still have the numbers advantage, but Get High doesn't want to back down. Same as Wasana. The offense is starting to crumble for BRU.
M1887 in the hands of Get High. Deadly! And again, he delivers. Kororo stepping around, and Moshi steps on in. But unfortunately for all of them, one more from afar with the UMP of all guns gets the final bullet, gets the final say. And Falcons 2 rounds away from bagging this second game.
Very, very well done, honestly, from Team Falcons. 2 more rounds, and we are going to see them move to game 3. We're going to have a series. BRU now down in the dumps in terms of economy. This is not looking good for them at all.
Let's see what they do with this one. Cyber airdrop, point pulled in. Wasana looking for a big one. The smoke just obscuring their vision. Get High taking a blind fight up against On Fire. Kororo with the deagle shot again. This time, Moshi goes down. Kororo on fire with those 1 taps.
Moshi and Jonah not going to be able to be rescued.
My
Good
God.
stuff. Limit with the knockdown, and Falcons, they are awake for sure. And that's going to put them at 5.
Match point for Falcons to drag us into game number 3. No complaints from Husky and I. We expected this for sure. But I'm sure this is a tad bit of a surprise for everyone watching as well, because that first game looked so one-sided. And the bans and pick phase for the second match just made no sense to us at all. But Falcons are saving it. They are making some sort of a miracle work out for themselves here.
And you're starting to see the method to the madness too. If BRU wants to take the fight straight to them, that damage reduction does pay off in tight situations like these. Now BRU has to run it back 3 rounds and one more. Sharp as ever, making sure that these choke points are handled, these entry points are handled, so people like Get High and Jonah can't just peek through wide and get a cheeky knockdown. Karuro also not hit by the nade, and that is good enough. The utility is starting to be expanded from BRU with no returns.
A double VSK and an AWM versus a triple VSK and an AWM. In fact, make that a double AWM as well, because Karuro making sure he backs up punch and limit, getting the combo in.
First blood.
Get High, the first player to be expanded here. Jonah tagged up. It's a millimeter away from his head. That response. Karuro, CQC. He runs away with the Tatsuya, but one more with the nade out of nowhere.
Wow, that nade that saved the game. I think Falcons, yep, give us the game 3. 6-2 scoreline. Not a sweep like what BRU did to them, but this is hope restored. One of the more unconventional approach from a team like Falcons. And well, BRU back to the drawing board, because I really felt like they had something going on for them until Falcons decided that FB was the way to go.
I mean, we saw that Santino in the previous map fairly functionless. In this game, on the other hand, we saw him a couple of times. Santino played no effect at all. Steffi made one appearance, a massive one, took that round away for Falcons. Apart from that, Ignis was barely brought out there. It was just the information play, and Falcons literally turned this into a nasty gunfight. And those deagle shots out of Karuro, I do not want to be Burira.
Karuro, one more too, right? He has some nasty shot on his own in the earlier rounds, and then limit, just like round 1 for BRU, like where BRU got free reign limit, he got the same. He was uncontested, no one could get to him. But the turning point was definitely, I think, round 5, where BRU had the lead, and Falcons, they somehow held on long enough to win that round, and they never looked back.
No, they did not. And what was supposed to be a very strong lineup of active skills on the side of Buriram just went down the drain. They had no excuses whatsoever. They definitely played that a tad bit sloppy. And as they dropped the ball, Falcons picked up the pace. I think there was just too much of confidence built up on the side of Buriram off of that first game. They did not expect such a fiery battle. And Limit walking away with a massive MVP, 4,990 on the damage and 6 eliminations. I think we are going to see some solid assists on this guy.
Oh, for sure. Just another day in the office for good old Limit. In Falcons, I think Falcons at their best in Clash Squad is still one of the scariest team. And I say it, over BRU. I think Falcons, they have some very interesting ideas on how to approach Clash Squad, right? BRU is just raw experience and skill, but for Falcons, sometimes you can see them kind of change up the way that they play, and a lot of the times is what catches people off guard. And let's check, 12 assists for Limit, 6 eliminations, and almost 5k damage, right on the money.
Okay. No big surprises there, but my oh my, what a game for Limit, and one more as well. 8 eliminations, 6 assists, 3,417 on the damage, and obviously outclassing the Buriram players in this fight, and a massive shocker after what Buriram made to look so easy in that first encounter in a flat-out 6-0 victory at Kalahari. Buriram's definitely more comfortable on that map, but as we head into Bermuda, a map where both teams are very comfortable. On Battle Royale, Buriram usually walks away with the victory. This time here at Clash Squad, if they play like what they did at Nextera, Falcons are going to be kicking them into the low bracket.
Yep, and whoever goes up to the lower bracket is going to start posing some problems for the teams who want to go to the lower bracket. But I'd say if whoever gets kicked down is going to not longer have a longer night, but I think the morale is going to be challenged as well. So either way, now it's BRU's turn to try and rally, kind of find that reset, because Falcons, they clearly were very happy with how that round turned out earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're a Falcons fan, you're definitely delighted with how that round turned the fate of Falcons around instantaneously. Even in the first couple of rounds, you could see the fight out of Falcons already. And what did I say, man? Jonah on the Tatsuya? I am not a big fan. I didn't see him make a lot of impact in that fight at all. Yes, granted, they did have a key active skill banned out of their side. Obviously, they didn't want to allow them to use the Cassie, but I was surprised indeed that they dropped the ball big time on this one. I would not have expected to see Jonah on the Tatsuya. You usually expect him to play a little bit more passively, which unfortunately wasn't seen in that match.
And there's a good argument that they gave up some of their utility for more offense, and make them sort of a glass cannon, and it definitely ended up backfiring. So Oscar going over to Falcons. I see BRU, they have access to Zane and Chrono again. I want to go down that route and pick those two as an opening. They should do it now, but definitely consider if they still want Tatsuya to be part of that.
Buriram gets a double pick here, so that Zane is going to be dragged in. Possible Chrono or Clue. And Tatsuya, don't you dare, Jonah. I want to see how this one works out for them this time round. Falcons gets a counter double pick. Now, to partner up with their Oscar here, they bring in that Iris. They want to put that Iris onto their sniper. And Ignis again. Falcons just fairly strong on wanting to have that firewall on their side.
Yeah. Take out blue walls, make life easier for Limit. I mean, you have two ways to take out blue walls, right? And arguably in certain situations from that close to mid-range, the Ignis does slightly better compared to the Skylar retiring them because of the width of the Flame Mirage. You could go for Skylar, but they also need a clue. So maybe Coda Skylar or like a Clue plus Chrono. It could go either way. Yeah, they do take the Clue first. I'm trying to decide if they still need the Chrono with them, because I think Falcons, they will take Chrono in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think Chrono has been pretty instrumental in terms of a lot of the survivability on the side of Falcons. But Buriram choosing to go for double info gating here on the Clue and Coda. I'm very in love with the information gameplay, but is this overkill is the only question popping into my head at this point. And Falcons, are they actually going to hop onto the Chrono? We will see right here. Or do we see a Steffi popping out? Because obviously that Steffi, although not used too many times, was a game saver, at least a round saver in the previous match.
Yeah. I mean, Falcons, they don't really have intel gatherers as well. Could say that they...
Don't tell me the Homer.
I mean, Homer is probably like the last one. The last choice, right? I mean, there's Raiden, but it's not a Falcons pick. There we go. You need someone to get intel. BRU basically forced the Homer pick out of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram's like, what are they going to pick? Let's take it away from them. And I don't know if or not that's the best way to play the drafts, but we have also seen how the mechanical skills have just been the bigger factor as opposed to the active skills. Yes, active skills can really swing the momentum in some of these fights, as well as matches between teams. But the gunfights is the key point here. And I think the positioning of these players is going to be very crucial as we step on out into this final potential or possible game between the two before we see a team move on into the upper bracket semis, as well as a team get kicked down into the lower brackets. Final 11 rounds between Buriram and Falcons. And I have to say, I'm still pretty surprised about the Buriram lineup. But just like how Falcon surprised us earlier and walked away with a victory, maybe it's going to be one of those situations.
Yeah. This Homer could make or break it. Just like the Steffi, right? We weren't really sure how the Steffi's going to perform, and yet it became the pivotal pick that allowed Falcons to win the second round, you know, barring some good shots from them. But now having ways not just to take down blue walls, track BRU, stop flanks, and to punch right through BRU's own blue walls with the Iris. If things fall into place, I can see Falcons running away with the round just because that they already are feeling good about the earlier win.
This is very interesting for sure. That Homer finds one of these players with the Joseph. Obviously, it's not going to be the best of situations, and Falcons are not going to be too happy with that. But you know, the home is being run here by Kororo. I don't think he's too fussed about what active skill he uses, because clearly from some of these past rounds, he's choosing to play the long-range attack, very passive, and still very, very dangerous with the distance that he puts it between himself as well as the Buriram players. So I want to see more out of Kororo for sure. Fingers crossed we get to see a little bit of those pistol actions.
We got a maximum of 11 rounds, well, at least for one of the teams. The loser is going to get a maximum of 33 extra rounds in the lower bracket. But all things considered, I think, you know, Team Falcons, they have a very good idea coming into this game, and BRU going for the standard, but also trying to really, you know, trouble Falcons a little bit, right? With the last two pick, purposely taking both the Clue and the Coda away to finish up their lineup. We don't see any Jonathan Suya, so that's good news. So it forces Falcons to divert a little bit in their drafting, but I wonder if it's enough.
Yeah, I have actually got the exact same question in my head. And I'm pretty sure you guys know by now, every game that they go into, the shop that they purchase their weapons for are not the same. It's pretty randomized. And in that first game earlier, there were no Deagles in play. Second and third game, Deagles are in play. Kororo's a different kind of monster on the Deagles. But I would love to see a little bit of Moshi on the Deagle as well. I think Jonah has got his head wrapped around the impact of the Deagle as of this point of time. So would love to see him have a little bit of distance between himself as well as the rest of the Falcons players as they try to make that round. But obviously, it's not going to be shown in this first round itself. The Deagle is 900 coins. Expensive for sure. But second round onwards, can expect to see it make a little bit of an appearance. Wasana on the right-hand side flank and very far in. Gets the Rebel Rush to find the tree as well. And yet another firewall is going to block out all of his sights, and he has to rotate all the way around, and that gives ample time for Falcons to rush back into the compound.
So no casualties just yet. Wasana's to be playing on the BRU as a whole be playing outside the building and keep Team Falcons guessing, because BRUs are the one with superior intel gathering abilities compared to Falcons, who only have a Homer drone spare. So BRU gets to dictate where they want to play around just because they know where Falcons are at. Limit is going to poke his head out and actually be right out in the open, prompting Wasana to go on the offense, and Limit now forced to retreat back into the building, and BRU can just play this wild goose chase for as long as they want.
How are they going to pull this one off? Wasana, double revolvers in hand. It's a fine matchup against Kororo, who's just waiting on the left, spots his backpack, goes straight in for the attack. So a little bit of a one-up for him. Backed up by the fire as well. Get high, not holding back. And instantly machine guns his way through with the double revolver. Getting two for the price of one. And my goodness, Get High is on fire for sure. Hits a triple.
Okay, the good old 3-piece. Again, information superiority. There's a good preemptive swing into two back-to-back targets, and 28 HP. You see that last takedown, he didn't take a single hit. So you can call it poor aim from Falcons or just quick response on Get High. Either way, it does give him that leg out, some extra cash in his bank for sure heading into round two. That's a double revolver out now for Wasana and Get High.
M1917 for the win. And now the VSS showing up. Moshi and Jonah, that's what I'm talking about. Some distance between yourselves and the boys of Falcons. Get High and Wasana on the other hand. Pushing on forth. And choosing to stick to the M1917s. Interestingly enough, although they did have enough cash, they opt for the helmet and vest instead.
See, Falcons, they won rounds in the previous game by dragging out the game state. And for BRU, that's sort of how they kind of fell into the trap. But once more, with the amount of utilities that BRU has in terms of active, they wouldn't have to worry about rounds being dragged out because they will be able to figure out where Falcons are at. Moshi will make contact with Limit pretty soon. It's Limit in the outside of the building. Some gunfights, Limit is the one that's taking more damage.
Falcon and Karoro and one more, both on the Eagles. 3 players on the side of Buriram do not have their helmets on their heads. So this is a tough one. Jonah finding one more, but on fire, turning the tables instantly. Pulling one right back for the squad as he catches Get High off guard. Moshi delivers. Can he find one more? Wasana says he is in here for the play. And on fire, just caught in a really rough spot. Couldn't go in here for the pickup and now ends up in a 1v2.
Still pretty doable with the weaponry that he has. He's going to tag Wasana a little bit as Jonah now will be trying to look for a position on that high ground. Making disadvantages for on fire. These shots need to be very sharp, and the fact that Wasana joins him now makes it impossible for on fire to win this round. BRU up 2-0.
My goodness, this was that one round that Falcons were really banking on running in with the Nico victory, but the Eagles just not finding the perfect mark. Karoro was able to find one, but this is not enough as the team came crumbling down, and now a triple VSS on setup. M1917 in the hands of Get High as well alongside the VSS. They've got great range for this match, but obviously Falcons are going to be going in for a mad rush towards the center, and so does Wasana, looking for the cyber drop.
You can see massive utilities being hurled out into the center. Get High is the one that had tanked most of the punishment. Same as Wasana, both down to below 50% health, and Karoro finally capitalized on that by taking out Get High. Wasana wants to provide assistance, but those blue walls are making it hard, delaying his response, and Wasana finally breaches through, but Limit left unattended. Will give Team Falcons the leg up that they need. This round pretty much done and dusted, and Falcons once more recovers.
Yep. Big time. The ball has been dropped, and they find the return fire for sure. Oh my, this one was a very clean wrap-up for sure, and the VSS absolutely deadly in the hands of Team Falcons this time around.
Unless Jonah can pull out some miracle here, I don't see a way for them back. I mean, still not too big of a deal just yet, aside from the fact that BRU broke their bank for this round.
Yeah.
But I think the purchases aren't that shabby. They can, especially playing around Shipyard. Aside from a couple of containers, BRU, if they can force Falcons to play long range, then they have a very good chance. And once more, because they have a lot of intel gathering abilities, they could easily pinpoint where Falcons are at.
Moshi's head unprotected. That's danger zone for sure. You see so many of these players on the side of Falcons having that VSS, so range is not going to be a problem if Moshi is spotted out. One wrong move and the sniper of Buriram will be down for the count. But of course, you do see Jonah and Wasana both running the VSS as well. So everybody just trying to play this long range as much as possible. Surprising nobody wanted to go for the M1887 just yet.
Yeah. Once more, the round dragged out. BRU going on a bit of a reconnaissance. Wasana actually, that shot could have looked nasty if it actually connected. Hides behind one of the containers. If Falcons want to look for him, they need to use utilities to flush him out or commit a homer. But Wasana is isolated. Will have to fend for himself. On fire puts on that blue wall, and that's going to allow Wasana to cross. and maybe backstab Falcons in the near future if they are not paying attention.
Great moves here by Wasana. Cuts the distance down. Looks for backup in, get high. One mistake here by On Fire, and he gets away the firewall, obscuring the vision of Buriram, and now an instant flank towards the right. Falcons trying to wrap Buriram in.
Yeah, Moshi now gets isolated by one more, and Karoro is near the vicinity. It's getting a bit messy. Moshi now makes contact. On Fire easily takes him down as Falcons stalled around out long enough for them to get into an advantageous spot, but Wasana finally replies. On Fire with a good tag. A level 3 gun in hand, Falcons continues to relocate. And it's BRU that makes to make the first move, that firewall, making it even harder for BRU to formulate a response. And Karoro is just sharp on the shots. Wasana can't do it all on his own. And Falcons equalize.
A fantastic equalizer. That firewall, the final one, didn't really help out Falcons a lot, but at the same time, it did manage to obscure a little bit of vision on the side of Buriram. And they thought that they were going to be in the open for a little bit longer, but instead, we'll get Hai and Jonah bleeding out on the ground. Wasana just didn't really have a lot of time to play the saves there. A very well executed pressure by Team Falcons. The moment they saw an opportunity, they swooped on in and grabbed it for themselves. Bringing us to a tie here. Yet another cyber airdrop. As we move on in, the previous one captured by Team Falcons. Obviously, we haven't seen any extra active skill card purchase just yet. Fingers crossed we see it in this match. What a great valiant dash by On Fire. As he knocks Get High down onto the ground, was already low with those shots. But On Fire walking away without getting punished by Wasana.
BRU did get Kiroro back, but they lose Moshi in the process. And just like Game 2, Falcons, they took a bit of a beating in the opening rounds of the game, and then once they got warmed up, they just never looked back. And now it's BRU left to wonder how to deal with this 2v3. Wasana and Jonah, they have decent weaponry. The KD hasn't been the worst, but Falcons just a lot more sharp. In fact, one more. He hasn't had a single elimination just yet. Only knocked, but the assist is going to contribute to Falcons getting a leg up in the series, and that's exactly what happens. Falcons now takes the lead back. It's 3-2.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't ban out the Oscar. And On Fire has been way too comfortable running around these players just like that. Choosing to ban out the Sentino off of Falcons. Yes, it does limit, pun intended, but leaving the Oscar out has just backfired on Buriram in a massive way in this final game between the two.
Oh, yes. Magical stuff from Falcons for sure. Can never count them out, honestly. And now they truly have to lead. The previous round, BRU had to basically scrap their economy just to give themselves the best possible chance. Well, now that has gone out the window. Falcons looking a lot more comfortable right now. Jonah and Wasana are playing together on the side, but those glue walls from Falcons are starting to make it very uncomfortable as On Fire just gets a two-piece in a blink of an eye.
Wasana slowed down. A double tag onto his Joseph. The second ice grenade he could not get away from as the Joseph was on cooldown. And that was the nail on the coffin. Buriram is getting bagged here by Team Falcons. An amazing play once again from On Fire.
And BRU. Wonder what can they do to come back into this? Oh, money is looking terrible for them. They have information, but you have to be able to put those information to convert it into something that is tangible to really extract value out of it. And it seems like for Falcons, they are just not giving that to BRU. It's a repeat of last game, but with a bit of a DNA from game 1 where Falcons are literally winning these gunfights. And I gotta say, these ice grenades, on top of having a homer, it's just making it uncomfortable for BRU to aggress as in the way they want. It's a 1-for-1 trade. On Fire for Wasana. Get High also low. Karoro is outmaneuvering everyone.
And that's what happens when you've got two vision givers on your active skills list, because at this point it just turns out to be redundant. Moshi, the final player, in a 1v3 as the AWM. Massive investment this time. And it is about to go to waste. Up on top, Limit spots him. Has an AWM in his hands as well. Doesn't find the connection on the shot, but here comes Moshi once again. M590 Kororo with the MP5 as well. This should be fairly easy for these boys.
Then nothing much that Moshi can do. They're just gonna chase him down. This is match point for Falcons. Kororo, boom. There it is. Brutal way to lose if that's the case.
My question has not been answered. The clue paired up with the coda. What is the efficacy of bringing in a double spotter on your active skills list? Because Buriram's playing this like they don't even know where Falcons are. They are not able to respond. And just like that, we are at series point after rubbing the faces of Team Falcons in the dirt in the first match. A massive comeback, turning things around. Buriram about to be embarrassed in this final round. The Falcons makes it quick, but Kororo, the first one down. Ice grenade to end his journey early in the final round, but what a pickup! Kororo right back in it.
Wow, what a save from Team Falcons. All that effort negated. BRU now needs to come up with a plan B, because clearly they were banking on that to be what brings them back into the game. But as the game slows down, Falcons surround them. Moshi isolated. Kororo and looking for Moshi. They can bring on fire to join as well. Kororo actually takes another big hit, but he's been in this spot before. Around the corner, get high with the outplay.
First blood.
Kororo, oh, what a shot! Moshi in a intense CQC with the sniper, gets it. One more. Couldn't dance around Wasana for too long, and Limit expires as well. Buriram hanging on for their dear lives. 2 more rounds to pull the equalizer. They need 3 more rounds in a row to undo whatever Falcons has built.
Yeah. I'll make the run it back. That is going to be hell of a way to win. To win a game 3. Of course, it helps them recover economically. Falcons, this is their last chance to be on even fighting grounds against BRU, because next round, if they lose this and go next round, gotta say bye-bye to that bank that they built up all these. Wow. Deagle in hands of Kororo, that's a sign of confidence. And we know when he feels good, those Deagles is as deadly as an AWM.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Kororo's looking for it. Deadly Moshi. Oh, was about to be spotted out. Kororo repositioning on fire. Finds the Punisher though early on to get high. Was going for the cyber airdrop. One more. Looking out into the wide. Finds one in the name of Wasana. 2 men down. Make that 3. Captain Jonah out of the equation as well. As Moshi alone tries to play against Kororo and one more. Good firewall. One more. Solid play. But the P90 will save the day for him. At least he runs ring around the rosy, pulls a little bit of distraction, and Falcons with the comeback victory on this series against what looked like a perfect Buriram at the start.
Yeah, flex those biceps, Limit. You deserve to do so. A triumphant victory for the Falcons over BRU. To make it even more impactful, well, both teams are basically in the same studio when this happens. So Falcons, with the pop-off, they will advance to the semifinals, and BRU, well, the journey hasn't ended just yet. They got a lower bracket to run later on tonight, and they will find out who their matchup is also a little later on once we conclude the upcoming 2 BO3s. But what a way for Falcons to win in basically a reverse sweep fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, reverse swept indeed. And Falcons again proving that they are just the better Clash Squad team when you compare these 2 Titans out there. And what was so convincing of a loss initially, Falcons just turning the tables. And the draft of that final game, I wasn't confident, albeit I wasn't confident with the way Falcons drafted for that second game as well, and they still got through to the very end. I was hoping for Buriram to do something of the same, but obviously it's not the kind of series where we can go back and forth over and over. Falcons knew the importance of bringing this to an end, and they did exactly that. And it was nice to see Kororo still whipping out the deagle, although he had other primaries in his hands.
Yeah, it's just it's just a sign of confidence for Kororo, right? And I mean that game they didn't really need to worry too much on how to approach some of these rounds, especially when they've already gotten the ball rolling. Match MVP limit once more. This time 8 eliminations, half the damage that he dealt compared to last round, only 2.6k, but every shot is a kill shot.
2 games in and both have gone the distance, and we have been loving every little bit of it. We have got 4 more series to go, so don't go anywhere. This is just the start of all of the excitement. The final 2 matches of the day is going to be absolutely exciting as we see teams fight for their lives in the competition. But in the comparison of stats, look at this. 17 assists out of 1 more. 16 assists out of limit. That's ridiculous.
Just insane numbers coming up from them as compared to BRU, who are like, you think that having 2 intel gatherers is going to give you a decent amount of assists, but no, I mean it's maximum 5 assists, and that comes from Moshi on the clue too. So Falcons just making use of the tool that they have a lot more efficiently and converting it into instant result. Here's the match summary of the best of 3 between the Titans, Nextera and Bermuda, going over the Falcons in a 6-2, 6-3 fashion despite a devastating 0-6 defeat on Kalahari.
And of course, we get to see the delight of WAG bumping into Buriram potentially at the lower bracket. And that's going to be an elimination match. And we all know exactly how this went the last time they bumped into each other on this very competition at the Swiss rounds. WAG walking away with a 2-1 victory. Do we see Buriram get eliminated today? You guys can't go anywhere. You have to watch that match. I mean, it's going to be a long, long day. The day has literally just started. Out of the 6 series, only 2 have concluded.
Yeah. Honestly, because one of the teams will have to, out of the 2 teams will have to go down to the lower bracket anyways. Hey, the fans, like you said, they're gonna be forced to stay and watch. There's no choice around it, right? Whether you are for BRU or for Team Falcons. For Falcons fans, you could take a bow and rest for the rest of the night, or if you want to witness BRU potentially get eliminated, you could stay back and enjoy the fun because we got more coming your way.
Absolutely, man. Of course, the excitement of whether or not Buriram gets eliminated by WAG a little bit later on. For now, let's throw it on to the host.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section from Thailand Broadcast and Booyah from Team Falcon. Have to say that what a tense game from them, okay? So now I'm here with Limit and On Fire. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so I have to ask it about the first map. I have to say that it's a dominance game from Buriram United Esports. So I want to know that what happened in the first map. อยากรู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นในแมปแรกครับเพราะว่าเราแพ้มาแบบขาดเลย
ก็แมปแรกก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับจะไม่เอาจริง
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริง About the first map, Team Falcon just try a new plan on the first map, so it's not the serious one, so that's why they lost for the first map. And like I said that you lost on the first map, but your team reverse sweep to won Buriram United Esports. So I want to know that what is the key factor that bring you back? อยากรู้ว่าแล้วอะไรคะคือจุดสำคัญที่ทำให้เราสามารถกลับมาได้เอาชนะมาได้
ตัวผมเองครับเพราะผมคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงก๊อปใครมาเนี่ยก๊อปปีเตอร์มาครับ
So the key factor that brings Team Falcon to get the victory is Limit, because Limit is the change of Team Falcon. And On5 just asked Limit that, did you copy someone? And he said that I copy Peter about these words. Okay, let's go to the last question. So next match, you gonna play against EVOS DY. What do you think about this match, or do you have anything to say to them? เดี๋ยวแมตช์ต่อไปต้องเจอกับ EVOS ค่ะเราคิดยังไงบ้างกับแมตช์นี้หรือว่าเรามีอะไรอยากจะบอกพวกเขาไหมคะ
ก็เขาเป็นแชมป์อีสปอร์ตครับก็เป็นแชมป์เหมือนกันก็อยากวัดกันไปเลยครับถ้าใครโหดกว่ากันใน 4-4
So FFWS was a champion in EWC, but Team Falcon also the champion. So this match is gonna be on fire because it's champion versus champion. So let's see who is the real king and who is the real champion in 4v4. Thank you for watching our interview section. We will get a short break before get back to our tournament. Bye bye.
First blood.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the quarterfinals of our Clash squad here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. And as you guys know, this show is brought to you by Red Bull, and Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused to seize each and every single opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories out there on the battlefield. If you haven't tried it, please do go ahead and pick a can up for yourselves. What a massive start to the day. 2 series in, and it seems like we've already completed 4, but they were just dragged out matches between 4 very, very big names in our Free Fire world. And we see both WAG as well as Buriram kick down into the lower brackets, Husky.
Yeah, not only that, right? BRU, they're guaranteed to face off against WAG later on, so that is going to be an interesting matchup. And for WAG, it is going to be a challenge. But coming right up, Bigatron by Vitality against Twisted Minds is also another interesting one, because Twisted Minds, they had to take down one of the big twos to get to this point, whereas for Bigatron by Vitality, they barely scraped by as well after, insanely, close 3-game series throughout the Swiss stage. This is yet another test that they have to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, very close. They did manage to get the victory over RRQ, but some may argue that CS is just not RRQ's forte. Even Heavy put up a really strong fight. They couldn't overwhelm Bigatron. But, if you really ask some of the fans out there, they may not be ranking Bigatron as the most threatening Clash squad team for anyone to take on out there. So this could potentially be a easy one for Twisted Minds, who have got better stats overall. They have taken down Falcons, they have taken down Flash as well as Kagendra, and Kagendra is really solid at Clash squad, albeit they did not find a way to qualify after the phenomenal victory over RRQ.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's the updated bracket. So tomorrow we have EVOS Divide against Falcons in the semi-finals. Later on, we are going to have WAG against BRU. That is fixed. So right now, Bigatron by Vitality takes on Twisted Minds. Loser goes down to the lower bracket to face off between whoever loses between AGAL and Virtus Pro, which will be another series that is happening after the current one. So we got, 4 more best of 3s coming up.
It's going to be a long night, like we promised you guys. So it's 9 p.m. here in Malaysia, wherever you guys are in the world. You're in Southeast Asia, so you're not too far off the mark here. Make sure you get yourselves a little bit of snacks stocked up, some drinks, maybe some supper as well, because it's going to be the kind of night, the kind of match day you do not want to miss. Because out of these teams, 2 teams will go home today. One of those teams could just be Buriram, could be WAG if you are a massive Vietnamese fan. And of course, the other 2 teams are from the upcoming matches, right? Like you see in front of you, Bigatron takes on Twisted Minds in this match that's coming up next. Later on, we see the showdown between the Thai squads of AGAL as well as Virtus Pro.
Yeah. So, and plenty of action lined up your way. It's the night is still young, essentially. So if you guys, plan to stick around, which I highly recommend you do, please stock up on some snacks, get comfy, get a blanket if you're worried you're going to fall asleep on the couch or something, because we're not going anywhere until the day ends, and I think the day is not going to end anytime soon.
No, it won't. Unless, of course, they all shock us with 2-0s right after this, but even then, it's Clash Squad, man. Yeah. Even if we have massive 2-0s, it's still going to be a fairly long way before we end this broadcast. So you guys have to hunker down, but it's of course going to be a very exciting game that we have in front of us that's about to ensue. Bigatron versus Twisted Minds. The loser will face off against either AGAL or Virtus Pro in the lower bracket. So it could just be a back-to-back all-out Thai fest, right? Because we may by some chance see Bigatron oust Twisted Minds, and then they have to go up either against AGL or Virtus Pro, which is going to be pretty heartbreaking for the Thai fans as well.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even for the Thai fans, right? Hopefully they, get strapped in, because this is the team with I think all 5 Thai teams essentially made it to playoffs. This is why we got BRU against Falcons, because it was inevitable. But still, it would be crazy to have top 4 all be Thai teams. See, Twisted Minds with the Cassie band, BTR opting to eliminate Oscar.
very good bans, I would say, from both sides. Obviously, Oscar has been pretty integral for some of these rushers who want to disrupt the momentum of their opponents, and Cassie has just been that supreme support active skill that is able to power up those rushes. Santino is the first draw here of Twisted Minds, which is not a big surprise in the grand scheme of things. Bigatron by Vitality, on the other hand, have a possibility of pulling in a Tatsuya combo here, potentially with the Zane or maybe even the Iris or Chrono.
Yeah. I mean, Santino, let's see. I mean, take a good Chrono here. Yeah, Chrono, the Zane too. So, very standard start. Bigatron's not a team that would deviate too much from the usual picks. Twisted Minds with the Koda Ignis. Yeah, this is more of a normal game that most people are used to. You know, no fancy shenanigans. Everyone going for the usual picks, and that's the Indonesian special with the Homer Hover.
Yeah, so Zane and Chrono here, Homer Hover, like you say, and I think this is a very decent lineup from the side of Bigatron. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they've got the information gameplay on their side. They've got the capability to block out a lot of the visuals from the side of Bigatron. Now, what they do need is something a little bit more on the aggressive end, and this is where they can kind of take their pick, but quite a number of these characters have been taken off the battlefield. An A124 to potentially disable their opponents could also be on the line here for Twisted Mind, but Bigatron still dragging out their time, down to 42 seconds now for their final combination on this play. And I know it's pretty tough for Bigatron because they would love to drag this Cassie in, but it's going to be a Chrono Tatsuya Homer Zane massive lineup here for Bigatron. They're looking to go aggressive against Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, and that's in line with the Bigatron spirit, I say. They want to make sure that they take the fight straight to Twisted Minds, and we know with Twisted Minds, if they get even an inkling of a lead, it is going to cause some problems for BTR, because Twisted Minds on a good day are incredibly scary to work with. So I'm okay with BTR wanting to go on the offense.
Yeah, I would love to see that. They also have to be really careful with Twisted Minds though, because obviously as we look at the squad, you've got some pretty insane players on their side as well, right? Cougar and his capability to just really oust opponents in a very consistent fashion alongside Jump and Zenzi, that's going to be the biggest threat for the squad out there to kind of oversee in the long run. But obviously you've got the defensive capabilities out of the Chrono as well, so how far ahead do you push? You do have a little bit of defensive ability here out of the Zane on Kyong, but I don't really expect him to go rushing on the front lines of this fight.
No, not at all. I think for BTR, I mean, they are playing Joel, which I think in the rounds that they won, right, the most memorable one was against Toad. Joel was integral. Like him as a sniper, it was between him and Fires in that particular series, and Joel was sharp. He was on point with every single move that he pulls. And if he can replicate that performance against Twisted Minds, I can see Joel being the reason that BTR wins this series against Twisted.
Yeah, I mean, very influential player for sure. I've got my eyes on Koja. He's definitely going to be a deadly player out there, but he needs to time those lethals well. Because of the Steffi on the side of Twisted Minds, it's going to be putting him on the back foot a little bit, but with him having the Tatsuya, it opens up the play for him, because Koja is sort of an aggressive player who wants to take the fight up to his opponents. So this is going to be the perfect condition, but he needs to make sure he doesn't stray too far away from the rest of the pack, because as he is like a glass cannon, right? He is really good. His accuracy is there as well, but there are times where we have seen where he is instantly down on his knees, screaming out for help, and Bigatron is on the back foot because they need to now step in and try to somehow salvage that situation.
And that's what makes Bigatron a team that can have really high highs but really low lows. And in this case, I think Joe and Koja have been kind of like the cornerstone of BTR, and then only you start looking at Deeks and Kyung being the other two players that help BTR win crucial rounds. Then look at Twisted Minds. I mean, Zenzi, Cougar jumped the bars. Even when they were Pharaoh, you just don't know what to expect out of them, right? Especially when you watch how they play Battle Royale, you never know you're gonna get a good day with Twisted Minds, or you're gonna get a day where Twisted Minds just play like they've never played a game before. But on a good day, the Cougar is sort of the person that really steps up and gives you all these big highlight moments.
I mean, the team as core memory did not really give us many core memories to remember them by. Them as Pharaoh, on the other hand, they were shocking, because I guess one of the factors that kind of played into that is that there was literally no expectation of the team. We weren't expecting them to make a lot of noise. We weren't expecting them to really do much. And to see them qualify early into the finals was a huge shocker. And I think that kind of led to them being picked up by Twisted Minds. And now, under a brand, let's see if or not they will continue to give us the kind of performance we expect out of them, right? Twisted Minds, their run in Clash Squad so far has not been too bad at all. Once again, their most impressive victory was over Falcons, and we just saw what Falcons did to Buriram. So if they can go the distance up against Falcons, I think they can handle anyone at this point.
Oh yeah, I agree. And BTR could be the team that makes that deep run, because there's really not many teams that you could kind of label as the underdog left in the in this playoff bracket, right? BTR seems to be the team that you can pin your hopes on and be like, this is a possible underdog team, and if they win, then it is going to be historical. They made every series that they play close. Let's see if they can do the same to Twisted.
I don't know if that's a good thing though, to go into a close series each and every single game, because as close as it was where they were able to walk away with the victory, they almost lost it as well, right? And again, Bigatron's just not the scariest team on the board. They are by far the team with the least impressive stats when you compare all 8 teams on their Clash Squad journey so far. So, and Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they are the 3rd best team statistically. So if you look at purely the numbers, this should be a fairly easy game for Twisted Minds.
I agree. It should be a 2-0, right? It should be a 2-0, no questions asked. But
should be, but
I mean, we say that we've already got 2 full series.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. Although Cougar has managed to find one. Decent enough with the shotty. Did not expect Kyung. Throws out the firewall. And will still be able to break his knees as Kyung comes flying towards him. Dix does the same. Bigatron has got nothing up against Twisted at this point.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just right out the gates.
Double kill.
Really zero mercy shown. And double for Cougar too. That's sort of what we expect. If you want to come at Twisted Minds, you best not miss. And unfortunately, this opening round at least, you know, you could chalk it up to a bit of a warm-up with Bigatron by Vitality. Better to face the wrath now than later on and be caught by surprise.
This is not the best area for focusing purely on the CQCs. So getting the M1873 is going to be a very big risk. So the rest of the players, they double down onto that mini Uzi on the side of Bigatron. On Twisted Minds on the other side, you can see 2 assault rifles. They didn't really go all in on the investments, but you see the helmets as well as the vest. That's going to be making the biggest of difference for them. Zenzi finding one. Koja's down to the ground. Bash flying on in, but that was just nothing much that he could do in terms of those play, as the rest of his team members just picked up those pieces.
Oh yeah, again, just good shots on Zenzi. Bigatron losing 2 rounds in a row. Needs some time to really think about what the next plan is. They are going to get some decent guns. It's not the best, you know, a couple of Deagles in the hands. And just a mismatch of rifles for Twisted Minds, though. They are going to be, I think, in a lot more comfortable position. Like Cougar and Zenzi. These two, we know them to be very strong players when they get going. They're going at Bigatron pretty hard already.
Now Bigatron, Kyong is just in a sticky situation. He has got the better gun. And he does have decent defense on him with the vest and helmet. Just needs to be very concise with the shots here. Down in the middle. Cougar versus Dix. On the other hand, Dix has got a big opportunity with the Mag 7. Joel with the initial Punisher with the VSK. Jump takes Joel out. Good trade coming on back through. Kyong finds Bass. But player after player, it is Twisted Minds that's on the back foot now as Jump is found. Cougar tries to get Dix out of the equation, playing with the blue a little bit as well. A sliver of health, needs to turn this around, and he does the exact right decision made there, but could not follow up as Koja flicked around that VSK, fighting him with the final bullet.
And that is just good stuff from Bigatron by Vitality. They needed this round win. Again, with minor weapons, it's not impossible. And Dix surviving for longer than he should have. That is going to give Bigatron some more money to work with. In fact, instantly just breaks the bank of Twisted Mind off of that loss, which I felt like Twisted Minds didn't approach it the way that they would have liked, allowing Bigatron to get a bit more of that opening. They ended up punishing, punishing Twisted Minds.
The Homer catching Bass. Kyong looking for an opportunity here, but Bass slowed down a tad bit. Just gonna shrug that off. The speed boost out of the Joseph and looks for a different position to play this as he finds that recovery for himself. Zenzi though, playing with fire, drops down to that lower ground. Cougar finds the knees of Dix as well, almost taking him out of the equation.
But was able to convert that onto Kyong too. On those two leg shots, does force Dix to slow down a little bit. And now Cougar gets to provide cover for his teammate. What was that? Inhuman reaction from Cougar.
I mean, that was just 3000 IQ. Guy went into the compound. Look at the exit. Found him exactly where he expected him to show up. What was impressive was the response time on that shot. Barely took a breath. Hit that shot and got the knock. Twisted Minds obviously converting with the numbers advantage in that situation.
Yeah, the guy has 0 latency lags with that shot. Look at that. That was immediate. You could barely see the shoulder of his target, and he just pulls the trigger like that.
Very smooth plays from Twisted Minds. Bigatron by Vitality has got a very big chance of jumping back in here, but Joel, he has just been bled out. Man is dead broke at this point of time. None of his buddies dropping him a vest, so he's going to be in a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah.
Kyong quickly circles around. Jump. Mag 7 finds him. Great connections, Kyong. Way too low. Firewall tags him. And it looks like Jump is going to allow him to recover a little bit before he jumps right back in there.
Yeah, Cougar has 6 eliminations already. Again, we say if this guy gets going, it is impossible to stop him. More so his team, because he is going to empower all of them. So that's 2 down from BTR already. Joe and Koja not even given the time to prep for what's coming. And Koja taken down. Joe stood no chance.
2 cyber airdrops picked up by Bigatron by Vitality. But they are losing way more rounds than they want to in this first game. And this is where things get a little bit complicated for Bigatron. Going on that comeback journey, looking for those rounds. And obviously, they've got a little bit of cash now here to spend, albeit not too much. Koja opting for the level 3 vest instead of a helmet. And there's a big potential they make a mad rush in here for that airdrop down in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, for Twisted, they've already got into position. Look at where Cougar is. So Koja just splits away from the rest of his team to see if he can get a kind of a backstab. Look at it. Dix is not even ready for this. Managing to press the time turner in time. It's only going to delay the inevitable because he is basically surrounded. Kyong, though, comes in to back him up. Maybe he has bought enough time. Now Dix going to force the boss away. And the boss with the fadeaway and turns around for a second.
Unbelievable! As he jumps off the ledge, still pulls a 180, nails the shot. A monstrous play by Twisted Minds. And now match point in this first game against Bigatron by Vitality. Mind you, it's a best of 3 and it's the first game. So a comeback in the rest of the series. Definitely a big possibility here by Bigatron by Vitality. And the only game that they have ever lost 2-0 is to EVOS Divine at the very start of their Swiss rounds. And they have always dragged the other teams out to a game number 3. Can they do it with Twisted Minds this time around, though?
I don't know. By the looks of things, the Bars earned an extra 10 style points for what he pulled off. Maybe Joe can be the difference maker. Zenzi is already down, but Twisted Mind instantly gets a trade on the other side. So Zenzi bleeds out thanks to the Raphael. And Cougar gonna get jumped on. BTR amps up the aggression. Catches Cougar off guard. That's your star player of Twisted Minds. Removed, but the Bars is still there.
That's... Can he continue on with the run as the Trogon? Deadly. Oh, looks for the mad jump. Could not find it. Energizer there. The stop is held back up. Jump with that insane shot as he turns the corner. But in a 1v2 now, has to go up against the M1887. Has his own. And what a game by Twisted Minds.
Insane stuff. Just pure domination. The prowess, the gunfight, the decision making. But on top of that, some extra style points, some great reaction time that we saw from Jump, and then the Bars with some cool fadeaway, you know, Stephen Curry X jump shot off a roof. BTR did not know what hit him.
Nah, they did not. And I mean, kind of expected a storyline like this between the two, just purely looking at the numbers. But the way Twisted Minds executed those gameplay, those rounds, just too beautiful to watch. Super excited to watch this next one as well. But, you know, when you look at Bigatron by Vitality, I think they were splitting up a little bit too much. Looking at the first couple of rounds, they should have understood that it's just not a viability to take a split push against Twisted Minds. They did take it a tad bit aggressive, but then they still ended up splitting up from each other. And as far as Twisted Minds were concerned, they were just singling out player after player, getting those stocks. They made it look too easy.
Yeah, they really did. They really made it look like child's play. I think for Twisted Minds, I can commend the efforts from BTR. You know, they were amping up the aggression. They were telling each other like, hey, if we can't face off against Twisted Minds when they are running at us so fast, let us run at them. Let us see what happens when we take the fight to them. And it almost worked out, right? I mean, we had a couple of rounds when BTR took the fight straight to Twisted Minds, but it was people like Cougar who stopped them dead in their tracks. MVP for Game 1, 8 eliminations at 3.5k damage.
I mean, this guy, we obviously expected him to go out there and shine, and he did not hold back. 3,553 on the damage is pretty massive. 8 eliminations as well for this guy. But it wasn't just purely a Cougar game, right? The whole side of Twisted Minds was flying all around the battlefield. Look at the Bass. 7-4 on the elimination and assist. 7-7 on Jump with the elimination and assist. I mean, these were just some massive games and playstyle here from Twisted Minds that just looked impossible to overcome. I really wonder what Bigatron's going to do about them in this second game.
Because I think Bigatron pulled out their usual comfort strat and it got completely countered by Twisted Minds, who just were on form. Like every one of them was doing their job perfectly. No one was lagging behind, and every single move that Bigatron tried, it got foiled by Twisted Minds. Like this 6-1 scoreline is very evident on the mastery that Twisted Mind has over not just Clash Squad, but you can say to a certain degree Nextera, the map Nextera. So now we gotta see if Bermuda changes anything, because it's also a map that Twisted Minds does not mind, you know, playing on, because they have, you know, good track record on it.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. We barely saw the Steffi come into play in that game. I'm a little curious with that pick on the side of Twisted Minds earlier. There is a possibility they may kind of switch things out, but there's also another possibility where they literally stole that Steffi away so that Bigatron could not bring it into play. So there's a possibility of that as well in this upcoming Bermuda matchup. But overall, it was a very impressive play by Jump, mainly because of that Ignis. One of the better users of that firewall we've seen all day.
Oh, absolutely. I think for Jump, I mean, the Ignis usage, right, like you said, for Twisted Minds, they just knew exactly when to pull it off. And I think for Bigatron, because they wanted to really get into the face of Twisted Minds, the Ignis becomes so much more valuable. It really throws you off your bearings, and the worst part is that you are forced to take damage when you go through the wall, and that's kind of like a big part which a lot of people sometimes overlook. You take the chip damage, and that's the difference between you losing that fight or winning it.
But they choose to remove Cassie from the equation instead. This is a very curious one for me. Twisted Minds obviously not wanting to allow Bigatron to use that earlier on. And Bigatron taking that out of the equation. It could have just been the utility of Ignis removed from the equation that could have helped them out a little bit better here. Now let's look at Twisted Minds. Earlier on, I would assume they want to take Oscar away from Bigatron because they don't want that element of surprise on their side as well.
Twisted Minds had a clue. Okay.
Okay.
All right. They're like, no info for you.
It is a frequent pick here from the side of Bigatron, but Clue has been not the most picked by Bigatron in the first place, and also she doesn't provide a decent win rate for Bigatron. She hasn't been super effective on the other side. Oscar, on the other hand, if removed, could have been a very big play by Twisted Minds. It's a very curious ban for sure, but they fire back on that Oscar pick with a combination of the Sentino and Coda for mobility and information on the battlefield.
Yeah. So the trade-off is Coda and Sentino, and that already covers a lot of bases. Relocation, you have mobility, flexibility, intel as well. You put that in the hands of Twisted Minds who are on a roll. This is already very powerful. BTR have Zane, Tatsuya, what else? We have Iris, Ignis. They could go back to that. They take the Zane and Ignis to form an incredibly strong front.
And obviously Zane is going to allow them to sustain their battles on the front lines a tad bit more. Bigatron pulling Ignis away from Twisted Minds, I think is a big play instead of banning it. I understand now as to why they went for the ban onto Cassie instead of Ignis, because they wanted to play a little bit of the obscuring of information. But on the side of Twisted Minds, you see the Tatsuya Chrono coming into combination with Sentino and Coda, looking like a very solid lineup. This could turn the pace of game instantaneously, especially with Sentino and his capability to reposition in an instant out there.
Chrono Tatsuya, so means that you give yourself, they get a lot of cover, but and you have someone like Cougar or Jump that can go extremely aggressive. That Tatsuya becomes very valuable. For BTR, they can use the Ignis to stop him, or what else? I mean, if they really want to go back down to the more classic way, there's always the Homer, or even down the list the A124, which we have seen some of the teams pull out.
Yeah, I mean, a Homer would fare them well in this fight for sure. And that's possibly going to be their pick because they don't really have much utility to try to slow down their opponents or be able to get some sort of an information as to where the closest player is at. If Bigatron does go in here for the Homer, it would kind of play a little bit of advantage to their side for sure. And I'm not going to be tricked by this. They can switch it up.
Oh, it is going to be a Homer in the end.
Come on, all right, lock it in. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Select player.
So it is a Homer. Maybe stop the Tatsuya. At best, I still think that overall, I'm not sure how much this would solve for BTR. It does give them a bit more utility. You can block out vision with the Ignis. You have a good front line with the Zane and Oscar, and especially into the Chrono too. A few ways to force him out of the force him to be in an uncomfortable spot, even with the time turner and the Homer as the icing on the cake to track people down.
What are we going to get out of game number 2? Do we see a better stand here from Bigatron as they have managed to pull away the firewall through Ignis into the hands of Koja this time? Because Twisted Minds has got other tricks up their sleeves instead of the Ignis this time. Well, they did have the Sentino earlier on as well. We just didn't see the Sentino in perfect play, but we could have just missed that as there was just so much more other action breaking down on the battlefield. But I don't see that being the biggest game changer this time round. They also had the Coda in the previous game. The only difference is the Tatsuya and Chrono. And we've seen the Bass, and we've seen him with some phenomenal shots out there. Now you kind of throw in the Rebel Rush into the mix for the Bass, who's already so good with the movements out there. I think that's just the cherry on this cake.
Yeah. And not only that, like another problem that I feel like BTR hasn't really solved is how do you win these gunfights, right, against Twisted Minds?
Oh yeah.
It's clearly even when they double up, Twisted Minds are outmaneuvering them. But at the same time, we did agree that it could be due to the map mastery, so maybe on Bermuda it might be slightly different, just because, you know, Twisted Minds might not feel as comfortable on this map, but I think that's just a very small part of what makes a team good on Clash Squad. Like Twisted Minds, in Battle Royale, the criticism is that their rotations are very weird. A lot of times they are sort of like throwing the round, but one of the biggest skills that they have is that they're incredibly good at gunfights, and when you translate that into Clash Squad, suddenly Twisted Minds looks like a top-tier team, you know, a team that can contend for the title.
Yeah, and of course this next game is going to be played at Bermuda. We've got a competitive score this time round, which means the Deagle is going to be in play, thankfully. We've also got stuff like the Mini Uzi, the G18, M500 for the earlier rounds. So it's going to be pretty competitive, and whichever team that takes the L first, I assume it's going to be Bigatron based on the stats that we've got on our side as of this point of time. I wonder if they're going to pull a Kororo on us with the Deagle, because almost all the Deagle plays that we've seen today have been mighty impressive.
Yeah, they have been. And not only that, is one of the most, I think, one of the more cost-efficient items, cost-efficient weapons, right? Like it deals massive damage, has good range coverage, and on top of that, just gives you a chance at making a comeback, right? Like you're down on Econ, you get a Deagle, you get a couple of good shots, and suddenly you're right back in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, 900 coins, I think it's definitely, you know, one to splurge on, even on an eco round. But that would also include Bigatron kind of not purchasing anything on this first round, which, based on the previous game, I think is a fair bit impossible. Joel, there you go. They've just maxed out their purchases as of this point of time.
Yep.
Looking for the ice grenade as well as the frag in the hands of Koja. So this is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, it is. Nade in the hand of Cougar too. Here comes the firewall. He's going to throw that nade out. Didn't connect onto anyone, so that's good on BTR as they try to surround Twisted Minds. John was able to duck back into safety. A second Flame Mirage comes out. Cougar able to take cover. The Basto getting bombed, but still Twisted Minds able to hold the front a little bit, finding a 2-for-2. Cougar now next to the chopping block, but he wins and gives Koja and Deeks a good old punch in the face. And Kyung is the last one left, 1v2. It's him and Cougar. Kyung finds the first knock. Zensi in a close one, but Zensi prevails. And Twisted Minds with the opener.
The M500 delivering the final one. After, of course, Zensi did manage to pull away the life of another player earlier on. So he hits a double. As Koja was taken down earlier on, finds Kyung as well in the very final moments. Beautifully played and didn't even need to use that Sentino. And this is what I'm very curious about. Zensi very rarely uses that active skill unless it's absolutely necessary. The Twisted Minds just hasn't been pushed that far yet, just yet.
Yeah, he doesn't feel the need to, you know, get too active or, you know, take too much risk, all because they don't feel the stress in facing up against BTR. They don't feel like they need to commit too much.
Beautifully done, Koja now. Grenade cooking it up from down at the bottom. It's going to cross it out though. Bass circling around. Gets the sight. Oh, one more slice needed. But Diggs had the mini Uzi straight to the head. And Zenzi focuses on the recovery instead. Bigatron does have some time to pull their players back up on their feet, but Diggs chooses to recover himself instead. And this just turned out to be an impossible situation now for Bigatron to win.
Oh, yeah. All of them were bleeding out, but you can only save so many people in such a short time frame. An almost flawless round for Twisted Minds again.
Yeah, I think that was just better played by Twisted Minds for sure. You see them instantly doubling back when they see so many of their players bleeding out on the ground. Zenzi says, it's not my time to shine. I have to make sure we've got the numbers to back us up. And he just went on a pickup spree. Diggs, on the other hand, obviously, you know, granted he was really low on his health, but he allowed it to be an impossible situation to come back from. At least picking up another player could have maybe added on some potential percentage to their side to bring this fight back. Now the smoke's out early from Twisted Minds, obscuring the vision of Bigatron. Flame Mirage tags up Bass, forces him back and straight into the fight by Diggs, but it's an in and out. Just a touch and go. Bass with the slide right behind, with the side, tries to get a slice bit at his jump, with the double on the mini Uzi in the thick of the smoke.
And that is just another masterclass from Twisted Minds.
Double kill.
It's making it impossible for Bigatron Vitality to do anything meaningful. This round pretty much over. The moment it started, Zenzi with a fadeaway in the end with the Santino. Look at that. They're playing the smoke grenade. You have to be ready. These CQCs will never favor you if you're unprepared. Bigatron walked right into the trap.
And I think Bass was just being absolutely nasty there. Man goes for a backstab with the sight, slicing away wildly in the smoke. And you've got your partner just spraying everybody down with the mini Uzi. Zenzi was just violent in that fight. And he walked away with a double. The rest of it was like a piece of cake here for Twisted Minds, leaving no crumbs behind. 3-0. We have got a potential sweep on our hands here as Twisted Minds this time starts things off a little bit on the defense.
Oh, yeah. Then Nacom Kota is able to find the bars. Okay, the health bars though from BTR not looking good. Even with an initial trade that looked to be advantageous, they just don't have the health bars. And that's what making all the difference right now. Joel, once more left alone to his own devices and gotta accept his fate right now. Twisted Minds on the road to a 4-0.
I mean, that was just a smooth finisher from Zenzi towards the very end. And Joel obviously stood no chance up against the numbers of Twisted Minds at that point of time. Initially, the Bass got knocked down, but not before he put Diggs down onto his knees first with a phenomenal backstab. The reposition was instantaneous as soon as they got that information. And Bigatron just finding no way to recover their players the moment they're down. In a situation like this, you really want to stick together. And you would have thought that they would have learned that from the previous game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's end of the day, I think for Bigatron, right? Like, hope is dwindling. There really isn't any way to sugarcoat it. This smoke, it's going to make it even more complicated for Bigatron.
Gotta love the lethals out of Twisted Minds. They don't make the mistake that Bigatron did, running straight into the smoke. They instead throw out their lethals, trying to tag them up. Find nothing, but the guns, the barrels of their guns definitely do find something on the other hand. Jump, picked up by Bass. Diggs buying too much of time, although Cougar had his back turned. Now pulls the information and attention to himself. Blue wall broken down. Bass finds the follow-up, leaving Joel once again as the final player on the side of Bigatron.
This is this looks to be a slaughter, honestly. Twisted Minds speed running the entire match. I mean, where's Joel gonna go, right? 1v4. Then see, come on, give it a quick death. There it is. Point blank scope not needed. 5-0 Twisted Minds.
And on series point, Twisted Minds with what looks like, I mean, we have to thank them. Our voice box has to thank them, making this fairly quick. But it's not gonna be a quick night by any means at all. Twisted Minds, if anything, are hitting that fast forward button so that we can get to the WAG versus Buriram match. But not before we've got another setup game coming up for you guys. It's the showdown between the two Thai squads, Virtus Pro and AG Global.
And this is gonna work. Okay, never mind. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. Diggs is already down. This is gonna be a cleanup crew. Twisted Minds is running for the win. The BTR losing this. I mean, we saw it sort of halfway through the series, but the biggest worry is what's gonna happen when they play in their lower brackets, because this is a big blow to morale and confidence. To get sent down to lower bracket in this manner. Okay, Kuga kind of missing the mark there, but it's fine. Joe is just helpless. That's a 6-0 booyah for Twisted Minds, and of course you're gonna be happy with that win, but didn't even break a sweat, honestly.
Okay, so one thing it confirms for us is we are not gonna have two series in the day where we've got Thailand versus Thailand. So the final match of the day is going to be Indonesia versus Thailand. Which Thai team? We'll have to wait and see. The next game is all Gamers Global going up against Virtus Pro once again. But Twisted Minds is making this look way too easy.
Yeah, this is one of the few matches where you're permitted to all chat GG easy afterwards, because I mean, it looked like a cakewalk. Twisted Minds. This really feels like BTR. I don't know if BTR is unprepared or Twisted Minds over prepared, but it is a complete outclass of Clash Squad.
Yeah, unfortunately, and even before the series started, like we mentioned, where they are in the overall performance of Clash Squad, they were technically worlds apart already, and the bracket was randomly drawn, so nobody pit them up against Twisted Minds on purpose. This was just luck, and fate was just not kind to Bigatron today, throwing them against Twisted Minds, who obviously have got something to prove out there. Being one of the first few who qualified for the grand finals at Battle Royale, it would be phenomenal if they could walk away with something solid out of Clash Squad as well.
And MVP for match 2 is a Jump, one of the few veterans who has been looking for a regional and international trophy for the longest of time up till now. And if you look back in the history books, he's one of the longest standing members in the Thai scene too. And this game, he really delivered. I mean, everyone from Twisted Minds delivered. If you're up against a team that's providing little to no resistance, it really could not have gotten any easier. Like Twisted Minds, 14 assists for Kuga, 11 for Jump. Everyone almost even in terms of elimination, but in terms of the damage dealt, you could see that BTR wasn't given any chance to go for revives.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate that they were always on the back foot. They were always on the defense, trying to play some sort of a maneuver to oust Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds just gave them no room for that whatsoever. Which is a tad bit surprising, but at the same time, not very, right? Because the clue was banned out by Twisted Minds, and the first pick that they walk in here with was that coda. The only chance of information that Bigatron was given was through the Homer, which was pretty functionless at the end of the time because Joel just couldn't really get around.
Yeah, really could not.
In fact, he was far behind. He was nowhere near this space.
I mean, a lot of the rounds where it ended before Joe could kind of get into position, right? Like he's almost always the last man alive, and you don't really see him being involved because Twisted Minds never gave BTR the opening to do the setup. And even when BTR goes aggressive and they call Joe in and they say, hey guys, hey, we're gonna go hard at Twisted Minds, they just lose the initial contact. And Joe was like, I really cannot do anything if my front line is just getting clobbered.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, you also have the situation where the coda is being popped and Bigatron's literally rushing in towards the center time and time again. They've got barely any sort of defenses up against the coda, so that just turned out to be a tad bit unfortunate, but of course a lesson they can definitely learn from before they face off down at the lower brackets against one of these Thai teams who may end up either getting kicked out by them or kicking them out.
Yeah, so for BTR, they have one more series to play, but they have some time to get ready, and they could also do some scouting because their opponents is one out of the two teams. For now, we're gonna head back to the Thai studio with Morphin to talk to Twisted Minds about that win and their entry to semis.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section from Thailand broadcast, and it's Booyah from Twisted Mind. And now I'm here with Sense One and Jump. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So how do you feel to win to BTR and grind into the next round รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ชนะมาได้แล้วก็เข้าสู่รอบต่อไป
รู้สึกชิวๆครับผมชนะอยู่แล้ว
So about this match, we just chill and yeah, we already think that we're gonna win this match for sure. So next match you're gonna play against, maybe it's gonna be AG or VP. Which team do you want to play against? เดี๋ยวในแมตช์ต่อไปค่ะอาจจะเจอกับ AG ไม่ก็ VP อยากเจอทีมไหนคะ
อยากเจอ VP ครับจะได้แก้แค้นด้วย
อยากแก้แค้น
ครับ
So Twisted Mind want to play against VP because they want to take revenge from them. Okay, let's see who is gonna be the team that ran into the next round and play against Twisted Mind. So the last question, do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ขอบคุณที่เชียร์ครับผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับฝากเชียร์ทีม Twisted Mind ด้วยครับ
Thank you fans for supporting us, so please keep support and we will do our best to get the win. Okay, thank you so much for watching our interview section. We're gonna have a short break before get back to our tournament.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season Clash Squad Playoffs Day number 1. We're halfway through the evening with me, Husky, and the Mustachio AJ. Done with 3 series in the quarterfinals. The last one coming up before we head down to elimination bracket. This time is Virtus Pro against AGAL to decide which is the last team to make top 4.
Absolutely, and of course, I do not expect this one to be as quick. All Gamers Global, obviously one of the more feared teams out there with a 3-0 scoreline so far. Not a single series drop, and in fact, not a single game drop. Every single matchup that they've been in, they have scored a 2-0 victory, and namely over EVOS Divine as well as Falcons. Beating Falcons down 2-0 was absolutely impressive, shocking as a matter of fact. I think Virtus Pro is in for a ride, and I don't think it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, even for AGAL, like when they made it to 3-0, I mean the first series they played in Swiss was against UOW, so that one is pretty much a given. They beat EVOS 2-0, which was a bit of a shocker to me because I expected it to go 3 games, and then they 2-0 Falcons. Which is the same,
that was crazy.
Which is the same Falcons that beat VR, but then again, Falcons also kind of lost to Twisted Minds, right? So the hierarchy is kind of blurred out from the between the Thai teams, but it's fair to say that AGAL is the more favored one coming into this, up against Virtus Pro, who also got to this point by taking down BRU 2-1.
We've got Nextera, Kalahari, Bermuda coming up for you guys, and obviously this is not going to be a walk in the park for these teams, but it has to be one where they take it stride by stride. AGAL is possibly going to be opening up the bangs here, and they take Cassie out of a lineup of Virtus Pro. So not a lot of confident front runners here for the side of Virtus Pro, as they won't really be able to kind of patch each other up on the way back.
Cassie banned out. VP, you have a couple of choices. Santino, Zane, Oscar. Surprised that Santino is being led through a lot more than I thought it would be. Oscar as well, but at least not for this round, not for this game. VP banning out the Oscars. Santino for Dew.
It's a Chrono, and what else do they want to bring in here? So Cassie obviously said no. Coda could be a very big possibility of a pick here alongside that Iris. Virtus Pro usually does like kind of playing the combination, but instead it's going to be the Tatsuya locked in.
Okay, so Chrono Tatsuya, that leaves room for like Ignis, Coda, some Intel Gatherer. AGL is going to take Clue, right? We've seen how that plays out for certain teams. WAG is one of the good examples where you run double sniper. They are going to take the Clue and Ignis away. So for VP, you're left with Coda and Homer to gather intel. Coda definitely is the better choice, considering that Clue is gone. Coda, Iris?
Yeah, I think Iris is definitely a strong pick here for Virtus Pro. We know exactly how they kind of love playing a little bit from the back lines, but it looks like they want to throw that out of the window and walk straight into this fight.
Wow, okay. So I assume that the sniper is going to take Chrono. It feels like it makes the most sense. Steffi is the last pick for AGAL, so we are already off to a slightly unique start for both teams, where the approach to this game, AGAL, just a utility dump, and for VP is in your face, I guess.
Yeah, and obviously they are looking to take this one very aggressive, and I don't blame them. I think going up against AGAL, you need to cut down their confidence instantaneously from the get-go, and if you're able to do that and then snowball your victories, this could be a fairly quick one and painless. Of course, painless if you're Virtus Pro, but AGAL, I don't think they're going to take that one sitting down, right? You've got Santino to kind of beam them across the battlefield, find those repositions very quickly. Steffi, just in case things get a little bit hot out there with those grenades. Ignis is going to help them a lot with the repositioning, getting into position, especially when the cyber airdrop is out there. You've got Clue on Shinoy as well to get all the information they need out there. So AJL looks pretty solid in terms of a lineup of active skills.
Yeah. Again, they have a lot of utility to support them, to get intel, to defend themselves. But in terms of offensive power, it's a lot of reliance, I guess, on just their raw firepower.
Yeah. Exposure on that Zane is fairly dangerous. I want to see exactly how he does this, because being the main sniper of the squad, you don't expect Exposy to be up close and personal with the rest of his team, with the opponents. And obviously that Zane, an active skill, needs activating. So Exposy as the sniper on the opposite end, especially up against Dew, I don't think he's going to have time, to activate his active. It's a one-shot killer for sure. And obviously this is going to make Dew one of the prime suspects that we look at from the very get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, Dew has always been kind of the Mr. Reliable of the team. Every time we talked about AGL or Ningbo Galaxy or any team that he has been in, Dew has always been the person that you look at and rely on, right, to win rounds for your team. And that shifts a lot of the criticism to the rest of his teammates. I think in this case, Team SR is the one that's been catching a lot of flack recently for underperforming. So today, I think eyes are going to be on him to really step up.
Or step back, just use your Flame Mirage to play the Mirage well, allow your players to reposition, be that backup rusher, allow Cypher to do a lot of the damage dealing initially, and it looks like Cypher is in a key position, right? He's got that Steffi, he can get up close and personal. Any of those nades come raining down on his head, should be able to pop that Steffi out instantly, even if, it's an ice grenade to try to finish him off after sustaining a few shots. He should be able to hold his own out there in an aggressive state, and Team SR can just hop in and try to back him up as best possible. But of course, it's going to be very difficult as we start this game, because we've got Dew on the opposite end, and we start things off at Nexterra. Nexterra is the kind of map where we've got a lot of these elevated spots where it's just going to turn Dew into a cannon shaped out of a sniper. So it's troublesome for sure.
Even the abilities that they were given, right, in the role of a rusher, like Steffi and Ignis, you don't really see that often. It's not a common choice for a rusher. So that's going to really test how they use their utilities, when are they going to make the call, and when they dump the utility, how is AGL going to advance forward. So we head into game number 1 on Nexterra. It's round 1. And again, we get the good old shotgun, the M1887, and a couple of M500s. Dew and Team SR having the long range, the pistol with the scope. We'll see how VP deals with this.
So Cypher's definitely going to be very aggressive here. Looking at his passive skills, he absorbs damage, has the fort. You can see instant recovery coming on through. Nameless spots him, but Varania backing him up as well. And the shorty finding the first one, the M1873, delivering Cypher to their doorstep. Virtus Pro off to a very decent start.
Yeah, just great stuff. Dew was able to free fire, but not for long. Exposy finally puts that to an end. And Team SR left in a literal 1v4 situation. One of the best possible guns for round 1, but even then, unless he lands 4 consecutive headshots, this round is pretty much done and dusted. So AGAL can think about what to do next round. Exposy looks for the finisher. Waranya from behind, Diamond with the collection.
Yeah, I mean, that was timed perfectly by Virtus Pro. And I'm not sure what Cypher was thinking. Yes, he had the active and passive skills to get straight into the thick of action, but just rushing on in without really anticipating what the move is going to be like from the side of Virtus Pro, without waiting for backup, obviously wasn't the wisest of choices. And All Gamers Global giving away the first round to Virtus Pro.
Yeah. It's okay.
The G36 force buy on the second round is pretty interesting though.
It sounds just like AGAL. I mean, most of the time it's the Thai teams. Like, Falcons also do that. It's all about taking the aggression straight to the enemy. AGAL, this could come as a surprise
this is very
to them.
nice.
Oh, Diamond! Oh my goodness, the fact that he was able to walk out of that did pop the coda, so was able to scan out the members of AGAL. Hit us the firewall, a bit of a tag. Do they know not to turn the corner? It's a double stack. Nameless punishes Chinoy.
First blood.
A very interesting approach here. And Virtus Pro still managing to turn the tables. How could you drop the ball, AGAL? With the force buy on the G36, they were going up against pretty much a squad with the M1873, the shorties in hand. They should have maintained their distance, but instead they played aggressive, cutting down the space between them and Virtus Pro, and that backfired big time.
I like the train of thought from Virtus Pro. They understood that most of them have short-range weapons, so what do? They prompt AGAL to fight them close up. They threw everything at them. The M1887, the sight in the face, and that completely just dumpsters the economy of AGAL. Now back to Scrappy buys, double revolver, mini Uzi, we see on Cypher, and only a rifle to work with.
Deal with the AC-80. This could just be a big play. Cyber airdrop in game, and AG looking to be the first ones to activate it. Christinis is going to be able to step up to it first. Nameless wants to take that step. He does exactly that step. He popped. Team SR sprayed down. Beautiful play by Nameless. A quick in and out on Cypher as well. Virtus Pro does trade out one for the price of two. But I think the damage has been done. Warania looking for that pickup. And that recovery is going to put AGL on the back end.
Warania tanks a couple of shots and brushes it off like as if it was nothing. And Diamond gets to go on a hunt for free. And once more, it's just deal against the world. Can't really do much about that. AGAL bested 3 rounds in a row.
This better not be a put it on situation where we see a massive one-sided game and then AGAL just turns up strong in games 2 and 3. Look at you, bro. How did he?
Honestly,
that's nasty. Poor you.
Knowing AGAL, it is very possible. No, you gotta fix that scoreboard a little bit. Everyone 0 and 3.
Not even a single assist, not even a single elimination. Unbelievable. In the first 3 rounds, they have just been capped round after round after round. Team SR this time going in for the P90 of all guns. Dew tagged up from afar. Exposi, the criminal in that situation. What a rebel there.
Wow, Nameless, he really gets into the thick of the fight. Diamond, let's get shot. That's gonna beat out thanks to the Raphael.
What?
Okay, Dew getting the first for himself. Exposi, you gotta land those shots, come on. Chinoy basically playing it like a fiddle as Cypher dispatches Warania, and finally Exposi hits that shot onto Chinoy, but still numbers does not favor VP unless Nameless can somehow hold the front.
Oh, what a shot. I mean, took him a while, but managed to nail it at the end. And AGL, for the first time, turns things around in their favor. That's a pretty interesting position that they took up there. And Dew obviously going for that long flank around after getting the first elimination was pretty disturbing for the side of Virtus Pro. They just didn't know exactly where to focus.
I'm surprised with Warania. Not really sure what the gameplay for Warania was. He didn't even have a gun in his hands. He was just out in the middle with a sight. Maybe he tried to catch AGAL by surprise, but they didn't fall for it. Finally, they had their stats a little bit. Cypher finding a 2-piece of the previous round that will recover the economy slightly. Warania getting tagged earlier on. It's Nameless who makes it far up, and Cypher just blasted.
And they go in for the pickup straight into the time turner. Warania in a lot of trouble. Jumps straight back out, and a nade out of nowhere by Chinoy. I don't even think he thought it was going to get anything out of that. Walked away with one. Team SR finds Nameless as well. Virtus Pro bagged in this round number 5.
Unbelievable. But I thought Virtus Pro was going to turn that around with that pickup because that looked to be dire. I mean, Virtus Pro, the fact that Nameless got picked back up, that the opportunity presents itself, but that nade from Chinoy was everything. Ends the round. AGAL. We said that if a team, if you expect a team to make a comeback after a poor start, it seems like AGAL is that team, right? I mean, the games that they won, they would start like 0-2, 0-3, and then they just run it back. It's always like that. There's something about AGAL. You need to let a couple of punches on them before they wake up.
If you get punched that many times, you better wake up. Cypher. 390 in hand. Warania. Exact same gun. Who gets the advantage here? I personally hate playing grab labs because I forget that I should not be jumping. Sometimes when I try to jump, it's just a little bit too high. Nade and a Steffi. Popped out in a timely manner.
A very nice angle too. So if people try to jump shot you, you take lesser damage. So it's a good angle to hold. Here they come, Cypher. It's a drop down. Wow, what a time turner in the middle. Waranya is protecting himself and forcing Cypher to back off. As the rest of VP aggresses from the other side of Graph Labs. Those glue walls are going to start collapsing. Chinoy under fire. Nameless decides to disengage.
Deal with the VSK and the M82B still hasn't managed to find anything for himself just yet. Diamond on the opposite end. Chinoy, 3 players. Backing each other up. And Nameless doesn't want to step into that fight. Spots out 2 players. Doesn't go in there for the shutdown just yet as Team SR finds Exposi. Virtus Pro now again. 3 rounds in a row on the back foot, losing player after player.
Oh my goodness, Diamond! Might have just saved the round. We see Duke relocate with the Santino. They see him now.
Nani? Are they going to pull this one back from nowhere? Yes, they are. Nameless with the final bullet on the coffin. And my goodness me, that was way too close. All Gamers Global. I really thought they were able to get the job done, but Nameless managed to find some sort of fight within himself and pull it back for the squad. Virtus Pro now 4-2. Unbelievable comeback.
I mean, it's Nameless and Diamond. The 2 pillars of Virtus Pro. My God, Diamond landing some insane shots. That mid-air shot saved the round, essentially. Virtus Pro stops the potential snowball from AGAL. Cypher with the Trogon right in front of the center of this building. See, though, usually some teams will throw smoke grenades to mask a few of the entrants, trying to make a breakthrough, make a break for the cyber drop, or go for a flank. In this case, both teams decide to keep it open.
A little bit of a stalemate here. Obviously, both teams wanting to take a peek in that cyber drop. And All Gamers Global a little bit more than Virtus Pro since they've lost multiple rows. Chinoy with the VSK just looking for an angle here. Should be able to find one. It's fairly timely as Diamond wraps around. But luck's just not on his side.
Not sure if Chinoy spotted him, but that blue wall indicates that he might have seen him. See Dew throw the Santino too. This wall was deployed very early on. Here comes the second one. Cypher cuts through the middle. Does run into Virtus Pro for the time turner. Save them for now. Cypher still forces a fight. Team SR now joins with the Rebel Revolver. We see the Rebel Rush being pulled out. Waranya loses Cypher with the Trogon. Ends up getting a drop, but sadly Virtus Pro have the better weaponry from long range and they just mow down AGAL. Cypher does not stand a chance.
I mean, Cypher with the wicked backstab, and that was so sweet, but all he got was the one onto Waranya, and then it was a shooting squad in the name of Virtus Pro, flanking around just like he did onto their squad, and shut down player after player so cleanly, and now Virtus Pro gets to buy the whole world with what's in their wallet.
Another force buy. This one is by circumstances. Unlike round 2, man, M1887, VSK really just scraps in this playing field nonetheless. Virtus Pro, superior weaponry. I mean, we see a Trogon for Cypher. That's the best that he got.
See what they pull away from this one this time round. Trogon's one of the more powerful guns on the side of AGAL on a tier 5. Obviously the damage smacks, but he's got to have a little bit of a Distance cut between himself and the Virtus Pro players. Chinoy flying on up high. Jumping glue wall to glue wall. And Exposy fighting Dew from afar. And Nameless with a smooth reposition.
He's gonna run into Chino again. Chino has no idea that Nameless is behind him. Oh, the timing. Impeccable from Virtus Pro. Diamond does end up going down, but it's still a 3v2 and VP have control of this round. Cypher, Trogon in hand against an M8087. That's the best shot he got. And those blue walls are not making it any easier for Cypher to navigate. Nameless takes out Team SR and Cypher forced to fight or flight. That's the first one to Waranya. Now gotta go to Exposy and Nameless. But sadly, Exposy is just sharper. So game 1 going over to Virtus Pro.
Reversing out the initial 2 rounds picked up by AGAL in such convincing fashion. Virtus Pro has just stunned everyone. And obviously numbers don't mean everything. Virtus Pro were not supposed to win that out, albeit you did mention that the clashes between the Thai squads have really kept us scratching our heads all throughout this time. Falcons actually losing to All Gamers Globals as well as Twisted Minds. And Virtus Pro looked like they wouldn't be able to overcome teams who are able to take down Falcons themselves, albeit they have beaten Buriram. The big teams is taking a good beating from the rest of the Thai squads out here. But the way they turned that up against All Gamers Global, turning it on its head, it was unbelievable, Husky.
It really was. I mean, let's say if Virtus Pro really beats AGAL, then the lines are truly blurred. We don't know which best Clash Squad team from Thailand is. Maybe Falcons have the best chance, but even then, again, Falcons' track record wasn't really the cleanest coming into the into playoffs from Swiss. So I think even the chat was scratching their head. They had no idea that AGAL is gonna drop 2-6 against Virtus Pro in the opening game of the series.
I mean, none of us expected that sort of a scoreline. Could this actually end in a 2-0? Now I'm very curious. After looking at what Virtus Pro did and how All Gamers Global just looked like sitting ducks. But then again, that's exactly what happened in the Buriram versus Team Falcons fight earlier on, where Falcons looked like they were helpless and then they just reversed out the fate of themselves and turned it on Buriram instead. Exposy walking away with the MVP. 6 eliminations, 3,317 on the damage. I mean, this guy definitely threw a lot into the play, but so did the rest of his team members, no doubt.
Yeah, it's again another easy game, honestly. Exposy, Nameless, Diamond, they all get to do whatever they want. Like they were essentially taking 1v1s on their own. They were actively seeking out the AGAL members. Look at the scoreboard for this Pro. It's sort of like what we saw between Twisted Minds and PTR earlier on, where it was such a one-sided game that the damage dealt is on the low end.
Yeah. And I mean, it was surprising for sure, because initially it was a solid start and they should have played their resources well, but instead what we saw was Virtus Pro just kind of turn things on their head when they knew that they were not in the best of situations to play a long-range fight. They kind of baited in their opponents, and AGL just fell for every single bait Virtus Pro threw out there. So a huge adjustment needs to come forth in the next game in terms of the pacing for AGL. Perhaps they might want to wait for Virtus Pro to take the fight to them instead.
Oh yeah, definitely think that there's a chance for for AGL to still make a comeback. We've seen them do that before, but it goes back to the same old topic of the front isn't holding up enough, right? And that I feel like that is gonna get brought up at some point, in the chat. It's just, man, Dew left out to dry, and partially I can agree with that, right? Virtus Pro just taking initiative, winning those fights head on. The utilities that they use, I think, even in terms of movement, Virtus Pro, they are outmaneuvering AGAL.
Teasing us with a Raiden ban. Chrono looks like he's a little bit more of a viable one, and that's exactly what Virtus Pro takes out of the equation. And a Steffi ban from AGAL. So we start with the pleasantries, remove them from the equation. Cassie should be a solid pick here. It comes through on the side of Virtus Pro, but they opt for the aggressive Oscar push instead.
I mean, I'm fine with that. VP, you give them Oscar after seeing that previous round, or you are giving them the exact picks that they wanted. The fact that the two abilities that were in game 1 are banned out means that you're forcing both teams to readjust the draft. So Cassie, Santino for AGAL. VP is just going to take Tatsuya and Zane, or Tatsuya Koda, whichever is comfortable for them.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of this right now. Virtus Pro is looking really strong with their active lineup. Tatsuya, Oscar. That's just pure dominance with the mobility out there. Information gameplay on Skoda as well. Now to counter this, the best they can do is probably bring in the A124 and hope and pray that they are not running the Joseph on them, but they are going to double down and play this as carefully as possible with a decent balance between offense and defense with the Zane and Clue.
The Zane is very much needed. Without a Zane, it is straight up a GG go next. But VP, they have plenty of choices. I mean, you could still go for the Iris for, you know, even the sniper. Yeah, that might be the case. Iris most likely locked in unless they decide that Skylar is what they want to
They're
go
just
for.
teasing us, man. We've got 3 more. Come on.
Oh, they really go for Skylar. All right.
I mean, they shopped around the world and finally decided to stick with the Skylar. So this is going to be a very interesting one, especially because we go into Kalahari for our game number 2, where you will see battles like spots on Mammoth, where you are going to see a mountain of blue walls being laid out down at the bottom or at the top. And this Skylar is going to be pretty instrumental for the side of Virtus Pro.
Let's see. Oh, let's see. I mean, for the side of AGAL, same thing. They have a lot of utility, but on top of the utility that they have a pretty decent front line, right? Zane, Cassie can always work wonder. But for VP, the same thing. They have a lot of aggression, but it's also an aggression that sort of gets amped up. The fact that you have Oscar and Skylar that can break down glue walls and really get in your face. And not to mention Tatsuya too. You get that reset on the Rebel Rush on every takedown.
Nameless on the Oscar, Warania on the Tatsuya, Diamond on the Koda. Okay, all right. I mean, I would have definitely liked to see Diamond on the Oscar instead, but this works out fine. I guess Diamond just doesn't need the extra ability on his side to be fully functional. At the end of the day, of course, getting the sight of his opponents or understanding roughly where they are is a huge boon to him as well. But Virtus Pro looking to end this one quick in a 2-0 up against AGAL. And what AGAL has to bring to the table is not questionable. This is a fairly decent lineup of active skills. But looking at how they played it previously, I don't know how they're going to pull this off. Especially with Dew and that Santino. I mean, the positioning-wise, it was already quite questionable in the previous match. Now it's just going to lead to a little bit more of a breakdown in communication based on how the Santino is used. I'm not feeling this unless, of course, that pulls out a phenomenal shocker for all of us.
And even in the previous round, when Dew got his hands on the Santino, he wasn't really given the room to really kind of port around. So
yeah,
he definitely is looking to create opportunities and openings for himself. But at least this time, he has a better composition to play in the front with just the Cassie and Zane alone, right? The sure survivability, the fact that you could take a couple more shots to the face is going to give you a bit more of the agency to walk around and get into position.
Yeah. Surprisingly, prior to this day at the playoffs, we haven't really seen a lot of Santino on the side of AGL. So this is a very interesting move coming through here for the side of Dew. I would have expected them to maybe rip away the Iris. Skylar, I don't expect, but it is Kalahari at the end of the day. So you definitely need to make a big play with that, right? So I'm still curious, but that said, Santino on Kalahari is still quite a deadly combo.
It certainly is. Let's hop into game 2, round 1. So the pattern for game 1 was Virtus Pro 2-0, AGAL comes back with 2 rounds of their own, and then they never found their footing afterwards. Let's see if there's going to be any difference. Some exchanges between the two teams. The tags come through as well. Exposé heating back up.
M500 in the hands of Dew. Looking for heads early. Oh, the Sentino saves him, but Exposé spots him out. Cypher catching him with the hands down and punishes. Beautifully done. Varanya up against him, and Chinoy from the opposite end will put him on the ground after Cypher is lost. AGAL finding their way back into this match, at least on this pistol round.
Yeah, just good stuff from the side of AGAL. And that's sort of what you need.
Double kill.
Win these rounds. Give yourself a bit of a leg up.
Yeah.
Problem that they faced in the previous game was that they just were not able to get it going. But if they could keep this momentum up, right? They start the snowball. They make sure that Virtus Pro doesn't just disrespect them, get in their face and win these gunfights. And chances of winning rounds is definitely going to go up for AGAL.
Cypher's aggressive push definitely gave them a little bit of an advantage. But of course, it was self-sacrificial at the end. Something that hopefully AGAL does not plan to do round after round. Running the Zane, and obviously it's the main reason why he is confident, but gets exposed by the Coda on the opposite side, and the air drop for AGAL hit fairly early on.
And able to slow it down. Just play with the cover. No need to rush. It's VP that needs to look for openings. As long as Cypher has electrotherapy tethered onto him, he should be fine. Makes contact. Chinoy able to duck back behind the glue wall. Nameless still pursuing. And now the Oscar. Perfectly executed. The timing could not have been better. Nameless basically opens up the entire fight. Dew now in danger. Gets the Deagle out. It's him against a mini Uzi. Dew barely escapes, but still gets caught on the cross.
The Valiant dash was just solid out of Nameless, and the follow-up onto Dew as well. Makes this one look way too easy, but it's just a 2 for 2 at this point of time. So the job's not done just yet. Nameless. It's the triple elimination to his side. Once a little bit more Exposé with that high ground. AC80 Team SR breaking down his defenses as well. Riptide Rhythm not really bringing in the best for them. But of course, a little bit of distraction, allowing Nameless to tag up Exposé.
Still a 2v2 as AGAL. It's going to be the smoke grenade that they could play around.
Yeah.
And Cypher and Team SR, you have the Cassie. Extra durability should give them an innate advantage. And Cypher still ends up getting taken down. And VP just better on the gunfights.
That's a little bit of a surprise. I will not lie at all. Virtus Pro turning it around in a very impressive manner. And of course, Nameless with his super follow-ups on each and every single one of those tags. It was just very impressive. And all the Gamers Global just could not find the recovery in that fight. Although it was a decent 2v2, wasn't one that they could scratch their way out of. And of course, with Dew out of the equation early on, it looked like they just fell apart.
Yeah, again, they had the innate advantage just because they had the Zane and Cassie. But sadly, if you just get sprayed down, there really isn't much that durability can do for you. With the extra 80 HP, I'm not really sure if that ability was available at that point of time. But Team SR with a good initial nade is going to give them the upper hand.
Varanya down. Valiant dash through the glue walls, but straight into the smoke. Man is blind at this point of time. And no casualties on either side because of that smoke. But of course, Dew caught with his pants down, flanked around by Nameless. Mini Uzi takes the champ out of the equation. And now that your pillar is gone, I guess this building is about to come crumbling down unless, of course, Cypher has something to say about this. No, Cypher, nothing to say about it.
Well, Diamond with the takedown, and this round has already skewed over to VP. Team SR also getting caught from behind, and VP, Nameless getting a triple kill this round. Soars to a 2-1 lead with almost all of their weapons.
And like you said, Team SR really needed to make a statement out there, but no statements being made. In fact, he has thrown away quite a number of opportunities. The Deagle was pretty functionless. Everybody just playing too scared on the side of AG Global at this point of time. Virtus.pro is going to have a field day with them if this continues. And on top of everything else, they are just starved for money. They barely have got resources on their side. Virtus.pro, on the other hand, can go shopping all day long.
Yeah, they say you miss every shot you don't take, but a lot of times AJL are not allowed to take shots at all. Couldn't find the right position. VP getting the drop on them in crucial moments. Chinoy already knocked down, and that is already not a good start. Nameless decides to just bring out the melee into a gunfight because of why the hell not. That's 2 down for AJL, and they barely made a dent in VP.
I am in shock. Dew sliced down. Chinoy shut down from afar. Nameless definitely on fire. Team SR and Cypher looking for the you miss shots that you don't take, but Diamond missing shots that he does take. That's a tad bit unfortunate, but the team is still in front, and he gets straight down, but it doesn't matter as Team SR could not back up the rest of his team members.
It is just a tough position to be in. I mean, they did get the best possible options in terms of the draft, like considering the bans that were in place. But again, like if these openings ends up with you losing your members like 10 seconds into the game, it's incredibly hard to come back because 10 seconds in, no one has gotten into position yet, right? You are not even prepared to take on majority of these skirmishes, and that's the spot that AJL finds themselves in. They were not given time to prep.
What will AGL pull out of their hats this time around? Cypher pushed up front. Has got that electrotherapy working on his back. But can he deliver with the P90 in hand? Runs past Nameless in the smoke. Catches Waranya's back! The Waranya just could not respond in time. Team SR now. His time to step up. Valiant Dash breaking down the defenses. Nameless still, because of the smoke, just slicing and dicing with the side, trying to get lucky.
And Nameless and Cypher both trade 1 for 1. It's AGAL with the numbers advantage. No more. Equalized by Diamond, who comes in for the rescue. Gonna pick Nameless back up. Exposy and him needs time to heal. Exposy goes down again.
It's a 2v2 that they can definitely pull themselves back into this game with. Chinoy and Dew, the two main players who have definitely pulled in the numbers. And a little bit of advantage for the side of AGAL. Up on their feet, Dew with this vantage point, but the circle's gonna force him closer towards Diamond. Diamond seeing the opportunity, takes the fight straight to him. Dew repositions, but that's not enough. And the Valiant Dash literally knocks him out of the circle even further for Dew. Chinoy now in a 1v2. And nothing much he can do with that M82B at this point.
That is pretty much GG. Unless Chinoy can pull off a clutch. The circle is moving, so he does have a bit more cover to at least, work with for now. But Virtus.pro, I'm just going to go straight into his face. Chinoy, that's one jump shot.
Yeah.
We'll go for a second. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's done.
Triple kill.
I mean, what was he gonna do with that impossible situation? And I feel like no matter what he did, without glue walls on him, it was just an unfortunate situation. Too many of those resources used up early on. With a glue wall, maybe he could have made a tad bit of a difference, but probably just bought himself a little bit more time in a situation like that. Now, enough money to buy decent resources, but not the best still for AGAL.
Yeah. If they could force VP into a CQC, then they have M590, right? Just a two-shot weapon. But most of the time, VP, they're not going to be falling for that. Though, AGAL with a 3-man platoon right in the face of VP. Was not able to get much done. VP able to back off in time. Orania losing half his health, but Diamond is still gets first blood somehow.
Unbelievable. After that 3-man push, AGAL coming up with empty hands here. And on top of that, they lose Chinoy.
Oh my
Cypher down, Diamond. Wild shots through the smoke. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. Team SR. And all that is left here is with Dew. Gets a phenomenal shot from afar. Knocking down Diamond. Dew again. Continuously, the only one from the side of AJL that is mounting pressure on Virtus.pro. But in a 1v4 now, the sniper of AJL is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Series point for Virtus.pro, unavoidable.
I have a feeling they wanted to give Diamond the ace, but you shot him down again. And they're like, yeah, if you get shot down twice in a single round, you don't deserve the ace. But it's fine. Still 3-piece for Diamond. Virtus.pro series point 5-1 against AJL, and just brutal. Just a brutal series.
I mean, I'm thankful because it's a long day and they're just cutting it down, but I definitely did not expect All Gamers Global to come up empty against Virtus.pro, who definitely have not been having the easiest of runs in the competition so far. And Dew, fancy hop across the platforms for a quick reposition, but he's going to come across Diamond. He leaves his clone behind. This is a VSK versus VSK. Dew, just make a little bit of noise. Diamond's going to be really dangerous from the back. Cyber airdrop as well, dragging in both teams.
They've used a lot of utility. Diamond again with the opener. Nameless just breaks through the blue wall and it's just wild shots from the smoke.
Wow.
And Nameless still somehow finds
GG,
Chinoy, the team SR. Yeah, this is not a good night for AJL fans. And a Booyah 6-1-4 VP. They will be the last team to lock in top 4, sending AJL to the lower bracket to face off against BTR later on. And we're gonna have hell of a lower bracket because this matchup, AJL against BTR, basically is built on both of them getting completely dumpstered in the quarterfinals.
I'm not sure how this is going to turn out here for Bigatron, because they have definitely been challenged by teams and beaten by EVOS. And All Gamers Global made EVOS look like nothing in that 2-0. So I am worried for Bigatron at this point of time. But of course, another matchup is Buriram versus WAG. Do we see an early exit here for Buriram that managed to get into the grand finals of the previous season's Clash Squad?
I think a lot of people would say if WAG beats BRU, Falcons are going to win Clash Squad. That's probably the argument that I can foresee a lot of people making, and I don't blame them at all, seeing Falcons' current form. But I say give WAG a shot, right? It's not easy to beat BRU. I think at their best, BRU is going to sweep WAG, but WAG did get to this point by beating one out of the big two. I'm more concerned in how BTR is going to deal with AJL, because both of them, they need a hard mental reset. But BTR just felt lost, right? Like AJL got outclassed, but BTR just felt lost.
Yeah, I totally agree. In terms of what Bigatron has done in the competition so far is just survive, right? And All Gamers Global, on the other hand, they've been dominating in their fights, and it's once again not against small squads, like you mentioned. GOW, maybe that one was a little easy for them. GOW is not your strongest nor even average team in Clash Squad. They're definitely struggling, but up against EVOS Divine and Falcons, taking 2-0 victory definitely showed All Gamers Global as a very promising team. But that was undone by one of the best rushers in the world, the one and only Diamond, back to his winning ways.
Yeah, 11 eliminations, almost getting an ace 2 on round number 6. He's just having a field day. Diamond, even in game 1, he wasn't really contested at all. We said that at one point VP, it felt like they were playing, ranked lobby, right? It felt like they were playing scrims. It's not a pro game to them. They were just having a lot of fun, and that's the kind of confidence you start to see in a team when they start realizing that they are just leaps and bounds ahead of their opponents. The scoreboard tells a great story. 11 eliminations for both Diamond and Nameless. And look at Waranya. He didn't need to do anything. This guy is, I mean, for lack of a better term, he got carried. But let's be honest, VP just dominated this game.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, even Exposi, right? You see the number of assists that he threw in there. everybody working so hard. Warania is like, bro, I'm just going to chill. Because technically the support in that particular situation, and that's the thing, he did not need to support his players. They went out there, they did their job, and they did it so magnificently well. And AGAL could do nothing about it. 6-2, 6-1. They bag both Nextera and Kalahari and kick AGAL to the lower bracket.
This is I mean, if you cover the team names, I would not expect this to be between AGL and BP. And then a smackdown in favor of Virtus Pro. Top 4. And this is already way better than what we expected from both Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, which in a Battle Royale setting, top 4 is sort of a distant dream, even though they have already qualified for the grand finals. But the Clash Squad is a big surprise in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what we love, and this is why we love the addition of Clash Squad in such a serious manner into FFWS SEA. I mean, we kind of tested the waters a couple of times, and then we got really confident. This season is one of the longest runs we've had, and one of the most number of pro teams we've had in a Clash Squad run. 15 total teams participating in our Swiss brackets, and of course, now with the top 8 about to be sliced down to the top 6. These next 2 series will see the elimination of 2 teams. Which are those teams? Obviously, you have to stand by and watch and enjoy. Buriram's going to be a part of that equation as well, so that's definitely going to be exciting. But we've got a interview on standby, obviously, and we want to hear exactly what Virtus Pro has to say for themselves, and obviously we get to be entertained by the one and only Morphin once again. But of course, that's going to be in a little bit. Unexpected day so far. The games that we expected to go the distance have kind of ended prematurely. The games that we expected to kind of end did manage to go all the way. But of course, we'll have this chat with you guys in a little bit more after Morphin is done for the players of Virtus Pro.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section, and this is Booyah from Virtus Pro, and now I'm here with Diamond and Nameless. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So I want to know that when you know that you have to play against AG, what is your plan and how do you plan like your strategy, your comp? อยากรู้ว่าตอนที่รู้ว่าเราเจอกับ AG เนี่ยเราเตรียมแผนการมาอย่างไรบ้างหรือว่าเราแบบซ้อมกันหนักไหม
ก็ซ้อมกันเยอะครับเพราะว่ารู้ว่าเจอกับทีมเก่งๆก็เลยแบบต้องเตรียมตัวแบบซ้อมหนักมากครับแบบบางวันยันเช้าก็มี
So when they know that they have to play against AG, which is the team that have to say that they also have a good performance, so Virtus Pro have to practice more, and sometimes they have to practice like until in the morning. Wow, that is the hard practice. And yeah, of course, when you got a lot of practice, is bring you a good result like today. And Nameless, have to say that you explored your good performance today really good. So I want to know what is your tip. อยากรู้ว่าเรามีเคล็ดลับอะไรไหมในการที่วันนี้เราแบบ performance ดีมากๆเลยยิงไปเยอะมากๆ
ก็กินข้าวเยอะๆครับก่อนแข่งช่วยได้ครับสมองแล่นครับ
ต้องกินข้าวเยอะๆเลยก่อนแข่ง
ใช่ครับ
So this is the Nameless tip. So you have to eat. You have to eat. How do I say? Eat more, like the best that you can do to get your brain work. This is a tip from Nameless. So everyone, if you want to try, you can try this one. Okay, let's go to the last question. The last interview, I asked Twisted Mind that which team they want to play against, and they say that VP because they want to take revenge. So what do you think about this, or do you have anything to say to them? ตอนสัมภาษณ์ครั้งที่แล้วถาม Twisted Mind ว่าอยากเจอใครเขาบอกว่าอยากเจอ VP เพราะอยากแก้แค้นเราอยากบอกอะไรไหมหรือว่าเราคิดยังไงกับที่เขาพูดแบบนี้
เดี๋ยวได้เจอกันแน่ครับรอบหน้ารอชมครับสนุกแน่
So now we won, and now we go to the next round, which is we're gonna play against AG. So let's see, it's gonna be fun match. So please wait and watching us. Alright, thank you so much for watching our interview section. We're gonna have a short break and get back to our tournament.
Double kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall, brought to you by the one and only Red Bull. This has been one of the grandest Clash Squad runs that we have had in here for a long, long time. And I really think it's all contributory by this brand right down here. And if you didn't know, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused to seize each and every single opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories, just like what you've been entertained with today. And now another opportunity for another booyah, and it's going to be the battle between WAG and Buriram. And to make things even more spicy, the loser goes home.
Yeah, now it has transitioned from a battle to qualify to top 4, or the battle of advancement, to the battle of survival. Whoever loses this upcoming series gets packing. You're out of Clash Squad contention, and you know you can't fight for the 30,000 grand prize anymore. The winner survives for another day and have to continue to run the gauntlet tomorrow, where they'll play even more elimination matches depending on the opponents they face from the top 4. So it's not going to get any easy. In fact, this one, WAG against BRU, is one matchup that sort of had a chance to happen, but now we're at that point. I think the onus is on WAG to prove that they have what it takes to challenge BRU.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think this is going to be a very big opportunity for them. But of course, the question is going to be on what's their lineup going to be like in terms of active and passive skills. Do they go for the bans on skills based on what they do not want to face, or are they going to be focusing on the strength of their opponents? Because if you look at Buriram, they have got a few giveaways. They love playing the clue. They love walking, the Tatsuya onto Asana. And if you're going to be taking out one of those items from their list, I think it's going to impact the way Buriram approaches this fight as a whole.
Oh yeah, and I think even for WAG, they also have some tricks up their sleeves. In fact, I wonder if they would push BRU to get experimental again, because last time BRU brought the Kenta out of nowhere, which no one expected. Gonna start with the bans first. BRU with the Santino ban, keep it short and simple, and WAG with Chrono eliminated. So Oscar is open. I would assume BRU would go for Oscar straight.
Very interesting ban. Very, very interesting ban. I mean, with them going in here for the Cassie pull, I think it's very indicative that they do not want WAG running the Cassie. So smart pull here by Buriram. The counter for this is an aggressive play on the side of WAG with the Oscar combo on the Zane as well. Now Buriram has got the opportunity for the clue to be dragged in alongside the Tatsuya that I mentioned earlier on, which would have been what I would have thought WAG would go in for the ban on.
So BRU Tatsuya clue, again we're cruising through this drafting phase.
Yeah.
Iris left open for WAG. Iris Coda would be the next two I'm thinking about, but if they want to go for Homer, I wouldn't be surprised either. Definitely need some intel gatherer right now for WAG. You give Tikui, oh not Tikui, you give PLS1, just Iris, just put him on a sniper, right? Let everyone else be a support system around him.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pull in an Oscar Santino just to play a little bit of reposition out there. And I mean, I think that's going to be a potential pick here from the side of WAG, but they go in for the information play, which is fairly needed in a situation up against a team like Buriram, who already have the clue on their side, and they get a double pick here, so it's all open for them as to how they want to lead this. A pick onto Ignis could be fairly beneficial, but instead, it's a walk-in on Iris.
Right. So Coda, Iris, Ignis completely ignored. BRU with the Steffi. I thought that they would take the Ignis for themselves just to supplement the Tatsuya Cassie, but
I understand the Steffi though.
Yeah, it gives them some bit of a defensive capability. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, WAG is very proficient at some of these grenade plays. We're going to start things off at the Crazy Store, so there's not going to be early deagle plays from either side here. Obviously, you're going to see X-Ball a little pieced by it, but he's going to go up against one of the most prime snipers out there in the world of Free Fire, Moshi, who's fairly on point in these games. So that's going to be a pretty interesting combination. PLS1 obviously going to try to throw himself into the mix. I'm still not understanding the move of X-Ball away from that prime sniper setup, but bringing PLS1 into the mix has kind of given the squad a little bit more flavor, opening up their play style. But in Clash Squad, I just don't see that working out perfectly for them against Buriram.
And if WAG can win this round one, then I think we got a series on our hands, right? Because yeah, definitely BRU is definitely touted to be the team that has a better chance of winning this, but WAG, again, they are one of the more flexible teams in terms of just the players that they have, right? And I don't remember seeing any other team that says, hey, let's run double snipers every now and then. WAG is the only one that does that, but X4 being in the flex spot, I think, is what really makes WAG a most unique team out of the 8 contenders we have.
Yeah, no doubt. Although, once again, I would just prefer to see him as the prime sniper out there. But him being flex obviously gives, once again, more flavor to the squad. And PLS1 dragging in the Coda this time around. Obviously, a lot more information play, but he will not be able to kind of wreck the chances of Buriram from afar. We're going to start things off at Nextera. So again, it's going to be the snipers who are going to be in our crosshairs from the very get-go. You've got a lot of these elevated ground on the side of Nextera that can make these snipers super deadly at the start of this match.
It seems like from the player camps, both teams are in good spirit. You know, they're feeling really good. Again, the mentality is very important. Obviously, you know, we did, had a short discussion about what Russia said about not caring too much about Clash Squad, but considering that these players, some of the teams actually play in other third-party tournaments, right in between FFWS, there really isn't much rest for the wicked. They're constantly on the go, constantly having to grind, and it's being able to stay consistent that is the most important. That's what every team looks for in BRU. They have been the benchmark of consistency, and even when Moshi is looking like he's gonna fall asleep, he can probably still land shots better than 99% of players out there.
I mean, although Russia did say that, I think he's just playing it off, right? Obviously, they don't want to seem too eager after beating WAG. They almost lost it, so probably why he kind of made it look like they were not being very serious about it. But clearly, from the way they went back at it and they kicked WAG down into the lower bracket, I'm fairly sure they're eager to pick up the $30,000 US. I mean, it's a very decent bonus. Who would not want it?
Yeah, I mean, I will want it. That covers that covers 2 years on my rent, fee, everything. I live a good life. I win $30,000. This is a rematch from the Swiss stage. WAG did beat BRU 2-1, so yes, they have a chance to do it again. They have a chance to repeat that, and if they do that, then I think it's very fair to say that WAG is better than BRU, at least in this fall season.
Are we going to get an opportunity of a 2-0, regardless of which side it comes in from? Buriram a little bit slow on the purchase, so they're going to be held back. Wasana pushing up front. He's got the electrotherapy connected to him by Jonah. And health taken away, but you can see the electrotherapy kicking in. Cyrus is outplayed instantly by Wasana.
So the fact that they played Cyrus instead of Vanvo does tell you something about what WAG wants to go for, right? They feel like maybe Vanvo isn't feeling himself today. Who knows? Or that could change if they lose this game 1, but for now, losing Cyrus is a big blow to WAG. Because they had him step in just now against in the earlier series, and sadly, it didn't really make too much of a difference. Now you have to deal with a Cassie on the enemy end in pistol rounds. Unless you get some really sharp headshots, this round looks impossible.
And that's why the drafting phase is so important, because what made the biggest difference there for Wasana to still tank those shots was the electrotherapy. And without that, he would have gone down early. I mean, obviously, both teams looking for the aggressive rush towards the top. Now with the loss of PLS1 as well, Xbor needing to look for some sort of a way to turn things around. He does exactly that. Headshot to Wasana with the M500. Tikui by the side. And the shorty M1873 getting the tag onto him. Xbor not making a mistake this time around. Flanking around. Up close and personal with the sight. And Moshi saves him from afar.
I needed 2 hits from the side, but sadly only got 1 in. And that seals the deal for round 1. Valiant effort from WAG, but sadly, BRU more than prepared. Again, the Cassie just gives people like Get High the confidence to just walk on forward. And not to mention, we see Wasana with the just takes initiative so fast. Moshi getting 2 great snipes this round. Just with the M500. First on PLS1 and then onto Tikui. And I think also onto Xboard 2. So BRU off to a fantastic start.
And this is where the squad of Buriram can get dangerous. But it's WAG. They can turn things around in the blink of an eye. But they just need to play this a little slowly. On a force buy here by Xbor, looking for the G36. The rest of them jumping onto a mini Uzi. And Wasana takes out the G36 from their hand. So a wasted 1,000 coins on the force buy here for WAG.
I mean, Xbor just gets dropped. Wasana being incredibly aggressive. and you have access to Rebel Rush, that's what enables you. Those resets can suddenly compound into an uncontrollable mess. WAG, they've already blocked off the corridor with their own blue wall, and Tikui is trying to prime it so that they can burst right through, but not given the opportunity to get high. And the rest of BRU just breaks in, and for WAG, not really sure what the actual call was, but BRU just took advantage of the indecisiveness. That's 2 rounds.
A great fadeaway by Cyrus there to get the knock at least, but it didn't really convert to much. Obviously, the numbers on the side of Buriram United is finally catching up with him towards the very end. But initially on this little bout there between the two, it did fairly well. And of course, Buriram focusing on the pickup instead of just hunting down points, not underestimating WAG, showing them decent respect.
Yeah, and it's a thin line to stand on too. You want to show confidence, show a show of force, but you need to make sure that you keep your gameplay to the cleanest possible manner. If you get scrappy because you're ahead, then it sort of takes away the kind of like the confidence people have in you. You know, kind of look clean regardless. Nading Jonah's hand that could land on PLS1 if he lobs it, but decides against it.
Tikui looking for the cyber airdrop. This flank around could get him get high instead. Tagged up. Moshi giving get high the information, warning him of 2 players that are right at his doorstep. Tikui takes the fight to him. Mini Uzi, but what a glue wall pulled up by Get High, instantly confusing the boy. Wasana and Jonah still found though X-Ball with that long shot from afar, leaving Moshi all alone. But the sniper needs to find a pickup somehow, gets into the thick of the action, pulls up a glue wall, puts it on a pause, but PLS1 shows up to end his run.
I'm surprised that Moshi didn't end up taking down Cyrus, and on top of the fact that BRU started off with getting a flank off, but no meaningful damage being outputted. And that gives WAG enough time to readjust and formulate their own counter-attack and make sure that BRU doesn't get 3 straight rounds. That's gonna break the economy just by a little bit. We see BRU having 3 sets of Mini Uzi, Wasana, Get High, and Jonah.
An X-Ball with a sick jump shot early on to Jonah. And those are the kinds of plays we need to see out of X-Ball to really see WAG take the driver's seat here in this fight between Buriram and the squad. Wasana up against Cyrus. Tagged up in a 1v2, pulls up a solid glue wall, breaks his ankle on the fall, but thankfully doesn't get knocked down.
And backup is allowed to arrive too now. He reunites with Tikui and PLS1. See where the approach from BRU is going to be. Decides to stay on the 2nd floor. We have X4 watching from afar too. It's going to be between him and Moshi. Good glue wall from BRU to preemptively block off that entrance. So if WAG wants to make an entrance, they have to break that glue wall. They're going to try and divert the attention. The Oscar used to break through their own glue wall to surprise BRU, but BRU unfazed by that. In fact, able to deal with it calmly. Tikui accesses the back line, and Cyrus finally drops Wasana, and Tikui now gets free reign of the battlefield. The 2nd floor completely taken over by WAG.
And that's what's gonna earn them a massive comeback in this fight up against Buriram. Moshi, the final victim left to hunt down, and they do it phenomenally well with Cyrus on the MP5 backstab. WAG is right back in it.
2 back-to-back flawless rounds for WAG to be laughing their way to the bank. All the weaponry is carried into the next round and having extra to spare. BRU was able to survive the initial wave of attack, but it's WAG that had the numbers and was able to find the knock first. So BRU again left with scraps in terms of weaponry.
Round 5 though is gonna give them enough to buy some decent defense, a double VSK. They've got the Drogon Mag 7. Buriram should be able to win this. They just need to force the CQC. Tikui has got the Valiant Dash just to get him that knock. But the pickup coming on through instantaneously, giving Tikui instead the cyber airdrop.
Yeah. Moshi and Wasana need some time to heal back up. Tikui, nade in hand. This could be huge if he lobs it correctly. BRU, they've already they have already kind of survived that initial wave. Plenty of glue walls to work with in the center, and not really a glue wall breaker until Tico's Valiant comes online, but not gonna wait. Try to take the issue straight to BRU's face, and Wasana plus Moshi are desperately holding on.
Smart plays by Tikui, as well as Cyrus, not going in for the push just yet, but Wasana, deadly flank, pulls it off, spotted by Cyrus, disables him instantaneously, and Tikui finds the side of Get High. That was a big play by Cyrus.
Another incredible stuff from WAG. PLS1 finding Moshi, and overall it's just great stuff from WAG. PLS1's mechanics, his shots have been extra lethal.
I mean, everybody on the side of WAG really putting in the work. Even Tikui, not many eliminations, but 5 assists so far. He's definitely playing his own part in here. First one to get knocked down. And what is the recovery like for WAG? Because they haven't been perfect on it. But as I say that, Cyrus instantly dropping by to pick up his buddy. And they continue the push.
We just talk about the probability of WAG being able to outclass BRU, like how they did in the Swiss stage. PLS1 and Cyrus really stepping up, especially PLS1. A lot of attention was put on Tikui as one of the prodigy rushers from Vietnam, but you cannot forget that PLS1, ever since joining WAG, has also been instrumental in these long-range fights. Like, his mechanics out of this world.
I can definitely say that again. But the question is, can Moshi somehow get into position so that he can find a punisher? Because X-Ball has been running all around, but very solid glue walls here by the Vietnamese squad to remain safe as they kind of switch spots with the Buridam players.
Get High taking some chip damage too. PLS1's position not the best. They gotta also find out where Moshi is, because Moshi is tucked away in a corner. As for WAG, they are stuck together too. I think Moshi has a good angle to really take down the members of WAG, and that's exactly what happens. Moshi on the claim onto Cyrus, and BRU now has a man advantage. WAG forced by the circle to aggress.
Yeah, that's one without an AC-80.
Double kill.
It's unable to do much from that long distance before he got taken down. And of course, Moshi being the first person to strike. And those ankle shots were just super deadly this time around, Husky.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. He was a monster in this round.
Truly is. I'd say Moshi was in the best possible spot. If WAG huddle together like that, does not know where Moshi is, it's a free round. And that's exactly what happened.
Moshi and Jonah, very effective so far. Albeit it doesn't seem like Jonah is bringing in those numbers, but 9 assists. Playing his role in a majority of these eliminations. And Jonah himself this time putting himself on the elimination leaderboard as well.
Takes matters into his own hands, takes out the sniper of WAG, and now forcing them to play with one man down. Cyrus was still able to trade Wasana back to level the playing field. The members of WAG heal back up to full. Get High next to be taken down as Tikui, who springs into action, and Jonah was able to arrive in time. The glue wall making the retreat a bit more complicated. Moshi and Jonah now have to work together to win this 2v3. Time turner and a bunch of glue walls will make it hard for BRU.
Jonah trying to back away here. The electrotherapy still connected onto Moshi. Looking for the flank around. Takes the zip line. Quick reposition. And obviously these players don't exactly know where to look. But Tikui is going to be very dangerous. That Oscar about to be refreshed. Cyrus needs to wait a little bit more before Zayn can be viable. But 20 seconds left on the clock means he just doesn't have that much time.
And it's only going to get more and more dire with WAG just taking control of the bottom level. And sure, for Moshi and Jonah, they can stay up top. But then you have X-Ball covering that.
If Moshi can take out X-Ball, it's only the first part of this equation sorted out, because then they have to take a CQC against the two boys down on the ground. And now X-Ball joining them as well, further increasing the odds of victory here for WAG.
Ooh!
Jonah
Shot.
have lost his wrist there.
That shot in the back of the palm. Should know where Moshi is too. Moshi with the drop down. Jonah takes action. Whoa! Initiative for BRU. Cyrus, good trade, and T-Quay comes in for the backup. Oh, WAG avert the disaster, but that was a necessary move from Jonah. WAG just had numbers.
I mean, it wasn't an intentional bait and switch, but clearly that was well thought out. The movements perfect. Jonah with the initial connection, follow up by Moshi, and the rest of it though was where things kind of broke down instantaneously for them. WAG had the numbers, they stacked up upon each other and outplayed the sniper and the captain of Buriram. 4-3, WAG 2 more rounds to wrap this up, and what a connection onto Wasana, slowing the pace down of Wasana as they get up towards the second platform.
If it's not a VSK and instead AWM, that would have been an instant headshot knock by PLS1. With this graph lap, so everything's out the window. T-Quay and PLS1 is going to work together, and they make the first move. Take control of that zone. Wasana puts up 2 layers of blue wall. We get high right behind him. But WAG makes sure that BRU doesn't have too much cover to work with. Wasana goes on the low ground, and I think T-Quay spotted just the outline. I see the stock of Moshi's gun.
T-Quay could have taken that shot, but of course it's a tad bit risky. Namochi showing himself a little bit, trying to tease T-Quay, who does fall for it, tanking a little bit of damage from the blue. Finds the reposition, but now this is a very complicated angle to play from. Get high. Was looking to make it a little bit more easier. Tags Wasana, just teases him with that grenade.
Oh!
Almost gets his head popped. And what a shot from X-Ball from afar.
And Wasana really had nowhere to go. The grenade plus a couple of shots from X-Ball 2. T-Quay with the valiant dash. Repositions. There's a time turner to help him as well. Explorer now makes his move. Need to search for more targets. Him and Moshi. Behind that blue wall is going to be Moshi. Jonah also spotted out, and Explorer goes to work. Jonah being flushed out of his hiding, and Moshi is also looking for some opportunity. T-Quay so deep in enemy territory, and Get High punishes him.
And that's a solid play. X-Ball with the Iris as well. Almost made Jonah pay a big price in that engagement. But Buriram United making their way back in here on a 4-all equalizer.
Yeah, I think T-Quay sort of fumbled the ball. Not really sure what the comms was, but T-Quay found himself in the midst of a 1v3 before the team was ready to provide any assistance. That kind of cost the WAG, because I think if they put it up correctly, WAG could easily spring the attack on BRU. Oh, that gives BRU another chance. In fact, they are now ahead in economy.
Oh my lord! Unexpected grenade. Jonah tossed it in directly towards the end of that zip line, and he had them guessed out. Get high now, backstab T-Quay. Pop off that Steffi just to keep them safe from further grenade follow-ups, and Get High with that knockdown. Cyrus is there for the save as well as Get High is eliminated from the equation. But WAG, the players are really low, especially T-Quay. Needs to find a little bit of a defense here. Cyrus is the one that needs to be outside, but instead it's the other way around. Grenade tossed out to back up his buddy. And those glue walls are going to keep them safe for the time being.
Oh, BRU suddenly amplifying their pace, and WAG couldn't keep up. Another 2v3 situation. Cyrus with the most elimination so far in the entire lobby. 8 to his name. Having to deal with Moshi, Wasana, and Jonah at the same time. It's not going to be easy. There's a nade available for T-Quay. Couldn't find the opportunity to utilize it. Now spread out to cover more ground. But that also means that they are isolated.
Very interesting tactic earlier employed by Cyrus, just tossing that nade at T-Quay as he was trying to recover, just to make sure the Buriram players don't get anywhere close. Surprisingly, it worked. Jonah now on the back lines, but WAG again sticking to the lower ground, waiting for that circle to close in on them. But this time the difference is they are down by one man. The numbers game might just play against them.
Again, just WAG really trying to look for any opening. As the circle shifts, it's going to force BRU all onto the ground floor. Moshi still behind. He's willing to tank the blue a little bit just to provide assistance if needed.
Kill.
Wow.
And in the end, it's not really needed. His teammates able to clean it up 5-4. So match point for BRU.
Thank you, but no thank you, says Moshi's teammates. But of course, he doesn't break mind. Wasn't knocked down by the blue, still gets to carry his weapons into the next round, which, by the way, is match point in this game number 1 between Buriram United Esports as well as WAG. And mind you, this is an elimination match. The losers will go home. The losers of the series, by the way, not just the match. So Buriram looking to finally wrap things up after starting strong.
Yeah. WAG can still force this to a sudden death, but have to work with very, very limited arsenal. M1889, a Trogon, a VSK. It's the whole scrapyard. Explorer already losing more than half his health, most likely from Moshi's tag. Or get high. He also has a VSK in hand.
And as you can see, Jonah, get high. In fact, all the players on the level 4 West. Interesting as they were focusing mainly on the cyber airdrop, unlocking the shop. And this is going to give them a huge advantage in this final round. They're playing against level 2 helmets, level 3 West. And in the case of X-Boy, just a level 2 West here. So this guy needs to stay out of trouble for as long as possible.
WAG and BRU is such a... can feel like a slugfest sometimes because WAG is not a team that mindlessly just starts fights. I think for BRU too, the approach has changed. When they feel that the backs are against the walls, they will slow down. I say that Wasana is literally in a 1v4. Somehow gets away. Jonah helps him. That's the Valiant dash. As WAG takes the fight to BRU, Wasana goes down. Him and X-War traded out. A full-blown fight. Jonah down in the red. T-Quay with the elimination. WAG takes control of the round. As Motion get high to try and bring BRU to a Game 1 win.
Even with the level 4 West, on all the players on the side of Buriram, they are not able to shut down the spirit of the Vietnamese players who valiantly bring us into round number 11. They are going the distance for sure, and will the series as a whole go the distance? It sure is looking like that just might be the case. But again though, level 4 West only exclusively for the side of Buriram United Esports because of their valiant efforts to reach the cyber airdrop consistently.
Oh yeah. And this is sort of like how WAG won against BRU in the Swiss round. It's just a slugfest. And at one point it tests to see the endurance of the players. And BRU just felt... I personally prefer BRU to really get down and dirty because that's kind of what they are known for, the aggression. But in this case, it definitely has been dampened a little bit just because WAG have been able to punish them time and time again.
Yeah. And of course, they gave away that Oscar, so that Valiant Dash put them in a unfortunate spot. Oscar is such a huge game changer because you may have a plan, and then as you're trying to go and execute it, all of a sudden, the glue walls that you just laid out like a maze in front of you disappears, and you're getting knocked back, just all-out chaos, and you're just trying to react to the situation instead of just really articulating yourself on the battlefield, responding to those moments. And regardless of what kind of squad you are, you can be even Buriram, you are definitely going to be taken aback. And that's exactly what happened there. WAG, with that shock factor, has brought us to this round 11. And now it's a game of chess again as they slowly inch towards each other. Granted, it's being forced by the blue as well.
Yeah. And on top of that is also BRU right now. Ooh. It's the stagger that the Oscar Valiant dash, the animation when you're suspended, it makes it a pain to deal with. Moshi, he's gonna get hunted down. T-Kui, he knows exactly what the job is.
Nicely done.
Gets it done, has full health to survive the initial shot for Moshi, and WAG prime position to take game 1. Just like old time, Cyrus does get knocked down by Wasana. Level the playing field. BRU nobody to back down. Asana, he comes alive when his team calls for it, but he finally gets knocked down. He's down to X-Board on WAG. Just could not do it. BRU weathered the storm and takes game 1.
Close, but not close enough. That was a valiant effort to take Moshi out of the equation earlier. Yes, that's the right reaction, Osana. His heart was thumping out of his chest. They thought they were almost going to lose that, but they played it well. They did manage to make sure even that Riptide Rhythm didn't really break down their defenses or put them in a tight little spot. They didn't rush into the fight. They allowed WAG to take the fight to them and reacted accordingly. That time turner, of course, was pretty instrumental in that CQC, the final one.
Yeah, it's very well done from both sides, right? Giving us a very play-out worthy game. And WAG, they did drop the ball a little bit, but they were able to pull it back to a full 11 round game 1. But at the end of the day, it's just BRU, the experience paid off. They take this game, but it's still not indicative whether BRU or WAG is going to win the series just because of how close it is.
Yeah, exactly. And Buriram doesn't look like the strongest team out there. WAG is definitely not the best, but they've been doing fairly well all the way up until that bout, which kicked them into the lower bracket. EVOS Divine kind of dismantling them, albeit that match did go the distance. I didn't really expect that sort of result from the series. It was a little shocking. But apart from that, it was a pretty clean run for WAG up until that moment. Now up against Buriram, things seem to go back to 50-50. This worries me a little bit because the last time it was 50-50, it was WAG taking the dub and they didn't kick Buriram out. But today, if they do it again, they will most definitely kick Buriram out.
Yeah, and they have again, I don't think they should be too hard on themselves. You know, they had some pretty good rounds, and this matchup, one of the slower ones when it comes down to just the tempo itself. But in crucial rounds, you gotta give it to Moshi. 5.4k damage, MVP of game 1.
This could be one of the highest I've seen today, if not the highest. And only 6 eliminations, so I'm expecting to see massive assists from this guy. And obviously, we kind of got dragged out quite a little bit into a round number 11 there. So many a times, more than 18 assists in total. Kind of matching up to what X-Ball was doing out there as the sniper on the side of WAG. We're glad to see him become the main sniper yet again. Very effective, but 2 eliminations less than the sniper on the side of Buriram.
Yeah, absolutely. Even, I think the damage he himself is dealing, right? All the chip damage from long range, but he's also been put in a couple of situations where he's needed to clutch, 2v1, 3v2s. Him and Jonah put in that spot in the mid rounds of the game. 6-5 is the scoreline. BRU taking Xterra. We're gonna head to Kalahari next. I think BRU definitely feels a lot more comfortable playing Kalahari into WAG.
Yeah, we get to see potentially the M1887X, a little bit of the Deagle as well in this next one. We've also got the gold AWM in play because we've got the competitive store this time at Kalahari. And obviously, we're gonna look forward to seeing Moshi as well as X-Ball rock the M500s initially. I wonder which one of these 2 snipers is going to be walking away with the first blood for their squads, giving them that extra bit of boost, the extra bit of adrenaline, just so that they can have a decent head start, because these head starts are definitely going to help you snowball as far as the economy is concerned, keeping your opponent starved out.
Let's see the adjustments for WAG. What is it going to be? We saw, I mean, even the bans itself from game 1, right? We saw the Santino ban, and I think, for for both teams. They were willing to let the Oscar through. I mean, WAG got Oscar, but they still lost. They got both Oscar and Zane. We say the BRU taking the Cassie away was sort of the right choice. So I do wonder if that is going to change, if the Chrono is going to get let through this time, and they just say no Oscar for Kalahari.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think they should have done earlier on. WAG does them a favor, banning out the Chrono. That's not going to be the biggest concern on the side of Buriram. It's not their main pick. But as far as WAG is concerned, that Oscar has been super annoying. It has put them in the back foot many times. It has disrupted their aggressive as well as passive plays. If Buriram doesn't take him out, I'll definitely have questions in my head.
You ban a Santino here. I think you could, unless you're willing to roll the dice and give WAG the Santino. Although, if you leave the Santino open, right, there's Santino, there's Oscar, you could net yourself a favorable trade regardless. So BRU's case, they could open Santino and ban Zane. That could be another approach.
But it's X-Born, the Santino, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Buriram taking Cassie out of the equation? Interesting. Not my flavor. I would have definitely preferred to see the... Come on, bro. You know what it is?
No way.
I am shocked. They preferred to remove Tatsuya from the mix to avoid an Oscar Tatsuya combo, but they still leave the Disruptor available for WAG, who gets first dibs.
There's an important choice to be made. Do you take the Santino or do you take the Oscar? Whichever you don't take is going to go straight into BRU's hands. So they are they are forcing the cards of WAG. I don't think it's too bad of an idea, but WAG is going to take the Oscar. Not a problem there.
So Santino, it should be a no-brainer here for Buriram. The question is, what do they combine the Santino with? Clue could just be a decent one. Zane as well, especially when things get really dicey in Kalahari. Buriram definitely loves to depend on that Zane. We've seen Wasana kind of rock that class in the past, especially when the Tatsuya is not available. It does open up a lot for them. And of course, the Cassie that they thought of banning out earlier on is going to be brought in. Get High is probably going to be hopping onto that. And because the Zane was left open, WAG says, thank you very much, good sirs.
Cassie, I mean, I think Cassie has to be taken away. If not, you are giving WAG a bit too much. But still, WAG get the Zane, you know, the Iris, the Zane. The Clue is also up. Yep, they're going to take the Clue away. So leaves Coda up for BRU. What else? I mean, the Ignis is there. It was ignored in the previous game.
Yeah. And of course, we've seen some teams favor the Homer over the Coda, which I wouldn't be able to figure out at this point in time. But there is a possibility here that they do swing that way, pulling out the Steffi and the Coda. Love the Coda, understand the Steffi. WAG did try to be a tad bit cheeky earlier with those grenades. Only got 12 more seconds to lock it in, and they do exactly that.
Coda, so again, full utility, willing to play without your traditional front line. WAG should... Who is this going to be? Iris? Ignis? Either or is good. I think Ignis is not too bad, honestly.
Yeah, I think Ignis is definitely a good choice here. But obviously WAG has got a way with doing things. We have seen them also rock the Homer in the past, but Ignis, like you said, definitely the better choice, especially when it comes to obscuring the view of Buriram. Not so much to get the damage off of that Flame Mirage, but more towards making sure Buriram does not have a lot of direct visual contact, allowing them a little bit more space to rotate on the field.
Yeah. So, yeah, I suspected Ignis gets picked up by WAG. Final preparations for both teams. BRU, contrary to game number 1, they are going to lack that offensive capability. Not as you don't have that aggression. The Tatsuya, I mean, you can still get it from the in-game store if needed, but aside from that, by default, it's more of a utility-heavy lineup, right? More down to the macro.
This is going to get dicey for sure. There's really no telling who's going to get the better of the other, just purely based on the active skills pick here. It's all about the execution at the end of the day. But just looking at the lineup on both sides, it's looking very solid. The game is just at that level where it's very well balanced. We've got a lot of prime picks out there and a lot of mind games clearly here as they try to make sure they don't give away too much to their opponents on the bans and picks. Like pulling the Cassie away from WAG, who have definitely made good use of and Zane being taken off of the block here by WAG, giving them more potential survivability out there in a full-on battle against Buriram, which clearly has been the case quite a number of times in that previous game, dragging us all the way into round 11. Is this going to end in a 2-0 though, or do we get dragged the distance again between these two teams?
I personally hope we go 3 games. No, like the caliber of these two teams, it would be pretty sad to lose one of them right now. I mean, it's kind of the reality of the competition. But WAG, they definitely are not backing down from a fight, right? They're picking characters that allow them to take the fight to BRU. There were some close calls for sure, and in terms of decision making, we definitely see WAG drop the ball. Just that one round that let BRU take back control of the game. But in the grand scheme of things, I think with WAG, the spirits are not dampened. They can definitely take down BRU.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. I think WAG has injected a lot of excitement into the competition, that they've proven so many of the fans out there of the other teams wrong. Even in the previous time, beating down Buriram in the round 3 of their Swiss brackets, looking for the qualifier into the playoffs, which they have successfully found one of the better teams when it comes to their scoreline. Not fully perfect, but close enough to the stats of AG Global. But now, when it truly matters in a double elimination bracket where both of these teams have got their backs up against the ledge pretty much, one tiny push can send them flying straight off. I'm pretty sure Buriram's not going to hold back or make it as easy as it was the previous time.
Oh yeah. Again, really comes down to WAG and how they want to approach this. Do they want to go full-on aggressive on the BRU and hit BRU hard? It's sort of how BRU would like to play their game most of the time. But I would say WAG has done a very good job in slowing down some of these rounds, just to make sure that BRU doesn't, walk away with a lead by finding a snipe thanks to Moshe's positioning. So that's something that I feel like WAG could also leverage on. And then you strike when the iron is hot, strike when you find an opportunity, you press all your buttons and get into their face. We gotta see how the first few rounds plays out.
This game is about to start, and I'm just a little curious on whether or not Buriram will look to try to end this early, because obviously they're showing a lot of respect to WAG, not overstepping those boundaries, not getting so aggressive where they're taking the fight straight up to them. It's a game of chess all the way to a moment where they have to fight for the cyber airdrop. That's the only time where they take some risk, and I wouldn't say they are unnecessary risk, because we clearly saw how that favored them towards the end of the game where they had those level 4 West. And if the level 4 West is going to be the reason why you throw a couple of rounds, I am really not going to complain.
Oh yeah. And I mean some good games that come down all the way to the wire, that's for sure. Right off the bat, we see the Deagles. Not the Deagles, we see the normal pistols in action. The M500. PRU, the other ones to take initiative, going straight for the drop. Wasana will claim it. The Ignis Wall chips away someone's health bar. Tikoi wanting to find some initial tags, but ends up losing more health than the target. In fact, Tikoi is just stuck in a hard place. Wasana just goes for the killing blow and finds 2 in a row. That's a bit too much.
I mean, that's exactly what this game's all about, and Wasana is probably a little bit too strong, so we're gonna reset the lobby for this guy. X-Ball, the final player, alive and kicking. Moshi looking for the finisher here. Should find that in the next shot. Oh my goodness. Clips him on the shoulder, and X-Ball with a big brain play on the prone. And Jonah finally brings it to an end.
Oh yeah. Well, round 1 for BRU. I mean, very straightforward too for both teams. We'll see how they continue to approach this, right? I mean, for BRU, in fact, they're gonna bring out the Deagles, well, at least I see the mini Uzis. Oh, scrap that. 3 mini Uzis and power foul. WAG with the force buy too.
Surprising, because Buriram at one point there got disconnected from the match, and they still managed to win it out in a massive way. WAG couldn't take advantage of that situation, but this time Moshi tagged up. Jonah still finds X-Ball as he flanks around the right hand side. X-Ball overextending and gets punished for it.
And BRU, again, we said that they are going to feel a bit more comfortable that we are playing on Kalahari, and we're seeing that in action, right? Moshi comes under pressure with T-Quay, but still, he's the one winning out the trade, and T-Quay is struggling to poke his head out. Jonah taking PLS 1, Cyrus goes down, T-Quay left all alone.
Uh-oh.
Round 2 is pretty much over. Flawless round for BRU.
There's trouble brewing on the horizon, and Buriram is standing right behind that trouble. WAG, this is just breaking down a tad bit too fast for them. But of course, granted, they were on a eco round. They didn't go all out with the purchase. They did manage to pull a Deagle to their side, which doesn't put them back too much on the resources. Still allows them to purchase some decent weaponry for this round number 3. And it's still not going to be the perfect round for WAG. If they pull something off here, it's going to be a miracle.
Oh, yeah. Again, you give BRU 2 flawless rounds. The money to look very good. Smoke grenade allows for Sana to walk on forward here. Oh, he's past PLS 1. Just found him with the side. They got to finish up PLS 1. They will try PLS 1. Hiding in the smoke. Not for very long though. Wasana eventually clips him with the sight. And this round is falling apart for WAG.
Double kill.
It is prime target down in the middle. When it's the cyber airdrop, you can expect Buriram to approach aggressively. What was not expected was that smoke bomb. And of course, a wild side swinging. Wasana did manage to get a knock as well. So again, the race to the cyber airdrop just for the extra insurance policy by the end of this game. If at all, it does get dragged there.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, sadly for the side of WAG, you can only have so many chances.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not looking good for sure. WAG struggling to find any sort of kind of way out of this. We say that they are great at slowing down the rounds, but so far BRU has been just speeding up the rounds and is making it incredibly tough for WAG to deal with it, because BRU are just in their face.
X-Ball, after getting punished earlier on the wild aggressive flank, this time chooses to hold back, but Moshi might just be the one that undoes him as the highest ground on this compound. Let's go ahead for the reposition, but still has that information on his side. Sana, on the other hand, waiting to see. Just checking once again whether Moshi does have his back, and indeed he does. Hikui on this flank could just be outplayed by Get High, but it's a fight he can definitely win with that M590.
WAG slowed down around. Is it enough though? Because Cyrus lost half his health, so he needs some time to heal back up. No blue walls left on his end. WAG trying to navigate the maze. That's the good Ignis wall. Those blue walls will go down. Wow, Get High with the swing. That's PLS1. Wasana, a two-prong attack. Brings himself into the midst of things, but the damage was done. T-Quay not able to hold on. That's 4 straight rounds for BRU.
Jonah with the double and a three-pointer with the nade as well. Captain wants to go to sleep. He is done and dusted with the games for the day. And he has given strict instructions to make this quick and easy, almost painless for WAG. They couldn't even feel those bullets sinking in. I think life has left them already. Or are we going to see a second breath of life here from the Vietnamese squad, who has managed to pump themselves up quite a number of times in the past? Smoke down the middle, looking for the airdrop, and it looks like Wasana is in a deadly position right now.
Yeah. If anyone walks through that door, you're gonna get a sight to the face. And that's really not what WAG wants right now. They need clear line of sight. They need to know exactly where BRU are at. But they're not given that opening. They have no idea where BRU is going to be. And if you walk through these tight corners, it is going to be basically lights out.
That's what Jonah's saying. Let's go to sleep. Let's wrap this up. Lights out, guys. And obviously the execution part is taking it into his own hands. Backed up a get high. Moshi's barely able to do anything out there because the rest of his team members are just cooking WAG at this point. What an aid! Unfortunately, a wall ended up right in front of his nade. Wasana unscathed by it. Moshi in a deadly sniper spot. Yeah.
Export needs time to heal back up too. It is to be almost the same storyline. We see them stall out the round, but these chip damage are starting to really hurt. And that's not good news if you are the side of WAG, who are forced or at least encouraged to have initiative.
Wasana. Oh, Wasana. What a jump shot. PLS1 down. Looking for Cyrus. Will be able to find him alongside Moshi. Both doing enough to bring us to series point, where Buriram is looking to swallow up WAG whole, not allowing them to pull away a single round.
And WAG needs to make the comeback of the tournament. Because so far, nothing is working. They are just getting clobbered every step of the way. Every single plan that they formulated has failed. They slowed down the round, didn't work. They try to speed it up. Still, it didn't work.
Series point to close this out and kick WAG down and away from the $30,000 US that they could have reached. Was easier said than done. Tikui wild jumps through and breaks through the walls. Another Flame Mirage potentially helping him escape from that situation as well. Sent out by Cyrus, and it was perfect. He actually gets away unscathed.
Yeah. Needs some time to heal back up again. As always, WAG, they need some time to recuperate. And X-Bor, good delivery onto Wasana, but sadly, not able to hang on as Moshi himself also responds. And X-Bor is the one that gets the unlucky end of the deal. He ends up going down.
Buriram just showing a different version of themselves since it's the final game for themselves in this day. What's the point of holding back up against WAG? As I said, Captain Jonah wants to go to sleep. With Export down and out, they don't really have a lot of long-range capability. Has to wait for the circle to close on in. They are running 3 M5 90s and get high just from afar, but responded perfectly by Tikui.
And Cyrus does go down, but the numbers still don't favor WAG. Tikui needs to land those shots. If there's any time to show up, this is it. 1v3, 1v4 if Get High comes back up, and there is no chance. Booyah. And BRU with a clean sweep to survive in the tournament.
What a game by Buriram. 6-0 to bring an end to the run of WAG, which was pretty much perfect before this day happened to them. Initially getting kicked down into the lower brackets by EVOS Divine and now sorted out permanently, at least for FFWS SEA Fall Clash Squad. They've been kicked out of the competition. Unfortunate. Great team, but Buriram is slightly better.
Yeah, today Buriram proved to be the better team. Of course, some ups and downs, you know. They got to this lower bracket after getting reverse swept by Team Falcons, but all things considered, BRU still able to pull through in the end and take down WAG, who was the reason that they had to run the gauntlet in the Swiss stage as well. So revenge serve in a very, very dominant fashion.
Yeah, in a dominant fashion is definitely the right way to put this, because yes, we saw numbers after numbers after numbers being picked up by the Buriram players, but throughout the whole 6-0, not a single time did we see a decent connection of the bullets of WAG to the hearts of Buriram without them recovering instantaneously, right? They were just like the undying zombies, and it is not fun trying to play a game where you need to actually shut them down. Match MVP is Get High instead of Captain Jonah, who definitely put in a lot of work. I'm assuming the assists pretty massive on the side of Get High, but he definitely played a solid game as well.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think Get High, again, we said even during the All-Star match that he is kind of the secret weapon, you know, like he gets some insane clutches going. And we see when Get High starts clutching, it's so hard to stop him. Look at that. 10 assists, 7 eliminations.
I actually totally did not notice there were no eliminations at all. I was actually thinking there might be just 1 or 2, but yeah, I mean, that bullet did nothing. Those were rubber bullets at this point of time. And as a matter of fact, PLS1 and Cyrus, 6 rounds in a row, were not allowed to play at all. They barely could get any shots out of their guns. And Buriram, this is just a masterclass of Clash Squad by them, and they have clearly outclassed WAG on this game. There was no competition there at all. No matter what WAG tried, it was just nowhere close to that game number 1.
No, not at all. It's, again, I think for WAG, today they've been bested, right? They just felt very lost. I mean, game 1, there were some good moments, but game 2, sadly, BRU just amped up the pressure, and WAG could not keep up.
I mean, I'm shocked by the stats pulled up here by WAG after a phenomenal run. Granted, they still do walk away with a decent amount of US dollars in their pocket, but I'm very sure they would have been happy to represent Vietnam all the way to the grand finals and bag the 30K as well. Just fate didn't have it in the books for them. I mean, at the end of the day, the top 8 teams were all really good. To come across EVOS and then Buriram was very unfortunate for WAG.
Yeah, commiserations to WAG. Their run in Clash Squad ends here, but they can definitely be proud of themselves, right? Making it to top 8 and being the first 2 teams alongside AGL to qualify for playoffs. It's just, today, not the day that they were looking for. They got dealt a pretty rough hand. EVOS Divine, who were on form, and then BRU, who were, determined to not get knocked out from the lower bracket. The fact that you have to play both upper and lower bracket on the same day is already very challenging.
Yeah, and I guess that explains the 0 eliminations, because they were tired. And Jonah just had mercy, and I guess he was tired as well. He just wanted to go home. And I am shocked at the 0 eliminations, that's for sure. But it's just a testament to how good Buriram is when they really get serious out there. It shows that we haven't really seen the best version of Buriram in the competition just yet. We're gonna jump over, and it looks like Morphin is super busy today, isn't she? back to back interviews, and we're gonna jump into yet another one. We'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section and Booyah from Buramia Esport, and now I'm here with Wasana and Jonah. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ So I have to say that this was the revenge that you successful with the WAG because last time you lost to them. Okay, so let's go to the first question. I have to say that it was a close game in the first map. So I want to know at the last round they have a fight with 4v4. So I want to know that about your team fight. What is the thing that is better than their fight? ก็ต้องบอกว่าเราแพ้ WAG มาก่อนหน้านี้ด้วยแต่ว่ารอบนี้เราแก้แค้นได้สำเร็จแล้วก็อยากรู้ว่าในแมปแรกค่ะค่อนข้างสูสีเลยตอนราวสุดท้ายตอนที่สู้กัน4 ต่อ 4เนี่ยไฟท์ของเราเหนือกว่าเขายังไงบ้าง
เหนือตรงสกิลเพลย์เราดีกว่าครับ
So about that, Jonah think that our skill play is better than WAG. So that's why they have a perfect fight and bring the first map first. Okay, Wasana. So like I said that the first map is like your team have been like struggle a little bit, but in the second map was a dominance game from Buramia Esports. So I want to know that did you have anything that put it on for the first map into the second map อยากรู้ว่าเราเพิ่มอะไรไปบ้างไหมหลังจากที่ตอนแรกเกมแรกเราอาจจะสูสีติดขัดนิดนึงแต่พอเกม2เนี่ยเราชนะขาดเลยมีอะไรเพิ่มเติมมาไหม
ก็เหมือนยังจูนยังไม่ติดครับแบบเดินทางมาแข่งไกลเกินแล้วก็พอเกม2ก็แบบเริ่มจูนกันติดแบบเล่นเหมือนที่ซ้อมกันมาก็ออกมาแบบตามภาพเลยครับ
So about the location that we have a tournament for today is a little bit far for the Buramia Esports. So and at the first map they still cannot connect to each other very well. So that's why it's have been like a struggle a little bit for them. But in the second map they have more connection and more teamwork. So that's why they have a dominance. Alright, last question. So you might be play against two Twisted Mind or VP. Which team do you want to play against? อยากเจอกับใครระหว่าง Twisted Mind กับ VP ค่ะเพราะเราน่าจะได้เจอเขา
ทวิตก็ได้ครับอยากเจอพี่ชายใหญ่พี่นโม
So Buramia Esports want to play against two Twisted Mind because they want to play against Pinamo, which is Twisted Mind coach. Alright, this is the end of our interview section. We're gonna have a short break before we get back to the last match. Bye bye.
It's the final best of 3 for tonight at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season Clash Squad Playoffs Day 1. The last series and the last elimination series in the lower bracket between AGAL and, well, not AGAL, what am I talking about? It's between two teams who are looking for redemption. AGAL and Bigatron by Vitality is Husky and the Sasha AJ. It's been a long evening, but we got to close it out on a high note somehow. And we've already lost one of our 3-0 teams from Swiss stage. We might lose our last and final one in the form of AGAL if BTR manages an upset.
If they manage an upset. It didn't seem like they were capable of an upset in the previous matchup. I think AGAL did put up a little bit of a fight. Bigatron, on the other hand, just couldn't see it out of them. But perhaps being kicked down in that manner in the previous matchup would have lit some sort of a wildfire in them. I'm looking forward to seeing Indonesia really fight their way in here to continue progress, or else it's just going to be an all-out Thailand-dominated run. Of course, apart from EVOS Divide, who still have a decent chance of going in there towards the grand finals. The last time round, it didn't seem to be the case at our spring season, but of course, EVOS looking so much more stronger this time round. When the conversation is about Bigatron, on the other hand, they have had a little bit of a surprise win over RRQ. Granted, RRQ is not the best Clash Squad team out there, but when you look at the run of this AGAL squad, on the other hand, it's so much more impressive.
Yeah, I think BTR has already, I think, surpassed a lot of expectations in terms of Clash Squad. I definitely didn't have BTR in the top 8 of the fall season, at least for Clash Squad, but here they are, right? They had to really go through the ringer to get to this point. They get Kalahari first, Bermuda second, and Xterra third. This matchup is pretty interesting because, as mentioned, both of them got dropped to the lower bracket in a 0-2 fashion. AGAL got outclassed, but BTR just felt extremely lost against Twisted Minds. And now the question turns to who can reset faster. The favor is definitely on AGAL's part, but BTR has shown us a lot of upsets. This is going to be toughest one of all.
Well, AGAL taking Sentino out of the equation, and obviously Bigatron, on the other hand, they want to be taken out, either the Clue or the Chrono. Clue has been pretty instrumental so far to the side of AGAL, but instead it's going to be the Oscar that is banned out. I've got my questions because you don't really see AGAL running around with the Oscar all that often.
Not at all. Whoa! Okay, that almost caught me off guard.
I've ever seen that.
I don't think so either. Man, they hovered at Ignis. That almost caught me off guard. I was like, no way you go for Ignis first pick. Right, this one makes a lot more sense. With the Chrono first pick. Cassie Tatsuya, Cassie Zane, open for BTR. Alright, take your pick.
And obviously this opens up quite a lot, right? They love the Iris, they love the Clue as well. We've seen them. Okay, you want to rock the Zane. You can definitely rock the Zane. They might want to complete this together with the Tatsuya and Clue if they are given the opportunity. AGAL's clearly allowing them to walk that way, pulling in the Cassie. So a double pick possibility here. Clue as well as Tatsuya. They need the mobility out there, and they need the information for sure against AGAL of all these.
Cassie Ignis goes over to AGAL. Obviously, AGAL still looking for maybe like a Clue. BTR, they could have Coda now if they want. But I want to say that they also go for the Homer often, and they actually do go for the Homer. I thought that when you already have the Iris, the Homer will become like a afterthought, but I think that BTR wants all the intel gatherers.
Yeah, and well, there's still the Clue, so I don't know what this actually does for Bigatron. And AGL, of course, they would not mind playing the Clue. They do love Clue, so in fact, I expected Clue to be banned out first. So Bigatron has got me confused with their bans as well as picks. But you know what? Let them do their stuff, man. For all you know, they're going to pull off a 6-0 and surprise all of us.
I will be shocked. if this goes 6-0 again.
Definitely be shocked.
I mean, like, if this series goes 6-0, it really does, you know, it maybe one of the teams is just off form, right? Because I don't see a universe where this will go 6-0. Maybe 6-3 is the bare minimum. AGAL, I prefer their competition slightly more. I think VTR is giving me a bit of that Kagendra vibes where you overkill on one facet of the draft.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly what sort of miracle they walk away with on this draft. I like the Zane, the Iris. It's not my main pick, but it's okay. Maybe it's just a little bit of extra information play. You get lucky, but you know the Iris is only going to come in handy pretty much later in those rounds as those snipers are whipped out. Homer, on the other hand, quite viable, but never the first info pick. You know, we've seen teams go for the Coda, go for the Clue, and Homer only if they're really pushed to it. If the the Clue or Coda is banned out and picked by the opposite side. So it's just an interesting draft from Bigatron overall. I'm wondering what their pace is going to be like for this, because they can technically be aggressive, but that Iris obviously going to be holding back with Joel. Homer, Zane, Coda together at the front. This could just be a play.
Could be. This could either go very well, or BTR might have overcooked a little bit. Again, like this is like Kagendra showed us the demolition team. Now we got BTR with the full intelligence headquarters on their side. I would expect a lot of that weight to fall on Joe and Kyung once more. I mean, Joe did struggle quite a lot in the earlier series where VP just dispatched the front line and then left him to dry. Oh, not VP, sorry. Twisted Minds left him to dry. So for AGL, they also encountered the same problem with VP. So see who is able to figure out kind of the key to victories first.
This is obviously it's going to go down to the mechanical capability of these squads as well. At the end of the day, it is a game which involves a little bit of aiming, a little bit of reaction time. So mechanically, AGL has proven to be a decent squad. You know, not the best out there, but definitely one of the better ones out of Thailand for sure. And in Southeast Asia, Thailand's technically at the front, so they are better even at their worst. Bigatron, on the other hand, has been hot and cold all throughout the season, especially in the current one. So there's a very big potential that Duyu helps his team run away with this one. We were waiting for Cypher to wake up in the competition. Kinda did. But he can definitely throw in a little bit more effort. And I think this is going to be the game where he does shine.
Yeah, this could come down to a battle between the snipers. Like the good old classic, right? Between Joe and Dew, both with a lot to prove and, you know, very, very dependable, but also has reliance on the rest of the teammates to really create space for them. They're not your self-sufficient space makers like how Moshi or Rasha, these guys, they need a bit of that support from the team. They were denied of that in the earlier series. Now they got one more chance to make it happen.
Yeah, and that's the kind of initiative that they do need to take for themselves. Make a little bit of space and try to open up some of the winnable conditions for the squad, right? The sniper is going to be very crucial in this category, and we do understand that the better sniper, arguably, is on the side of AGAL. Dew has been very impressive. We've often talked about how he's not given the kind of backup he deserves out there on the battlefield. In the recent times, we do see the rest of them stepping up, but the latest addition, Team SR, still has not convinced the greater crowd out there yet.
Yeah, not at all. It's going to continue to be a struggle, and I wouldn't say until they get a win. I think even when they get a win, he is still going to be put under a microscope. But he really needs to have some of the moments where he proves that he can hold his own ground. It's already a 1v1 split between both sides. Dudes gets the first drop. Kyung, the good reply up against Chinoy in the back line. Chinoy, of course, wins that. 2 for 2 so far. Chinoy should be able to bring your teammates back up, but Joe says no from behind. And Bigatron by Vitality off to a stronger start.
Team SR slowly jumping back in here, and he gets a phenomenal drop here with the shotgun. The M1873 firing off, putting them in the driver's seat now. Takes a tad bit too far away from the rest of his team members, and there's electrotherapy working on Chinoy from afar. AGL just finishing up a couple of the other players here, and Team SR instead goes in for the pickup. Dew playing a little bit too aggressively at the top earlier on. Dix with the grenade will find absolutely nothing, and in a 3v1, Dix is gonna be cooked, and he does manage to tag up Dew from afar.
This should be a round 1 for AGL, unless Dix gets some incredible 1v2s happening. You could start with isolating the members of AGL. That Ignis Void's probably gonna steal the deal. Chinoy, good execution.
Yeah, I mean, both running the same gun. He just had the Flam Mirage there as a extra utility blade that confused the heck out of his opponent, and jumped right in after the fire to get the finishing touch on that. Perfectly executed. Dix didn't stand a chance, and all Gamers Global almost lost their round there up against Bigatron by Vitality, so it was close enough. I like that. But in the second round here, a force buy-through by Bigatron by Vitality has got me a tad bit worried.
Yeah, and we've seen teams that win with a force, and then they start, turning it around. But of course, it comes with its own risk. It's a lot of CQC at Santa Catarina. See BTR going on the exploration, trying to find where the members of AGAL are at. Team SR might just make contact, but I think they're on different floors. So Kyung and Dix still remains in a safe spot. You see the glue wall being put up. There's a bit of a barrier between both sides before they make contact. Kyung will relocate.
Good decision made here by the Bigatron player. Joel in a prime position, but he looks away at the wrong time. Allows Cypher to take prime spot at the top alongside Chinoy. Cypher does manage to nail down Kyung as well. Dix almost caught out, but manages to step it right back up, shutting down Team SR and bagging the whole squad. Joel with the rotation right round them managed to save the day.
That's gonna, again, we said the fourth buy has its own risk. It's a double-edged sword, but BTR made it work. So level back the playing field a bit. AGL and missing a bit of that crucial timing.
Yeah.
Bigatron, now they get to bring out the big guns for Joe.
Of course, that was won out also because All Gamers Global did not go wild with their purchases on that round 2, anticipating a situation like this, but with not much defense on them, Bigatron with that force buy literally managed to win that out big time. They're pretty equal here on this third round. Flamirage doesn't tag out Diggs. Mrs. Kyung as well was on that higher platform. G36 will nail down the first victim. And the sniper looks for yet another. Almost takes Joel out.
Ooh, if that was the second headshot, that would have been Joe getting knocked down, but don't think it makes too much of a difference. Cypher has already found his target, and Joe out of commission. Is too low to participate. And AGAL looking to take round 3.
Global now getting a decent lead on their pocket. Level 3 SMG, that MP5 pulled in here by Team SR, and hasn't been able to deliver the most number of eliminations for the squad just yet. That's the kind of gun that might just be able to pull some numbers on your side.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like these early rounds when your members on the side of DTR like Koja and Joe who don't have much defenses, one good shot is all you need. Especially Joe, no vest, no helmet, instantly being put low. Koja, if he receives the headshot, he's gonna get knocked out. And indeed, that's what happens. Dew, make sure that he stays down.
Cypher with the mini Uzi up against the P90. Wins it out valiantly as Let's try to go for the pickup. And Joel once again the final survivor. Not looking good for Bigatron in this game. Of course, All Gamers Global looking for a sweep. It's not going to be a clean one, but it's going to still be a sweep.
I mean, do find these cheeky angles too. Already, it doesn't help that some of the members of Bigatron don't have vest or helmet, but the fact that Jill was able to find these tight pixel shots makes it even harder for Bigatron to kind of a maneuver to navigate around these fights. And when you're put low, you don't even have to get knocked down. The fact that you're down to low health means that you are going to be out of whatever comes in the next 5 to 10 seconds. And that's what happened for Joe for 2 straight rounds, where he was too wounded to be involved.
Cypher, glue wall melter, anticipating Dick's glue wall, and he was absolutely right with that. Grenade tossed on out. Cyber airdrop. Point taken by All Gamers Global if this goes the distance. And that's a sacrifice well worth taking. AGL losing 2, potentially 3 players in a row now. And yes, Team SR definitely going down. Ah!
Wait!
Still manages to pull one back. Team SR on a double. Unbelievable.
Oh, he's done more than he needed to do. And now he's down to deal 1v3, but they're all one hit away from dying. The mini Uzi might just be the right weapon to make a miracle happen. All off the back of Team SR. The Homer drone tags on the duel. And Joe swings the corner. Almost a disastrous round for BTR.
Almost disastrous indeed. The fight for the cyber airdrop. Yes, they do lose the battle, but they might just end up winning the war because of this sacrifice. 2 cyber points now for the side of AGAL.
Insane stuff. Team SR. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn some heads with that earlier play. You know, it's a sad, pretty unfortunate that Duke couldn't close it out, but that is some damage to BTR still. Courtesy of AGAL. Koja, what was that tag from BTR, from AGAL? So far ahead. Cypher in the midst of things. Deeks instantly forced to fall back, but they keep on chasing.
That Homer popped as well. Probably a panic play, trying his best to slow the player down. Does manage to get the tag onto Cypher.
First blood.
And the pickup is just not possible. AGAL losing the first player here. As Bigatron finally smartens up with the numbers advantage. Sticking together this time round as they take the fight to AGAL.
Yeah, I gotta say, these mini Uzis and Trogons have been a big problem. BTR is winning with those weapons that usually shouldn't be the case. But they are straight up just using semi-auto shotguns and beating AGAL, who are running into their face. BTR finds an equalizer.
The Trogon's the cheapest tier 5 weapon, but definitely one of the more efficient ones. The auto shotgun is on a triple pump, so you don't even need to pray. All you need to do is spray. You're probably going to walk away with a knock. That's exactly what happened there. And we are all equal.
We are. And now the weapon builds up for Bigatron. Better arsenal, and wow, the round just opened and Duel lost his head. No helmet, by the way. He's gonna get picked up. The Raphael bleed out wasn't fast enough, but still, BTR got themselves a decent lead just off of that shot.
We're still on game 1 here, and clearly the fight is hot from both sides. Kyung, what a time turner response. Kyung not able to find the connections just yet. Cypher stays alive for the time being. Kyung now under pressure from the shots from above. Still looking for the knock on to Cypher. Just to make sure he manages his bullets well, and he did that fantastically. And now picks the Trogon off of Cypher as well.
Oh, yeah. Dude needs to find a good angle to interact, but couldn't get it. BTR, I think they're on their way to a 4th round unless AGAL can slow this round down and start picking them off one by one. Like, the P90 in hand is not good enough, but Team SR might be able to make a difference. Takes out the sniper. of BTR, but not able to find a finisher just yet.
Aurora Vision used up down at the bottom, so he knows exactly what he's looking for. Unfortunately, players on the side of AGAL, the moment they saw the notification that they have been exposed, just choosing to stay behind the ribs of the Mammoth here. And that just buys them enough time to play recovery as well. So smooth maneuvering here by AGAL, but Dix putting an instant end to Chinoy.
Yeah, I gotta say, Team SR has been really stepping up in these past few rounds, and Dew finding a 2 in a row. Back-to-back shots. Team SR, I believe, tagged by a Homa drone. But this round is in his hands. Kyung is going to get rescued. Team SR finally reunites with Dew. With the electrotherapy, he's going to be able to heal Dew back up.
Dropped the man a medkit as well, just to not waste the advanced therapy. Because they are going to go into a heated 2v2 fight now. Nick's putting up an interesting blue wall just by the side of the tents. Just a pre-setup, and Kyung finds Team SR on the way down.
And it's a BTR round. Honestly thought there was a chance for AGAL to come back into this, but they still fail in the end. All that hard work and sadly denied. And he's just shot with these shots.
Well, I'm surprised. I wasn't expecting that for sure. I was expecting a little bit more from the interesting medkit drop, saving up the utility of the active for a super showdown. But I guess Team SR, he could have slipped and just fell. I don't think that was planned, because clearly Dew wasn't in position to make the rotation just yet. But that's exactly how nervous these players are on a stage like this. You drop your guard and you are out of the competition. Obviously, that's going to keep you on the edge.
Oh, absolutely. Aurora Vision getting used too. Cross being dropped down. Cypher, he's been not really winning the 1v1s as we thought he would, even statistically. Now they will try to bring 3 members into the face of Kyung. They should guarantee them the knock. Koja also getting dispatched very, very quickly, and that's what AGL needs to do. Outnumber BTR in these fights, you know. Make it clean, make it fast, hit him hard. Joe getting pinned down by Dew too. AGL, a guarantee equalizer.
Team SR with the backstab takes Joel out of the equation. A 4-all scoreline between AGAL and Bigatron by Vitality. An unexpected situation for sure, with what looked like an initial easy run through by All Gamers Global. But we do have to acknowledge the fact that they have now unlocked the Cyber Airdrop store. Level 4 West definitely at arm's length here, and Team SR and Cypher running exactly that. They don't want to be losing those Wests now for sure. What they do need to do is make good use of it.
I mean, Cypher's Vest isn't really the best too, right? I mean, with his role in the team, and somehow make it work. Maybe the electrotherapy is going to be what compensates for it. Ooh, under pressure. That's a 1v2 Cypher. Needs a bit of the help. Electrotherapy actually pays off. And Team SR now arrives at the scene. The Ignis War is going to help him out. Surely the glue wall goes down. And Diggs is isolated. Nowhere to go. A nade in hand. Lobs it over. But it's a bit out of range. And the glue wall from Cypher. More than enough to keep him safe. As Dew takes care of Joe in the behind the scenes. Team SR somehow goes down. No way Diggs gets away with this, right? AGAL on their way to match point.
That took a while. Goodness knows how many glue walls he had on himself at that point of time. Clearly too many, as he bought himself so much of time. And All Gamers Global walking into round 10 with match point in hand.
Double kill. Double kill.
That's perfect illustration of the ability usage. AGAL, Cypher holding on 1v2. If he fell there, that round would have gone to Bigatron. Gone over to BTR for sure. And now on the ropes, Joe. Once more needed to land some 6 shots, and we're back at the same area where AGAL just won.
This time the setup's a little different. The long flank around the right-hand side. They're trying to look for the surprise backstab. Cypher might just be able to find this one if it threads carefully. Shinoy in a powerful position up against Dix. Cypher, Team SR, both of them find Joel at the same time. Team SR needs to turn around, but it's Joel that outplays him. Thankfully, Cypher was right there for the 2v1. And now with the time turner stitching themselves in and out, looking for Kyong.
First blood.
They survive the time being. Kyong down to half his HP. Team SR can't reach him thanks to a good solid glue wall pulled out by Kyong. They pull out the time turner first on the approach. And a good glue wall response by Kyong still keeps him in here. And he finds the knock onto Team SR. A valiant effort from Kyong, finally taken down by Cypher. That got dragged on for quite a while.
Yeah, that pickup for AJL was everything. Gives them the number advantage that they needed. And that's a shutdown in game 1-6-4 for all gamers global over BTR. Man, the last few rounds of gunfights, they were not easy for BTR to deal with. With AJL, they were coming in hot. And they pulled it off well.
I mean, we did talk about how it was crucial for the players on the side of AJL to stick together, play the game of numbers up against Bigatron, and obviously they had the exact same thought running through their minds as well, because once they started going in together, they were unstoppable. Bigatron just could not dismantle them.
No, not at all. I think at Bigatron, like the last few rounds, they were taking the fight to AJL, but AJL, they either survived long enough or they just had enough numbers to win out the gunfight. So very unfortunate for BTR. I think they had the right idea, but this whole lineup was built on information. They were really trying to utilize it. We saw the power of the Cassie. We saw the power of just AJL being able to survive long enough. I think Cypher in the last 2-3 rounds, very good example of just survival instinct.
Yeah, and also the fact that he brought in the chrono, right? Because the time turner, we saw it being popped multiple times and in crucial moments, which helped him stay alive long enough, and all thanks to that teamwork, that double team taking the fight up alongside these flanking positions with that chrono was a huge factor for how they won the fights around the back. And of course, from then on, the equation got so much more easier. 7 eliminations, 5,995. Dio outdoing everybody else with his performance now.
Moshi set the record earlier, and now Dio has just surpassed him. Just by a little bit, they're still in the 5,000 range, but still Dio having a fantastic game. Most of the heavy lifting, or at least most of the frontal contacts taken by Cypher and Team SR, who also really stepped up to the occasion. But Dio himself, 11 assists, Team SR with 14, and Cypher with 11 elims.
Yeah, I mean, you better not get in the way of Cypher. He doesn't even leave crumbs for the rest of his team members. He's the one getting the job done. But granted, he's the support player with the chrono, with the time turner, and he was allowed to be aggressive because he had Team SR's backup, and that's where a majority of the assists out of Team SR went to. Cypher was just picking up the missing pieces, getting those eliminations. Wasn't an easy one though. Bigatron by Vitality almost made a very impressive comeback.
They really almost did. Just the last few rounds when AJL got a bit more proactive and aggressive, BTR was not able to keep up, and even there are rounds where Joe gets pinned down by Dew somehow, that he was able to find his way to the backline of BTR, and that again allowed Team SR to show what he's made of, and Cypher to straight out dominate those 1v1s.
What can they now pull off of this next game? We are ready for the bans and picks. We have been ready for this from the start of the day. This could very well be the final game of the opener of our playoffs. We just concluded Kalahari on a 6-4 scoreline in favor of AJL, and now we head on into Bermuda. And we don't really need to worry much about Sentino. If Bigatron bans Sentino, I would not know what to say.
The fatigue is going to start setting in too. It's pretty late into the night. Wow. It's like 11:20 for Bigatron and Indonesia. But still, almost at the 12 a.m. mark. And players have been here for a very, very long time, even prior to playing the actual tournament. You gotta be here early, you know, get prepped up, get set up, play some sprints, make sure that everything is in place. And it takes a lot out of the players, right? And then you get beaten down 0-2, almost steamrolled by your enemies, and you have to reset. And then the first round, so close yet first game so close yet so far. This could be the last game in the playoffs in the lower bracket. Let's see if BTR they get dips on first pick this time.
Steffi, A124, they got abandoned, but instead they take out Zane, which is not really the prio pick of AGL. Anyway, AGL now has an opportunity. Now, if they take Oscar out, obviously the first pick is for Bigatron, so it's going to be a wise choice here for them. But they're also toying around with the idea of potentially removing Senti. Oh, okay, all right, fair enough, bro. I was thinking that if Bigatron bans out Sentino, I would be surprised. But now I'm confused with AGL.
They ban Santino, they open Oscar. They get Chrono for themselves. The Cassie is still there. They could go for the same setup. It's game one. Yep, there we go. Chrono Cassie.
I'm thinking there's a potential here for Ignis being dragged onto the side of AGL as well. Bigatron needs to steal that away somehow. Unless they're just not comfortable with those plays. Clue would be a very strong pick here for the side of Bigatron as well. Instead, they do only lock in that Ignis, but abandoning their opportunity on Clue, dragging in Iris instead.
Iris and Ignis. It does leave AJL with the Clue and the Coda. They take Coda. What else is left? They take Coda, then they would take Clue instead. And Tatsuya. Okay, I like this better.
Yeah, I definitely like this better. They've got the mobility, they've got the information, they've got the capability to block out those shots, all thanks to Cypher. They've got the electrotherapy. AGL's definitely looking more dangerous for this next one. Of course, Bigatron has got the surprise element through the Valiant Dash Oscar brings onto the battlefield. But Iris, I've just not seen Iris make that impact yet in any of these Clash Squad fights. Ignis for sure, but only in the right hands. So Bigatron's definitely playing with fire. This last pick needs to come in clutch for them. Question is, where can they go? Almost all of their prime picks have been taken off the block already. They could drag in a Homer. It could give them just a little bit of an advantage since Coda is still on the line. It could go in for them as well. It looks like that's going to be locked in. So Oscar, Iris, Ignis, Coda for the side of Bigatron.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, overall, both teams with a pretty solid lineups. I like the approach from BTR2. You know, you take the heavy hitters, the Iris for Joe, who has been phenomenal. The series that he won against Todak, like Iris on Joe was the key. You take Ignis too, so it makes AJL feel a lot more vulnerable in these fights where you have ways to break their glue walls from close and long range.
The key word in that sentence was they played it against Todak, so it doesn't count.
Todak almost won. Todak was one round away. This could have been Todak AJL.
But AJL, of course, almost got surprised in the previous game, so Bigatron could just have an ace up their sleeves. Not feeling the Iris for sure, so I'm definitely looking forward to moments where they can definitely prove me wrong with that Iris being valuable against AGL, because I just don't see AGL as a team that camps behind blue walls. They're constantly on the run, they're constantly, you know, bringing the pressure to Bigatron. When is Iris going to find the opener? And on top of everything else, you've got a very annoying sniper on the side of AGL named Dew, who's going to be able to take your head off the moment you go onto these high grounds trying to play that Iris in any one of these situations. So it'll be interesting how Bigatron tries to execute this.
Yeah. The challenge that they faced was trying to kind of get Joel activated, right? Like they were not able to really stop Cypher, and that in of itself is preventing Joel from really doing the work. Like they were running at him, they were really flushing him out from hiding. And if Bigatron can circumvent that, I think give Joel more space, then suddenly I think the value is going to be there for BTR, and that's the challenge. You need to be able to have Deeks, Kyung stop Cypher. Cypher is having a hot series so far.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher was pretty deadly with the chrono earlier. They just could not find a way to kind of slow him down, right? Because the dips in and out of the time turner, Cypher's just so used to it. And it's always that buddy system that they play together that puts Cypher on the edge. And you've got Team SR rocking that Cassie, that electrotherapy. And if he's backing up Cypher again in this fight, it's going to just make Cypher so much more deadly. They are the two main snipers. Of course, you've got Chinoy in here to play the role of support. I am not even going to think about how efficient he's going to be a little bit later on, because I think Cypher and Team SR is going to try to run away with this game. And if you look on the opposite side, Joel really needs to step up. If he doesn't hit his snipes, it's going to be a problem.
Oh, I agree. Again, I think he is the most important member of his team. We have seen Kyung and Koja make big plays of their own, but Joe is kind of what completes BTR.
Yeah,
I think in Clash Squad. Just one last high five for BTR. Let's see. AJL, they're definitely feeling better after that win. Being able to stop BTR in their tracks in the important rounds. So if AJL can do it again with this draft, which has again a good mix of aggressive capabilities, and Chinoy and Team SR, they were an incredible duo in the previous round, and every now and then Cypher also gets to chip in too.
The AGAL getting the initial bit of damage in first, and then allowing that Iris to finish off the job, just to give them a little bit of extra advantage. But there's just so much of conversation that needs to be had there, and it needs to be solid conversations, right? The teamwork needs to be absolutely sublime in order to execute a play like that, which we've actually seen working very well for the side of AGAL.
Yeah, there's a lot of housekeeping that needs to be done from BTR. A lot of things that they need to consider, right? Of course, finding out where Do is always important, but I think for now you have to again figure out the movements of the kind of the game plan of what Cypher, Chino, and Team SR wants to do as a trio before you start worrying about Dio. Because I think in a vacuum, Joe and Dio, they could go toe to toe, but it's the front that's been suffering, and Koja getting the first knock is a huge one.
It's a huge one indeed. And Kyung, though, unable to do much in that situation. Big slice down Team SR with the sight as he managed to get to that airdrop first. But a 3-for-2 Chinoy tethering on. This is what we talked about. Can he come in clutch? Goes in for the pickup, trades himself out, and Joel gets the finisher either way. As his buddy could not drop his health right back up in there. And Bigatron walking away with the first round.
Yeah, this side knockdown from Diggs is very, very crucial. Because if that didn't happen, I think AJL would have snowballed their way. Of course, this last one from Joel, the pickup was good, but the pressure was on AGAL to literally land a shot right after that. And sadly, it was a bust. So, BTR, off of Joe's clutch, wins round 1.
No glue walls to make use of in that situation as well. This time you see Team SR and Cypher starting off with no walls at all. Very crucial to have that as one of your main purchases in these kinds of rounds, but it looks like AGL is just going to go all out super aggressive. Chino used up his first wall. Dubali dropped his. The slice comes out once again with the sight. Diggs unable to find the connection. Cypher! This buys too much of time, and Koja finds Chinoy instead. What a messy round this is.
I think they're trying to get cheeky with the sight again. Another 1v1. Oh. And another 1v1 won by BTR.
And Koja with a triple. A unbelievable showdown where Bigatron is showing up stronger. Because granted that first round went their way, they definitely have the advantage for round 2. Didn't really go all out with the purchases, but put in enough money for the Parafal and AC-80, so definitely wasn't a conservative round by Bigatron. They bought that for sure.
That's gotta sting for AJL. Losing the first one, sure. Losing the second one, now BTR is gonna... I mean, I don't think BTR is going to feel overconfident. They almost, like, it could have gone either way, but 2 rounds up in that manner does feel good because you still get extra cash. Koja and Joe on one side, being pushed.
Yeah, but the recovery from that situation was fast, and Dix again slicing them down with that sight he picked up in that first round.
Insane. Joe hitting that shot onto Chinoy. Won them the game for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not the round at least.
That was a monstrous flick, man. 180, a blind 180. Yeah, I think even he didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that's confidence for BTR. Oh, the weapons are looking good. Although peak, with the state that AJL is in, the weaponries would suffice. Get to CQC going. But again, the AJL, they are getting a bit in over their head. They're trying to really take these fights. And not realizing that they have been losing out a lot of these crucial rounds. So Koja once more absorbs the pressure. The AJL needs to rethink their move.
Very aggressive, Koja. And Cypher runs on in with Chinoy, and they find that double punisher, but Dix again slices the player down. Team SR the victim this time round, but the damage has been done. There's a 1 for 2. Dix trying to look cheeky, has the UMP in hand. Putting back up Kyong, and now in a fight up against Chinoy, who's really low. Cypher backs him up with the P90, and Cypher couldn't get there in time. Chinoy sorts it out with the M590, pulling a triple for himself.
Yeah, Chinoy has had enough. Takes the fight straight to BTR. Calls in Cypher and says, let's just run at them. Again, we said that they had the right weaponry for that area, even though that they are down 0-3. The M590 more than enough. We see those single double pumps, and BTR did not know what hit him.
Unbelievable that Bigatron's running away with this one. It's too early to talk. Yet another big round coming. Cyber and drop and do!
Oh!
A big one! Cypher going in here for the finisher. Blue wall's pulled out. He drops the time turner as well. Team SR was in the right place at the right time. Chinoy finds his back. Putting Koja down. Diggs caught out. Dew again in a prime position. Oh, this compound just belongs to AGL.
Huge shot from Dew. Look at this. In the best possible position to see that smoke go down and just take out Kyung from the get-go.
Oh, man.
Completely spoiling the plan of BTR. They were looking for a fair fight in the smoke with the side trick again. But Dew says no.
Straight up to the top. And All Gamers Global, 1 round away from pulling the equalizer. They did lose out on the Cyber point in the previous round, but one also, they're not going to beat themselves up over this too much. Of course, that could have been one step closer to unlocking the Cyber airdrop store. Chinoy, Flame Barrage, Cypher finding Kyong. Chinoy with the follow-up as well, so no cheekiness out of Dix this time round. Pick up onto Cypher. Isn't going to be too impossible.
First blood.
As AGAL just runs through Bigatron.
And after all the utility dump, AGL, they realized after that 1 round that if they just play faster, BTR just weren't ready, right? Someone must have made the call. Cypher or Chinoy telling the team to just trust their ability to 1v1. Because 3 back-to-back rounds, AJL has just been pressing the buttons. They run straight at Bigatron and just outgun them on the spot.
When the support player is bagging the numbers you know your team is doing well, or he just got sick and tired of waiting for the rest of them to get the job done. He thought, I'll just do this myself. Begatron, very, very solid smoke. But it's AGAL to the Cyber airdrop first. Almost picking up the point here. The full unlock. Just a few more seconds. Cypher is there. Kyung cuts the distance. Cypher, backstab. Kyung has the better gun. Cypher is just so close to unlocking the Cyber airdrop. So much of time taken here. And Cypher, one mistake.
First blood.
Punished instantly by Kyung.
Rush straight into a kill box. Machinoy gets a return. Oh my goodness, it stays on the ledge. That fall off.
Oh.
If he fell off that could have costed them the round.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no one's there to save Koja. This nade could be huge. Chinoy only tagging onto Dix. We do have the electric therapy tethered onto him. Chinoy holding a very, very important angle. And just enough to take out Kyung. Dix takes the challenge, but loser. Chinoy has a chance to go for the ace. Koju right in his face. Chinoy finds the ace. 11 eliminations. AGAL right back at it.
I mean, Chinoy is a king right now. Support player on the Tatsuya. Rebel rushing through Bigatron. And just like that, they take the lead. And 2 points, 2 cyber points in the bag. If this gets dragged on, AGAL has a massive advantage.
4 rounds in a row that BTR have 0 answers to AGAL's honest, straightforward aggression.
Yeah.
And you see it in sci-fi, the Deagle is out. And Deagle stood no
First
chance.
blood.
I mean, he had his fun already with the scythe. When the scythe got ripped out of his hands, this guy lost all of his squad to his team. SR needs to pull a fantastic flank. Does exactly that. And Cypher was there as well. Joel, the final
Double
player,
kill.
can't do much.
Double
Yes, K in
kill.
hand, and Chinoy pulls a double this time round for a total of 13 eliminations, and we are not done just yet. Series point for AGAL.
Nasty
kill.
shot, honestly, from Cypher. That's 5. That's a run it back if I ever seen one.
Oh yeah, man.
AGAL, they were down 0-3. And now they're about to win 6 rounds in a row, just like how they did in the Swiss round, in the 2-0 bracket when they took down one of the big twos. Pikachu left scrambling. Minimal weapons. I mean, Joe, if it's a time to step up, it is now. He has the best weapons in his hands. It's been put in the spot many of times. The utility dump. AJL tanks it in the face and digs it. Oh, he's in the smoke. They don't know where he is. He has the M590 in hand. This has to pay off. Kyung's going to get rushed. And Chinoy again wins.
Chinoy. I mean, just like Jonah, he wants to go to sleep, bro. Cypher pulls a double.
Oh, my
Joel, the
goodness.
final player, barely has anything on him, and do final nail on the coffin, and AGAL a 2-0 KO punch to Bigatron by Vitality, kicking them out of the competition.
Yeah, they didn't choke Bigatron out. They're not allowed to tap out. We put you to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what AGAL did. 6 rounds in a row after going 0-3 with just the same blueprint. Run at their face, trusting their ability to win 1v1s and outgun them. And BTR felt like you got hit by a straight up wrecking ball. And they're out. Bigatron by Vitality have officially been eliminated from our Clash Squad playoffs.
Out Chinoyed them for sure. Man pulled an ace, man pulled a triple, pulled a double. He was unstoppable and so tough to just deter, right? I mean, the confidence was just soaring right after that 4th round. They pulled one back. They hit a back-to-back, so 2 rounds on their side, but then that just built up not just enough confidence, but also enough resources on their side because they had enough money to really gear themselves up, and they really were looking for very calculated risk taken out there, very rarely running towards the middle of the field unless there was that cyber airdrop, which obviously is a very big contention. They did not want to give that away to Bigatron towards the closing ends of those rounds. It would have been very tough to take them down. So good risk played, but the unexpected factor was Chinoy just exploding on Bigatron this time around.
Yeah, talk about a snowball, honestly. AGL proving that they do deserve a second chance. They won in lower bracket. And of course, we gotta give it to Chinoy, man. 14 eliminations, 5k damage. And this game was all about him.
Yeah, finally, on the 5k, 14 elims, Chinoy, the support player of AGAL, took matters into his own hands and just clunked the heads of the Bigatron players with such finesse. I mean, amazing plays by the guy. M590, definitely his weapon of choice. And of course, as we look into some more of these stats here, due with the 15 assists, Team SR with 14. I mean, these are unbelievable numbers.
Yeah, they really are. It's I mean, if you look at BTR's side, right, they definitely did try to put up a fight, but sadly, it's just not enough against AJL, who is straight up a Chinoy game. And Team SR, all he had to do was to be around his teammates, provide the support on the Cassie, and his team would do the work.
I mean, crazy, right? Early, and Cypher this time didn't really get to show off with his chrono at all. In fact, they didn't need to be on the defense. AGL was just all out on the offense. 6-4 at Kalahari, 6-3 on Bermuda, and they wrap up the series. Once again, knocking out Bigatron from the race. And now the top 6 has AGAL in it, still surviving down here in the lower bracket.
And again, a valiant fight put up by BTR. You know, we said that they have shown a lot of potential to upset, but that upset train ends here. They will bow out in 7th and 8th place. AGAL, the lifeline continues. All Thai teams remain in the playoffs, and out of 6 teams in playoffs, 5 of them are from Thailand. So I think it's a Thai Clash Squad competition unless Evil's Divine makes miracle happens. But anything can happen. We still got tomorrow. More teams to get knocked out, more teams to advance, and we can only wait and see who will prevail.
Dude, I mean, Morphin has just been busy the whole day, and we have to trouble her a little bit more. One final interview of the day. Morphin, bring the questions.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section, and this is Thailand broadcast and Booyah from All Gamers Global, and now I'm here with Chinoy and Dil. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so I wanna ask about the first map. So I have to say that your team have been like struggle a little bit, but yeah, you win the first map. But I want to know that what do you think about what is your problem in the first map? ในแมปแรกค่ะเราดูมีติดขัดนิดหน่อยก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าปัญหาที่ทำให้ติดขัดอ่ะมีอะไรบ้างปัญหาใช่ๆก็คือผู้เล่นครับทำไมคะจัดเลยวันเนี้ย ทำไมเกิดอะไรขึ้นโดน VP ตบไป 2-0 ครับได้กินไข่ต้มครับเลยฉลาดขึ้น ก็คือก่อนหน้านี้ต้องบอกว่าเล่นกันไม่ค่อยดีแล้วพอโดน VP ไปก็เลยแบบเล่นดีขึ้นเลยเพราะว่าได้กินไข่ต้มเป็นโปรเรียบร้อย Okay, so have to say that they was play against with the Virtus Pro and they lost to them with 2-0. So do you say that time it's make AGs be better because at when the time that they play against with the VP, have to say that they didn't play very well. Like they have to, how do I say, when they got lost to VP, that's bring AG back to their performance. That's like we see that they win to this match. Okay, so Chinoy, I want to know about the second map. So they got the 3 score first. They lead you, and then you just bring back with a 6 round in the row. So what is your team's key factor back then? อยากรู้ว่าตอนแมปที่2เนี่ยเขานำไปก่อน3แล้วเราเอาคืนมา6ราวติดเลยอยากรู้ว่าอะไรคือจุดสำคัญ
มันเป็นแผนอยู่แล้วครับให้เขานำ3-0ก่อนแล้วเราทอนทีเดียว
เราต้องเอาคืนทีเดียว6ราวโอเคเกือบไป So about the second map, we just let them get the score first with the 3 score, and then we gonna get back 6 round in the row. It's the plan that we already planned. Okay, so the last question. The next match is you gonna play against, maybe it's gonna be Team Falcon or it was DY. Which team do you wanna meet with them? ในแมตช์ต่อไปค่ะเราอาจจะได้เจอไม่ EVOS ก็ทีม Falcon อยากเจอทีมไหน
ฟาลคอนครับอยากตบ 2-0 ฟาลคอนครับอยากยิงไอออนไฟครับ
คนนั้นตะโกนแต่ชื่อออนไฟด้วยนะ Okay, so AG especially Jill want to play against with Team Falcon and they gonna win to Team Falcon 2-0 and the player that he's wanna shoot is gonna be on fire. So let's see who's gonna be the team that play against AG. But now, this is the end of our interview section, and this is the end of today. But first, let's get back to our caster and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
And there you have it. Thank you very much, Morphin, for the hard work. You're definitely working OT today, but that also is a cause for celebration. Thailand, all Thai teams have survived the first leg of playoffs, but eventually we're gonna have to lose some of them, but at least we get to see them go into day number 2, and AGAL closes out the night with 2-0 over BTR.
Yeah, I think this is just a situation where the Thai players are very confident, but if they want to book a appointment with Falcons, that basically means Falcons need to do a number on EVOS Divine in the most fantastical of manners, and that's going to happen tomorrow. EVOS Divine takes on Team Falcons. The loser will drop down into the lower brackets to meet either Buriram or AGL. The other matchup would be between Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. The winners, of course, move on into the upper bracket final, and the lower bracket round 3 will be the result of the winners of whatever you see down there on the lower bracket. So Buriram still has a chance. AGAL still stands a chance. It's double elimination bracket, so 2 times you pick up a loss and you're out of the competition.
Yeah, I gotta say, like the upper and lower bracket looks incredibly scary. No matter where you go, where in the bracket you end up with, it is gonna be an uphill battle for these teams. So yeah, may the best team wins, some enough rest, and that's all for us. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Clash Squad action and see which top 6 teams survive. Good night.